be open, que l'on ouvre les portes. No, excusez-moi. I'd like to recognize the honourable member from South Okanagan, West Kootenay, who will be leading us in the national anthem.
O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command, car t'embrasse porter le pays, il sait porter la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée de plus brillant exploit. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Que l'on ouvre les portes, let the doors be open. Thank you, Alexa. If I could have your attention, please. Statements by members. Déclaration de député, l'honorable député de Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are facing unthinkable levels of climate crisis events globally. Scientists are alarmed, and so should we be all. It's very clear that last year, 2023, was the warmest year on record. Also, it's now clear for Canadians what we all knew. Records have been smashed, records have been broken, and that this winter was the warmest winter on record in Canada. And according to senior climatologists, the warmest year on record by a stunning margin. And it's not just the land that's hotter and drier, it's the oceans. I refer members to a recent article in the New Yorker by Elizabeth Colbert, Why is the Sea So Hot? Temperatures in our oceans reached a shade below 70 degrees Fahrenheit globally, and since the start of 2024, they're going up. Are we?
The honourable member from Scarborough North.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to recognize the 50th anniversary of Burner Trail Junior Public School in Scarborough North. Since opening its doors in 1973, the esteemed institution has shaped the lives of countless students, parents, teachers, and staff. Honoring their school motto, Better Together, students, past and present, are reconnecting and reminiscing over fond memories and moments. The commitment and dedication of educators, parents, and community members have undoubtedly contributed to decades of excellence in education. Indeed, the name of the school is derived from C.H. Burner Public School, a single-room red brick schoolhouse at Finch Avenue East and Nielsen Road that dates to 1872. Today, Burner Trail's legacy continues with the vibrant and diverse student population located in the heart of the Malvern community. Congratulations to Principal Jamie Walsh and the entire school community on reaching this remarkable milestone, wishing them many more years of success. Next.
The honourable member from Edmonton, Wetaskiwin.
Mr. Speaker, Helen Keller once said, "Alone we can do so little, together we can do so much." And in that spirit today, I'm going to pay tribute to two organizations making a fantastic impact across Canada. First, March is Easter Seals Month, and a great time to recognize the wonderful work that Easter Seals Canada has done for over 100 years in Canada. Easter Seals' vision is to fully enhance the quality of life, well-being, and independence of Canadians living with disabilities, and they are consistently a leading and reliable partner in efforts to do just that. Also, in this Marvel-like universe of inclusion champions is Special Olympics Canada, who hosted their 2024 Winter Games in Calgary at the end of February. It was incredible to see thousands of athletes, volunteers, and families descend on our province of Alberta for the week of intense competition, joyful celebration, and powerful community engagement. To all of the superheroes at Easter Seals and Special Olympics, Thank you for the life-changing work that you do every single day. You are truly unstoppable.
The honourable member from Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Speaker, I invite everyone to join us in Kitchener-Conestoga on Saturday, April 6th, as we celebrate the 60th annual Elmira Maple Syrup Festival. Since its start in 1965, the festival has grown to become the largest single-day maple syrup festival in the world. The community of Elmira, with a population of 12,000, will welcome up to 80,000 guests. Individuals and families can take part in the pancake flipping contest, family fun arena, live music, toy and craft show, and of course enjoy pancakes drenched in maple syrup. Thank you to the Elmira Maple Syrup Festival Committee for your dedication. Thanks to the sponsors for your financial support, and thanks to the volunteers who work tirelessly to make this festival happen. All proceeds are returned to our community's charitable and not-for-profit organizations. So from the morning breakfast to entering a team in the pancake flipping contest to savoring the food, supporting the vendors, and enjoying artists, I know that my family and everyone will have a great day at the Elmira Maple Syrup Festival. See you there.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, Jean Ferrat sang how life is so beautiful, and today I would say the francophonie is so beautiful. Around the world, the francophonie is a living force which gives culture its wings and creates dialogue between them. It's poetry, literature, values, living together, from Morocco to Louisiana, from Quebec to Belgium, from Côte d'Ivoire to Tahiti, from Vietnam to Mauritius. It's everywhere. David Cherami in Louisiana and Patrice Desbiens in Sudbury each have their own way of writing poetry in French. Aimé Césaire, poet, dramatist, and essayist, has also expressed the francophonie, and Dany Laferrière, our very own immortal, who makes us all feel so proud. And the francophonie also promises us a better world based on youth, joy, and friendship. And thanks to its unique timbre, French creates a sense of celebration in our hearts, in our souls, in our very beings. So I would like to wish all of you happy and immortal day of the francophonie.
Député d'Orléans.
Mr. Speaker, today is March 20th, International Day of the Francophonie. I'd like to thank all of the Francophone organizations and institutions throughout our country and in my community of Orléans for the hard work they've put into helping our language thrive. I'd also like to recognize two Francophone leaders in Orléans, Nicole and Louis Patry, who received the Champlain Prize for the Francophonie 2024 at the Francophonie Gala. And on March 1st, I celebrated International Women's Day with 120 exceptional women from Orléans, who all came to my annual lunch. I also had the honor of recognizing 38 women and girls by giving them the Orléans Leadership Award for Women and Girls for 2024. Thank you to everyone. Congratulations and happy Francophonie Day.
From Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the Holy Trinity Catholic High School 3A boys basketball team who took home gold last week at the 2024 Alberta School Athletic Association Provincial Championships. This is a historic accomplishment for the Knights Nation as they become the first team north of Edmonton to ever bring home a provincial basketball title. The Knights rallied together, overcoming all odds to secure their victory in a game-winning free throw in overtime on home turf. Wow. I want to thank Principal Luann Demers, Vice Principal Athletics Kevin Garbuya, the coaching team, parents, volunteers, and of course the amazing athletes who brought this all together. Your hard work and teamwork have paid off, and you've made your school and your entire community so proud. Go Knights, go!
Yeah! The honourable member from Kitchener South Hespeler.
Mr. Speaker, this coming Sunday, March 24th, is World Tuberculosis Day. TB is the leading infectious disease killer in the world, only briefly passed by COVID-19 at the height of the pandemic. As an airborne disease, TB can spread rapidly, and it can be deadly unless properly treated. In 2022 alone, 1.3 million people lost their lives to TB, and millions more were infected. In January 2023, I had the opportunity to travel with Results Canada to Kenya. I saw firsthand how Canadian international assistance is efficiently and effectively used to fight TB. Dedicated community health workers and local organizations are tireless in ensuring people receive the safe and dignified treatment they need to recover from TB. Yesterday morning, I had the honor to co-host a parliamentary breakfast where parliamentarians from all parties came together to hear from leading expert and passionate advocates who stand united in their vision of a world without TB. There's more to be done, but with effort and political will.
L'honorable député de Nickel Belt.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate Dietitians Day in Canada. Household food security is top of mind for many Canadians. Dietitians work hard to empower the health of individuals and communities. They are regulated health professionals who support children and adults with many illnesses such as diabetes in developing a healthy eating plan that regulates blood sugar. Dietitians work directly with other healthcare professionals, undertake scientific research, drive innovation, and inform public policy.
Malnutrition has profound repercussions on people's physical and mental health. Dietitians within our health network can have a real positive impact. They ensure that people have the resources they need to make healthier food choices, both for urban Canadians, rural Canadians, people with specific needs, and Indigenous people. Let's recognize the importance of this profession in creating a healthier nation. Thank you very much to all our dietitians.
The honourable member from Brantford Brant.
Mr. Speaker, this government's track record in following basic rules is not just disappointing, it's downright disgusting.
That's right.
And now, after a 16-month study at Government Operations Committee, today the government announces new measures to identify fraudulent billing cases. $5 million so far has been identified involving 3 subcontractors billing 36 different federal departments. This dates back to 2018, Mr. Speaker. New ways of fraudulent billing will soon be uncovered. The RCMP have received referrals. What took this government so long, and when will Canadian taxpayers get their money back?
L'honorable député, the honourable member from Mount Royal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today marks the 38th anniversary of the Mad Science Group. Founded in 1987 by youthful visionaries Ron Schlein and his brother Ariel, the Mad Science Group has evolved into a national gem that has ignited the spirits of countless young minds across Canada and beyond. Mad Science has fundamentally altered how children engage with STEM, science, technology, engineering, and math. Through awe-inspiring experiments and immersive encounters, it has kindled flames of curiosity and nurtured an unwavering love of learning. Mad Science not only impacts young learners, but also serves as a platform for career-oriented employment, having empowered over 70,000 passionate individuals to share their fervor for knowledge. As we commemorate 38 glorious years, let us extend gratitude to the contributing visionaries, educators, and supporters. Their tireless efforts have transformed countless lives. I am proud to honor Mad Science, especially my friends Ron and Ariel Schlein. May you continue to demystify science for future generations and illuminate their path of discovery.
Hear, hear.
Thank you.
Good job.
The honourable member from Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Mr. Speaker, the government cannot give anyone anything that they did not first take from someone else.
Right.
In the case of the carbon tax and the so-called rebate, the government's literally taking from one pocket and putting it to another, but not before stuffing their own. Canadians are smart enough to recognize a scam when they see it. This carbon tax shell game, well, it's gone on for long enough. The facts are in, the verdict is here. The PBO has said that Ontario families are paying $1,647 while only getting a rebate of about $1,000. Wow. That means every Canadian Ontario family is short $600. In Cobourg, volunteers at a local warming center have told me that for the first time ever, they have clients who have full-time jobs who can't afford to do anything else because they can't afford food and they can't access shelter. We need a Canada that works for those who do the work. Yeah. 7 premiers, 70% of Canadians agree. They're opposed to the carbon tax. It's time to vote non-confidence. It's time to spike the hike, and it's time to axe the tax.
The honourable member from Chilliwack, HoC.
British Columbians pay the highest gas prices in Canada thanks to punishingly high taxes, with the cost of gas going to over $2 a litre this week. On April 1st, these Liberals and their BC NDP toadies will push prices even higher with a 23% hike on the carbon tax, driving the cost of gas, groceries and home heating to record highs. Many British Columbians are struggling to put food on their table and keep a roof over their heads, and now the Liberals, with the help of the BC NDP, are going to make life even more expensive. Nearly 200,000 people in BC use food banks in a single month. They cannot afford another tax increase. But BC NDP Premier David Eby is only too happy to do the Prime Minister's bidding and impose this made-in-Ottawa Liberal NDP carbon tax hike on British Columbians. Only common-sense Conservatives are speaking up for the people of BC who are saying enough is enough. Their message, like ours, is to spike the hike or call a carbon tax election.
The honourable member for London West. Today is International Day of the Francophonie, and I would like to speak about the vibrant Franco-Ontarian community in London and throughout the world. Let me just mention some numbers. French is an official language in 29 countries. There are 450 million Francophones throughout the world. I am a proud Franco-Ontarian, and I would like to mention the fact that Franco-Ontarians have made important contributions to our country. They have contributed a great deal to the Francophone culture in Canada outside Quebec. Thanks to Francophones in London, we have 2 Francophone school boards in 10 schools. We have resources to help new arrivals to thrive in French. I would like to thank all of the organizations that are working hard to support our community. I would like to thank and congratulate all Francophones in London, Ontario, and Canada.
Member from Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, Donna, Sheila, and Julie are 3 women who have given me permission to share their stories. They are among the 27 screening officers at the Victoria Airport who recently lost their jobs. CATSA, the Canadian Air Transport Security Authority, disqualified these workers, forcing their employer to fire them despite the employer wanting to keep them on. Donna is a single mom with 2 kids. She's extremely worried about how she's going to make rent next month. Sheila has had to search for a new home for her family in a housing crisis. Julie lives with a disability. She's been a loyal employee with CATSA for 16 years. She was given no right to appeal. The infractions cited were as small as not looking under a bottle lid. They were never given any warnings. They weren't offered more training. These workers deserve better. CATSA's decision to disqualify unionized workers without due process undermines collective bargaining. All these screening officers are keen to return to work. I'm urging the Labour Minister to investigate this matter and find answers the employees deserve.
The honourable member for Beauport, Côte-Beaupré, Île d'Orléans, Charlevoix. We have some wonderful visitors here on the Hill today, Mr. Speaker. More than a dozen mayors have all come to see us on the Hill, and just having them here from such a beautiful riding reminds me of the river, the hills, the islands, and everything that makes the riding so incredible. And maybe this is an opportunity to partially repair the unfortunate remarks that have been made recently and instead congratulate our municipal elected officials on their very hard work. After all, it's no easy task. They have to show rigor, leadership, in-depth knowledge on the ground, and of laws and regulations. They must also show empathy, kindness, and courage. For me and my colleagues in the bloc, it is very important to underscore their commitment and express our gratitude, admiration, and our support, because they stand at the very heart of our towns and villages. Hats off to our elected officials at the municipal level, and I hope that they all enjoy their stay among us.
The honourable member from Calgary, Forest Lawn.
After 8 years, this Liberal NDP Prime Minister and his carbon tax scam are not worth the cost as Canadians get poorer. 2 million Canadians visit a food bank in a single month, with 1 million more projected to this year. Yet these climate zealots will hike the carbon tax 23% on April the 1st, making the cost of everything more expensive. The PBO proved that Canadians pay more into this scam than what they get back in these phony rebates. 70% of premiers and Canadians reject this carbon tax scam, including Liberal premiers. That's why our common sense Conservative leader is calling a no confidence vote on this Liberal NDP Prime Minister to spike the hike. Will the Liberal lapdog NDP and inflationist bloc stand with a majority of Canadians and common sense Conservatives to call on this Prime Minister to spike the hike, or will they continue to support the scam? It's time for a carbon tax election so Canadians can scrap this Prime Minister and Conservatives can axe the tax.
The honourable member for Laval-les-Îles. Mr. Speaker, the Reverend Father Hadi Mahfouz is an eminent personage for all Lebanese people, especially for Maronite Christians. He became the leader of the Maronite Order in 2022. He speaks a number of languages: Arabic, French, English, Italian, Spanish, and German. He has published many books and articles on Bible exegesis. He has created a relationship between the Holy Spirit University of Catholic and the University of Montreal, especially HEC Montreal. And there are a number of programs and diplomas that exist in collaboration between the two. In 2016, he became the director of the monastic order, and ever since, he has shown his exemplary leadership and transparent personality. He is serving all Lebanese people of all faiths throughout the world. Thank you.
Oral questions. Questions orales. L'honorable chef de l'opposition.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. The Common Sense Conservatives have a plan to cut taxes, build the homes, fix the budget, stop the crime. However, the costly Prime Minister, with the support of the Bloc Québécois, is inflating inflation with taxes and deficits, and the Prime Minister wants even greater tax hikes on the 1st of April. Will the Prime Minister inverse his inflationary policies, or are we going to have to defeat him with a no-confidence vote and an election on taxes? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. The carbon remittance puts more money in the pockets of 8 out of 10 families under federal jurisdiction. We give more families to families whilst fighting against climate change, Mr. Speaker. That's what the vast majority of Canadians want. Unfortunately, however, the conservative politicians don't want to help affordability. They don't want to help fighting climate change. Luckily, the majority in this House wants to fight against climate change and give more money to Canadians, and that is what we are trying to do. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. That's quite the opposite compared to what the Parliamentary Budget Officer said on the 18th of March. He said, when we consider the economic impacts of the carbon tax, most families will pay more and be negatively impacted by the carbon tax. So what the Prime Minister said is simply not true. Canadians will pay more than what they receive. And there's a second carbon tax that is directly applicable on the backs of Quebecers. So will the Bloc Québécois vote for Quebec families, or will they vote again for their real boss, the Prime Minister of the Federal Government of Canada? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, if the Leader of the Opposition stopped talking and started listening to Canadians, he would understand that Canadians know that the cost of inaction with regards to climate change are huge. Forest fires, floodings, droughts that cost a lot to our farmers and producers, our fishers. This is a reality, and we are fighting against this on this side of the House, whilst putting more money in the pockets of 8 out of 10 families throughout the country. The carbon remittance delivers for Canadian families, and the Conservative Party wants to take it away from Canadian families.
L'honorable chef de l'opposition.
Common sense conservatives will axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. This Prime Minister is not worth the cost, with the parliamentary budget officer testifying again that the majority of households will see a negative impact as a result of the carbon tax. End quote. Now he wants to hike the tax on April Fool's Day. We won't stand for it. So what will it be with this Prime Minister? Will he spike the hike, or will he face a non-confidence vote at a carbon tax election?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, the Parliamentary Budget Officer's report lays out clearly that 8 out of 10 Canadian families across the country where the price on pollution applies get more money back every year. That's how we put more money in the pockets of Canadians while having one of the strongest plans to fight climate change around the world. That's what the Conservative Party is standing against right now. Money in the pockets of Canadian families and a real plan to fight climate change that is working, Mr. Speaker, that is bringing down emissions, that is making us more competitive, that is helping build the future.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Speaker, I'm going to read again the testimony from the March 18th appearance of the Parliamentary Budget Officer. Once you factor in the rebate, but also the economic impacts, the majority of households will see a negative impact as a result of the carbon tax. End quote. The Prime Minister plans to make this problem worse with a carbon tax hike on heat, on homes, on fuel, on food. We will not stand for it. So once again, which will it be? Will he spike the hike, or will we have a carbon tax election?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
What will it be, Mr. Speaker? It will be that Canadians get more money with the Canada carbon rebate. 80% of Canadian households in areas where the federal carbon tax applies get more money every year from the Canada carbon rebate than they pay in the price on pollution. On top of that, we are fighting climate change, making our industries more competitive, and preparing a better future. There is no plan on the Conservative side of the House to either help Canadians with rebate checks or fight climate change.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Speaker, not only did the Parliamentary Budget Officer testify that the majority of households will pay more in carbon taxes than they will get back in rebates, there is a table showing that every single province in which this tax applies, the middle-class families pay vastly more than they get back, and Canadians know it, because under this Prime Minister, they've seen their food, their fuel, their homes, their heating go through the roof. But why don't we just end the debate and let Canadians decide and have a carbon tax election?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, the Parliamentary Budget Officer clearly spelled out that 8 out of 10 Canadian families in areas where the price on pollution applies get more money back every year than they pay in the price on pollution. That's because we created a plan that not only is one of the strongest plans to fight climate change in the world, but it puts more money back in the pockets of middle-class Canadians as we build a stronger future, better careers, more competitiveness, and a safer environment for generations to come. That's the plan we have. That's not what they're doing.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Yesterday, the Prime Minister told a great joke. He said how well he collaborates with the Premier of Quebec. However, the facts show that everyone in the National Assembly of Quebec, except the Liberals, are asking that Quebec have full powers with regards to immigration. The Prime Minister of Canada has refused an essential request from Quebec. Is that how he sees Canada's friendship with Quebec? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, my honourable colleague knows full well that Quebec has more powers in immigration than any other province. And He knows full well that I spoke last Friday with Premier Legault to say, yes, let us work together to reach our objectives, our common objectives. We are here to help companies. We are here to make sure that services are available. We are here to help with housing. We will work hand in hand with Quebec, as we have always done. We are here to deliver for Quebecers and all Canadians all together. The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. If the Prime Minister is here to deliver for Quebecers, well, it's just another failure on his part. The government of Quebec has paid for education, for healthcare, for income supplements, and childcare. The Liberal governments said, yes, pay up front and we'll reimburse you later. The bill is up to $1 billion, and now Quebec has a huge deficit because of this, and now the federal government is saying, deal with it, because I'm not going to give you my $1 billion. You're my friend, but go right on home. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. I would be very careful if I was the leader of the Bloc, because he seems to think that there are more Quebecers on his side of the house than ours. We speak on behalf of Quebecers. We represent Quebecers, and we're here to work hand in hand to deliver results for Quebecers. With regards to health, we are working very hard to make sure that there are improvements in healthcare services. The federal government is here to disburse billions upon billions of dollars for Quebec priorities. We are here to work together, and will continue to do so throughout this House as Quebecers.
The honourable member from Edmonton-Griesbach.
First Nations, Métis, and Inuit communities across Canada are slipping further behind. Kids can't access health services and homes are falling apart. But what are the Liberals doing? Threatening to cut billions in services communities rely on. And if we're up to the Conservative leader, Indigenous services would be gutted altogether. The Liberals and Conservatives seem to always find ways to make rich CEOs even richer, but never find money for real people. Will the Prime Minister honor his commitments to Indigenous people or leave them out to dry?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we are unequivocally committed and have been since 2015 to working in partnership with First Nations, Inuit and Métis communities across the country to advance self-determination and reconciliation. We have tripled investments in Indigenous housing, mental health, access to clean drinking water and jobs to contribute to economic reconciliation. We also move forward to compensate First Nations children and families who suffered under the discriminatory child welfare system. We've built over 30,000 homes since 2016, and we recently announced that we will move forward in creating an Indigenous loan support program. There is, of course, much more to do, but we will keep doing it.
The honourable member from Edmonton-Griesbach.
Mr. Speaker, that answer is little comfort to the residential school survivors and children who rely on those services. Imagine having to live in a moldy home with your young children knowing that it isn't a healthy place for them. That's the heartbreaking situation First Nations are facing across the country. The Auditor General says herself that this government has no plan to close the housing gaps that they're keeping First Nations in inhumane conditions. Shame. When will the Prime Minister take First Nations housing seriously and provide the communities with the resources they desperately need?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
We have made historic investments in housing in Indigenous communities after decades of wrongful underfunding by previous governments of all stripes. And we are working every single day to do more. We're committed to working in partnership with First Nations and their communities. We thank the Auditor General for her work and her report, and will continue to move forward to do even more in partnership with Indigenous people across this country.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Parties, there's been an outbreak of common sense on the carbon tax. In fact, Nova Scotia Liberals, NDPers, and Conservatives passed a unanimous motion in their legislature this week calling on their federal MPs to vote against the Prime Minister's 23% carbon tax hike. No wonder. The cost of the carbon tax to the average Nova Scotia family will be $1,605 according to the Parliamentary Budget Officer. $1,605. How much will be the rebate for the average family?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the federal price on pollution is a backstop. It's a system that we put in place to both fight climate change everywhere across the country and put more money back in the pockets of Canadian families where it applies. Every single province had and continues to have the option to replace the federal price on pollution with their own program, as long as it is as rigorous and stringent as the federal price on pollution. As long as they have a plan to fight climate change, they can do what they want, as long as it's strong enough. That's the options the provinces have. So they can take that option. We're going to keep putting...
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
That's demonstrably false, because Nova Scotia actually has a climate change plan, which he rejected and overrode with a federal carbon tax that is opposed by New Democrats, Liberals, and Conservatives unanimously in the province's legislature. But you notice he wouldn't answer my question. He's been bragging about these rebates. But then when we talk about the cost, all of a sudden he forgets the rebates. So I'm going to give him a second chance. In the province of Nova Scotia, the cost to the average family will be $1,500. $1,500. $1,500 per Nova Scotia family. How much is the rebate?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, that is simply not true. The reality is, for 8 out of 10 families right across the country in backstop provinces, families do better off with the Canada carbon rebate than they do with the extra costs of the price on pollution. This is a plan to fight climate change, but it's also a plan to put more money in the pockets of families from coast to coast to coast. Now, the Conservative leader doesn't care about fighting against climate change, and he doesn't care about affordability either, because he would rip up the rebate checks and he would do less on fighting climate change. We're going to keep delivering for Canadians.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Still won't answer the question. All the Liberal ministers came in with little cue cards a week ago with all these rebates on them. They were waving them around, very proud. Yep. And then when we went to the parliamentary budget officer and said, give us the full price by province, and we quoted that, for example, in Nova Scotia, it's $1,500 in cost to the average family, according to the PBO. Again, $1,500 in costs. What is the rebate? The number.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we see the lengths to which the Conservative Party will go to mislead Canadians about a plan that fights climate change and puts more money in the pockets out of 8 or 10 Canadian families. The parliamentary budget officer himself admitted and said that you cannot take his words out of context, because he did not calculate the costs of inaction on fighting climate change. He did not calculate the competitive advantages of the innovation and the solutions and the economic growth that comes with putting a price on pollution. The Conservative Party are not telling the full story.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, he did not, the parliamentary budget officer did not include the cost of climate change because the carbon tax doesn't address the cost of climate change. The parliamentary budget officer made clear the carbon tax will do nothing to change the cost of climate change, and that's why the tax costs more for every family in every province. So let's go to Alberta, where the two of the NDP leadership candidates have come out against the carbon tax, and the Prime Minister's only friend in the province, Naheed Nenshi, has gone totally silent. Albertans will pay $2,900 in carbon tax per family. What will be the rebate for them?
Hear, hear. Hear, hear. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, $1,800 a year is the average, is the family of 4 in Alberta Canada carbon rebate. That is helping them, and according to an analysis by the parliamentary budget officer, is more than they pay in extra price on pollution because of the price we put into the federal level. The price on pollution puts more money in the pockets out of 8 of 10 Canadian families and fights climate change while building a stronger, more competitive future. The Conservatives have no plan to fight climate change and no plan to help Canadians with rebate checks.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
All right, he found his cue card, and he finally talked about the rebate. So he says the average family in Alberta will get $1,800 while they pay $2,943. In other words, next year alone, after this forthcoming hike, the average Alberta family will pay $1,100 more in carbon taxes than he gives back in his phony checks. Will the Prime Minister tell us if he understands that $2,900 is bigger than $1,800?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, how about a different stat? A stat that the Finance Ministry analyzed turns out that for an average income quintile group, the average household of 2.5 Canadians, average net benefit per household in Alberta, $723 a year. Wow. That's $723 in the pockets of the average Albertan family because we put a price on pollution that puts more money back in the pockets out of 8 out of 10 Canadian families. That is what we are doing. That's how we fight climate change.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
He wants you to know, Mr. Speaker, he has alternative facts. I get mine from the parliamentary officer that reports directly to Parliament and is independent. He's using numbers that come from officials that report to him and depend on him for their job. So let's take another province, Ontario, where the Liberal leader has now come out against this Prime Minister's carbon tax. Maybe she knows that the average cost to an Ontario family of the federal carbon tax is $1,674 for this coming year. How much is the rebate in Ontario?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
The average net benefit per household in Ontario is $255 a year. Wow. That is fighting climate change while putting more money in the pockets of Canadians. The parliamentary budget officer himself demonstrated that 8 out of 10 Canadian families in regions that get the carbon price backstop do better with the price on pollution, put more money back in their pockets than it costs them on the fight for climate change. This is the plan we're delivering for Canadians. That's the plan he wants to scrap.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, I don't really believe in polls, so let's not stop talking about polls. But at the end of the day, the Prime Minister should realise that he needs to realise who speaks for who. In all polls, for the longest time, the Bloc has always been ahead of the Liberals. If the Prime Minister is so low in the polls, so low that even the Conservatives are in front of them in Canada, it's perhaps because they don't respect Quebecers, or the National Assembly of Quebec. Does he believe that this strategy is good because he knows that he is never going to gain any more in Quebec, or does he just do it because harming Quebec is a good look for the rest of Canada? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Canadians know full well that in democracy there is one poll that counts, and that's the actual election day. Over the past 3 elections, the Liberal Party has garnered more seats in Quebec than the Bloc Québécois because we are here to actually deliver tangible results for Quebecers and all Canadians with health agreements, with dental health, for help for seniors, with $6 billion for childcare in Quebec, with investments that help to create economic growth, jobs for the future for Quebecers, and a greener world for all. These are the investments we do to represent Quebec and will continue to deliver, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. I think that there's a bit of vulnerability coming through. The Liberals don't know if they'll be sat on their side or the other side after the next elections. If they really want to listen to Quebecers, if they really want to pretend that they're listening to Quebecers, they will give more immigration powers to Quebec. They will invest more in Quebec healthcare. At the moment, they're doing nothing, and all they do is read the pre-prepared cards. Will the Prime Minister finally at least pretend to do his job for Quebecers? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Let's talk about tangible facts, Mr. Speaker. 1.5 million Canadians and seniors have now registered to our dental plan. Dental plans against which the Conservatives voted, by the way. over a third of these seniors are from Quebec. That's hundreds of thousands of senior Quebecers who will finally get dental care for free thanks to the federal government's investments in healthcare. We are here to deliver for Quebecers. We'll always be here for Quebecers and all Canadians. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Now the legislature in Newfoundland and Labrador has acknowledged that this Prime Minister is not worth the cost. After 8 years, they passed a motion supported by the Liberal Premier and personal friend of the Prime Minister to oppose the April 1st tax hike. They must have heard from the parliamentary budget officer that the cost to Newfoundlanders of the carbon tax this year will be $1,874. $1,874 for the average Newfoundland and Labrador family. What will their rebate be?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, the average net benefit per household in Newfoundland and Labrador is $303 a year. That's the money that they pocket with our price on pollution and the Canada carbon rebate checks that go into households across the province. The province is open to creating its own price on pollution, its own plan to fight climate change. As long as it's as strong as the federal backstop, they're welcome to do that if they want to do it a different way. But for the meantime, we're going to both fight climate change and deliver more money to the families in Newfoundland and Labrador.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
So here are the facts from the Parliamentary Budget Officer. They're directly from him. The cost to the average Newfoundland family is $1,874. The rebate is $1,497 for a net cost of $377. A net loss of $377 and growing. These are the facts. The Prime Minister stopped denying the facts, and if he really wants to contest and argue that he should be able to raise the tax, why doesn't he have the courage to call an election and let Canadians decide?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, we are busy delivering for Canadians a price on pollution that puts more money in the pockets out of 8 out of 10 families across the country. And an election on the price on pollution, we had 3, Mr. Speaker, and we won them all.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. One more.
Wow. Then he shouldn't be afraid to have one more. This is a Prime Minister who has doubled housing costs. He sent 2 million people lining up at food banks, 8,000 joining a Facebook group learning how they can eat a meal out of a dumpster, and now his best solution is to hike the tax on their heats, on their homes, on their fuel, on their food. If he really believes in it, why doesn't he call a carbon tax election now?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, we've heard time and time again over these past many months the Leader of the Opposition talk about how Canada is broken. Well, Mr. Speaker, we are focused on supporting Canadians with things like childcare and dental care and a plan to fight climate change that puts more money in the pockets out of 8 of 10 Canadian families right across the country. That is the approach that is delivering for Canadians, and we've still got more work to do, and we're going to continue keep doing it to deliver for Canadians every single day we're in this House.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Finance Minister claimed that the carbon tax was revenue neutral, that it gave back, that the government didn't keep a single penny. Well, it turns out they keep hundreds of billions of pennies. They've collected so far $20.7 billion and only paid back $18.6 billion. In other words, they profited by over $2 billion by pillaging the pockets of Canadians. When will the Canadian people get their $2 billion back? And if he's so sure about taking it away, why doesn't he call an election to defend it?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservative leader is now complaining about $2 billion that he would never give to Canadian businesses, would never give to Canadians, because he would scrap the Canada carbon rebate. We are actually delivering money across the country to communities, to individuals, to small businesses, to Indigenous communities, to fight climate change and help afford their groceries. He wants to eliminate the carbon rebate. He wants to eliminate the plan to fight climate change. He has no plan for the future of the economy.
Exactly. L'honorable député de Rosemont, la Petite Patrie.
Mr. Speaker, Canada is first. Number one. The Liberals should be proud. Wait, but we're first in what? Air pollution, Mr. Speaker. For the first time, Canada is the most polluted country in North America. We're worse than the United States. With the climate crisis and forest fires, people are suffocating and choking. It makes them sick. People are dying, and it's only going to get worse. Is the Minister of the Environment proud to represent the most polluted country in North America? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. I understand this makes a nice video clip for the NDP. We're talking about forest fires. Yes, last year, forest fires were horrendous. The truth is that we have to do even more to fight against climate change. But we have the Conservative Party that wants to take a step back on the fight against climate change. They want to get rid of the rebates we're giving to Canadians. And the NDP never has had a plan when we have been there with concrete action. We'll continue to be there to protect Canadians.
The honourable member from Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberal government continues to fail women, including care workers in women's shelters. And the cuts to women's shelters have not only impacted women fleeing violence, but also shelter workers who are facing a burnout crisis, consistently overworked and underpaid. 75% of the care economy are women. This is a gender equality issue. Why does the so-called feminist Liberals stop wasting millions on private consultants and invest in fair wages for shelter workers to help save lives?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we have demonstrated from day one that we are there to work with the provinces to invest in the care economy, whether it's commitments to raise personal support worker wages to $25 an hour, whether it's our historic child care agreements that are creating wage grids for early childhood educators, whether it's moving forward on strengthening support for Indigenous communities and care workers in Indigenous communities and from Indigenous communities. We will continue to be there. We recognize there is more work to do, but we are there to do it hand in hand with the different jurisdictions across the country.
The honourable member from Vaughan Woodbridge.
Mr. Speaker, parents in my riding of Vaughan Woodbridge have been talking for years about what a hard time they're having finding daycare spaces for children, and that's why we put forward our Early Learning and Child Care Bill, which the Conservative Party tried to delay. Can the Prime Minister update the House on the status of this important bill? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, childcare services are not only supports for parents, but also for our economy. I'm so happy to see that with our support and the support of the member for Vaughan Woodbridge in our caucus, the Early Learning and Childcare Bill in Canada received royal assent yesterday. Unfortunately, the Conservative leader asked his members to obstruct and delay this bill. But in spite of this, we are keeping our promise to Canadians so that no matter where they live, they will have access to affordable childcare that is inclusive and quality service. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Prime Minister is not worth the cost to our economy. Real per-person GDP has grown slower in Canada than all the rest of the G7. Dead last. In fact, our per capita GDP is smaller than it was 5 years ago, the worst record since the Great Depression, and the Parliamentary Budget Officer calculates that the carbon tax will blow an $18 billion hole in the size of our GDP, $1,000 in economic cost per family. If he really thinks that's worth the cost, why won't we have a carbon election to...
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, at the same time, our population is growing faster than other countries around the world, if you're going to be telling the full story. The reality is, Mr. Speaker, our price on pollution puts more money in the pockets of 8 out of 10 Canadian families in the backstop provinces. This is a fact recognized by the Parliamentary Budget Officer and recognized by Canadians who see both a real plan to invest in the jobs and careers of the future, the competitiveness that Canada needs, and the fight against climate change to keep us safe, while putting more money in the pockets of Canadian families from coast to coast to coast.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The government gets bigger, the people get poorer. After 8 years, he's not worth the cost. He's blowing another $18 billion hole in our GDP with this carbon tax, a hole that will mean lower wages and a lower quality of life for the Canadian people. The Prime Minister now wants to quadruple the carbon tax, starting with his April Fool's Day hike. When will he realize that after 8 years of Canadians lining up on food banks and living in tents, he's not worth the cost?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the price on pollution returns every dollar that it collects to the jurisdictions in which it's collected. That is the fact that built our program, our fight against climate change. The reality is we're creating jobs, we're creating growth, and we're putting more money back in the pockets out of 8 out of 10 Canadian families in backstop provinces. This is the plan that fights climate change, builds a stronger economy, and supports Canadians right now with rebate checks that the Leader of the Opposition would cancel.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Based on his own main estimates and public accounts, he's collected over $20 billion in taxes and only returned $18 billion. So it is factually inaccurate to say that he's given every penny back. Right. In fact, we know that in every single province where the carbon tax applies, Canadians pay more than they get back, and there is only one provincial party that supports the tax. The BC NDP is happily implementing this federally mandated tax grab. Will the Prime Minister today allow British Columbia to cancel the April Fool's Day tax hike?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, in a question and a contrast on facts, the reality is the BC government has had a price on pollution since 2008, and the federal government has no involvement in British Columbia's price on pollution. It is a simple error of fact that the Leader of the Conservative Party is trying to share with this House. He must be mistaken. Maybe it's an honest mistake, but the reality is he is wrong on the fact on that, just like he's wrong on the fact that he doesn't understand that 8 out of 10 Canadian families do better with the price on pollution.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Page 75 of the BC budget confirmed that they were bringing in the tax hike on April 1st because they're forced to by federal law. Yeah. And according to the Vancouver Sun, the NDP budget and fiscal plan presented in February says the carbon tax will raise $9 billion over 3 years. The New Democrats plan to give back $3.5 billion in climate action tax credits to low and middle income folks and spend the rest as they see fit. So will the Prime Minister end the carbon tax coalition with his provincial NDP BC counterparts so that British Columbians can get their money back?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
You'd think that for someone who's been railing against our plan to fight climate change and put more money in people's pockets for months now, he'd actually have done his research to understand how it works. Every single province has the ability to put forward their own plan to fight climate change as long as it is sufficiently rigorous to be fair to the other provinces that are also doing the same. That's what a Canada-wide countrywide plan to fight climate change is all about. Yes, the federal backstop gives back more money directly to Canadians in 8 out of 10 cases, but BC and others are free to do their own thing.
The honourable member for Leader of the Bloc Québécois, Mr. Speaker. Seated in the middle of some 100 Liberal MPs that risk losing their jobs, the Prime Minister keeps interfering into provincial jurisdiction with his drug farm care policy that we already have in Quebec, but he refuses to increase OAS. Another example, well, we're not municipal funds with their collective funds. Municipalities can do what they want. The government wants to impose its own choices. Can he talk to the 12 mayors of Charlevoix, tell them that he'll take a step back and let them do their job? The Right Honourable Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, the Bloc leader is mistaken. We increased old age funds for seniors that are 70 years of age or older because they know we have higher costs than others. Yes, we recognize that even in Quebec, across the country, there are people who cannot pay for their medications for diabetes and their contraception because they're not covered. So we'll be here to work with Quebec to deliver for Canadians so that people can have their diabetes medications and their contraceptives. We'll be here to make sure people stay healthy. The honourable member for Ballet-Chambly. I don't know if seniors use a lot of contraceptives, but I know in Quebec, diabetes drugs are covered. He says, I don't know what I'm talking about. The collectivity fund, well, it should be up to the municipalities to do the work that they want. But the government that says it seems to be putting money into housing, and it's asking the municipalities to put money into housing, but can the government let the municipalities do what they want with their funding? The Right Honourable Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, I think we do have challenges in terms of facts today. The Housing Accelerator Fund across the country actually helps municipalities by helping create more housing faster, except in Quebec, where we gave the Quebec government $900 million that they added to another $900 million for municipalities across Quebec to create housing faster. We are here to work respecting jurisdiction in partnership with Quebec to help both small and large municipalities across the province. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
This Prime Minister's catch and release policies and his mismanagement of our ports. Car thefts have gone up by over 200% in Toronto, 100% in Montreal. There are 12,000 cars stolen in Canada's biggest city every single year. That is one car stolen every 40 minutes. Will the Prime Minister accept my common sense plan to scan every shipping container, reinforce our ports, and put career car thieves behind bars?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, cracking down on auto theft starts with going after organized crime. $121 million for Ontario to crack down on organized crime and car theft, and the Conservative Party voted against it. Public Safety Minister announced $28 million for border services in collaboration with police across the country. And to stop organized crime, we're cracking down on money laundering, something the Conservative Party also voted against. We will take no lessons from the Conservative Party that chose to weaken our borders and pull money back from enforcement services any chance they got while they were in government. They did that.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
We pulled money back from back office bureaucracy and costly consultants that now chew up the budget. CBSA is now spending $660 million on a Arrive scam, while only 5 CBSA officers are monitoring 500,000 shipping containers at the Port of Montreal. Conservatives put more CBSA agents on the front line at the Port of Montreal and across the country. Won't he accept my common sense plan to cut back on the consultants and put boots on the ground?
I would like to ask the honourable member from New Westminster Burnaby, please, to allow the questions to be asked and for answers to be given without interruption. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
The Conservative government in which that leader was a minister cut hundreds, if not thousands, of positions in law enforcement across the country, including CBSA officers. And those back office experts who actually analyze the bills of lading and the origins to designate and to find out where these auto thefts are happening, which containers have stolen vehicles in them, we're investing in them. We're giving more money so they can do their work. The common sense is nonsense that the Leader of the Opposition is putting forward. We know that they are all about cuts, not investments in keeping Canadians safe.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, why don't we just look at the CBSA's own numbers on this? In the first year of the Conservative government, there were a total of 12,673 CBSA's officers. In the last year, there were 14,113. I know the Prime Minister's not great with numbers, but 14,000 is bigger than 12,000, right? And by the way, if he wants to analyze whether stolen cars are in shipping containers, why doesn't he accept my plan to scan those shipping containers? Wouldn't that be common sense?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'll let the Leader of the Opposition's high-priced corporate lobbyist friends who give him so much money at fancy catch for access private events explain to him the impact on supply chains and shipping in Canada to try and scan 600,000 containers a day, Mr. Speaker. The fact is, we are doing everything necessary to invest in countering organized crime, to track those containers and to do the work. He's not paying attention to the things that actually grow the country, even though he is listening to high-priced lobby.
The Honourable Member from Calgary Skyview.
Mr. Speaker, Calgary and my home province of Alberta is home to tens of thousands of proud Ukrainian Canadians. Since Russia's illegal war in Ukraine, Canada's commitment towards Ukraine has never been stronger, and it is why our government introduced a modernized Canada-Ukraine free trade agreement that President Zelensky asked for to be there to help Ukraine rebuild after they defeat Russia. Shamefully, the Conservative Party did not want to accept Ukraine's reasonable request for assistance. Can the Prime Minister update this House on this crucial trade agreement?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, after that Conservative leader turned his back on Ukrainians and forced his own caucus to do the same, he...
Colleagues, order, please. I'm going to ask the Prime Minister to start from the top.
Mr. Speaker, after that Conservative leader turned his back on Ukrainians and forced his own caucus to do the same, he whipped his senators last night to vote against the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement that Ukraine asked for. Our Liberal caucus, including the member for Skyview, never backed down. Despite the Conservative Party's efforts to derail Ukraine's hopes to rebuilding after they win the war, the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement received royal assent last night. While Conservative politicians sell out to the Kremlin, we will stand with Ukraine.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The $60 million Arrive scam is just the tip of the iceberg. We now learn that there are $5 million in additional fraud that has been identified by the Department of Public Procurement. And this is out of the $21 billion the Prime Minister is now spending on outside consultants, a 100% increase, and fully with the support of the NDP. Can the Prime Minister tell us how much of this $21 billion is fraud?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
The situation is obviously unacceptable, which is why authorities are looking into this procurement process. Anyone who took advantage of our COVID response to save Canadian lives should face consequence. All federal contracts with these companies have been suspended as the investigation continues. But everyone in this House noticed how quickly he pivoted from a question on Ukraine. The reality is, Mr. Speaker, his members are ashamed of him for forcing him to vote against Ukrainian Canadians, to vote against Ukraine, to vote against support that the Ukrainian president was asking for.
Order. Order. And I ask all members to please order. I'd like to remind the Prime Minister, please, to make sure that questions and comments are directed through the chair. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister demonstrates once again he is a fake and he is a phony, because he's a fake and
I'm going to remind the Honourable Leader of the Opposition is a very experienced member of Parliament, and I know that he would understand that that kind of a statement that directed to an individual would not be considered parliamentary. So I'll ask the honourable member to continue with this question.
The Prime Minister is a fake and a phony on this issue, just like on everything else. He sends...
Eric? The honourable member, again, is a very experienced member, and he knows that when the Speaker asks him to chastise us a little bit for the use of language which is not considered parliamentary, I'd ask him please to rephrase, to withdraw those comments, rephrase the question without using those words.
Mr. Speaker, this is a Prime Minister who authorized the export of gas turbines to pump gas from Putin's economy into Europe to fund the war. He's someone who signed on to allow Russian detonators to blow up Ukrainians on the battlefield, and he's a pro-Russia energy policy to fund the Russian economy. We'll take no less.
Prime Minister.
That is pretty weak sauce from the Leader of the Opposition. The reality is, President Zelensky...
I see that the opposition House Leader is asking members to be calm. I'm going to ask all House Leaders to please ask all of your members from all sides to be calm. So, and I'll ask in particular the member from Dufferin-Caledon, please, to hold on until he has the time to speak. So, the Honourable Prime Minister, please.
Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition is flailing in every way he can to try and divert the attention from the fact that his members voted against a request by President Zelensky himself to support a Canada-Ukraine free trade deal. The reality is his constituents across the country feel betrayed by the Conservative Party voting against Ukraine.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The Ukrainians asked for us to give missiles that Conservatives support to Ukraine, not to give turbines and detonators to Russia, which is what he has done. He has failed Ukrainians abroad, and he's failed Canadians at home. Canadians are good and decent people. They don't have to live this way. They do not have to give up the things they used to take for granted, like affordable food and homes, all for the incompetence and ego of one man. He is not worth the cost or the corruption. Will he call a carbon tax election so Canadians can decide?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, notice how desperate he is to try and find any excuse he can to justify their voting against Ukraine. Suddenly, he's not talking about the price on pollution that Ukraine put in itself years ago. He's not using that as an excuse, even though that was all we heard as the justification for why they voted against Ukraine, voted against Ukrainian Canadians, voted against the reconstruction of Ukraine that we are committed to through a free trade agreement. He stood in this House and voted against Ukraine and is now trying to do anything he can to hide from it. He let down Ukraine, and that showed who he is.
Order.
The Honourable Member for Ottawa-Vanier.
Climate change is a reality that impacts my constituents in Ottawa-Vanier. They have asked for our government to reduce emissions while putting more money back in their pockets. That is why every year they receive $1,120 from the Canada carbon rebate. While Conservative politicians fail to recognize that climate change is real and that there's an even greater cost of inaction, can the Prime Minister inform Canadians why our plan is so important?
I will just ask, well, we'll start again with 10 seconds for the question for the member for Ottawa-Vanier, but I would like to ask the member for Jacques-Cartier-Portneuf to retain himself while someone is asking questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While Conservative politicians fail to recognize that climate change is real and that there is an even greater cost of inaction, can the Prime Minister inform Canadians why our plan is so important?
Hear, hear.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for Ottawa-Vanier for an important question and her hard work. The opposition leader would take away over $1,000 from families in Ontario every year. That amount might be minimal to him when he's cashing his CCB check, but not to middle-class families. But now we know why he wants to take money away from Canadians. He's in the pocket of big business. We learned from media reports that he was partying with oil lobbyists and CEOs at private Cash for Access fundraisers in Banff just last year. He cares about his wealthy donors getting richer. He doesn't care about Canadians.
The Honourable Member from Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Mr. Speaker, families in Nanaimo, Ladysmith, and across Canada should not have to worry about how to keep their kids fed while at school. A national school food program would make sure kids get the food they need to grow and learn. But the Liberals have been delaying for years. And what about the Conservatives? Well, they voted against feeding kids while putting the profits of CEOs first. Children should not be left to go hungry. Will the Prime Minister make sure a national school food program is in the spring budget?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, like all members in this House, they're going to have to wait until April 16th to find out what's in our budget. But I can give people a preview right now. There will be support on housing. There will be help on affordability for Canadians. There will be opportunities to invest in growing the economy and creating good jobs for the future while we help Canadians through tough times right now. We are focused on young people. We are focused on seniors. We're going to keep delivering, including by working with provinces on important programs like school food programs.
The honourable member from Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, thanks to the powerful advocacy of people with disabilities across the country, every MP in this House supported legislation meant to lift people with disabilities out of poverty. 9 months later, still no commitment from this government to fund what will be called the Canada Disability Benefit. When it came to MAID legislation, this government sure moved fast to make sure people with disabilities could die well. Will the Prime Minister show he's ready to ensure Canadians with disabilities live well by committing to a fully funded benefit by Budget 2024.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the member is better than that question that he just asked. He knows that it's really important to be there to both protect people when they're most vulnerable and be there to support their wishes. That is something that is foundational in Canada. In regards to people living with disabilities, we have invested more in people with disabilities over the past 8 years than ever before, and there is more to do. We were very, very pleased to move forward on the Canada Disability Benefit, and we will have more to say in the coming months.
It being 3:23, the House will now proceed to the taking.
I would like to thank the honourable member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. There's an order from the House of Commons. I would ask all members. Order, please. What I was explaining to the member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier, who is rising on a point of privilege, is that the House has made a decision to move straight to the vote. We will have a vote, after which we can entertain questions of privilege. This is after the vote. This was at the request of the House of Commons, so we will have the vote immediately. So we will have the opportunity to talk after the vote. Once again, it being 3:23 p.m., the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion to concur in the 5th report of the Standing Committee on Science and Research. Call in the members. The question is as follows. Mr. Blanchet-Jonca, seconded by Mr. Beaulieu, moved that the 5th report of the Standing Committee on Science and Research, presented on Thursday, June 15th, 2023, be concurred in. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favour of the motion will please rise.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Sachs.
Ms. Sachs.
Ms. Chagger.
Ms. Chagger.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Martinez-Ferrada.
Madame Martinez-Ferrada.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Monsieur Yakano.
Monsieur Yakano.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Zuberi.
Mr. Zuberi.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Sobara.
Mr. Sobera.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Ms. Latanzio.
Ms. Latanzio.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Madame Châtel.
Madame Châtel.
Monsieur Coteau.
Monsieur Coteau.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Ms. Thompson.
Miss Thompson.
Carr. Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Gainey.
Ms. Gainey.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Ms. Lanceman.
Ms. Lanceman.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Ms. Findley.
Ms. Findley.
Mr. Abutayev.
Mr. Abutayev.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Chambers. Pardon me, Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Dreesen.
Mr. Dreesen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mrs. Wagentall.
Mrs. Wagentall.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford Lloydminster.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Désilé.
Monsieur Désilé.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Zarillo.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Vong.
Mr. Vong.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
I'm glad I could be here.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
Je désire informer la Chambre.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognise them.
Le bureau va mettre.
The honourable member for Beauport, Côte de Beaupré, Île d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Mr. Speaker, I would like to vote in person because my application wasn't working. I was unable to vote remotely. Does the member have unanimous? That's not necessary. Would you just like to indicate your vote? I vote for, Mr. Speaker.
Le bureau va maintenant.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yes pour 324, 324. Nays contre, 0, aucun.
I declare the motion carried.
The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion of Mr. Scheer relating to the business of supply. The question is as follows. Mr. Scheer, seconded by Mr. Steinley, moved that given that 70% of provinces and 70% of Canadians oppose the Prime Minister's 23% carbon tax hike on April 1st, the House call on the NDP Liberal coalition to immediately cancel this hike. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Madame Finley.
Miss Finley.
Mr. Aboutayev.
Mr. Aboutayev.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Ms. Ferrari.
Miss Ferrari.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Robert.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Culkin.
Mr. Calkins.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Mr. Lehoux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Kirk.
Mr. Kirk.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Dreesen.
Mr. Dreesen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Tolney.
Mr. Tolney.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford Lloydminster.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Vong.
Mr. Vong.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Sachs.
Ms. Sachs.
Ms. Chagger.
Ms. Chagger.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Martinez-Farada.
Madame Martinez-Farada.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Mr. Fagascados.
Mr. Fagascados.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Van Couverden.
Mr. Van Couverden.
Mr. Batiste.
Mr. Batiste.
Mr. Kuzmierchuk.
Mr. Kuzmierchuk.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Monsieur Yakano.
Monsieur Yakano.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Sobara.
Mr. Sobera.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Ms. Latanzio.
Ms. Latanzio.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Madame Châtel.
Madame Châtel.
Mr. Coteau.
Mr. Coteau.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Ms. Taylor Roy.
Ms. Taylor Roy.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Gainey.
Ms. Gainey.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Saint-Clair-Desgagnés.
Madame Saint-Clair-Desgagnés.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Désilé.
Monsieur Désilé.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Zarillo.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
La Chambre.
The House will now wait for the end of the electronic voting period before resuming its proceedings. I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 119, 119. Nays contre 205, 205.
I declare the motion defeated. The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion of Mr. Scheer relating to the business on vote C-365 under private members' business at second reading. The vote question is as follows.
Alderman Norfolk moved that Bill C-365, an act respecting the implementation of a consumer-led banking system for Canadians, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee of Finance. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote. We will start with the sponsor of the item.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
We will now proceed to members participating in person. All those at my left in favour of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Dowdall.
Mr. Dowdall.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Desilets.
Monsieur Desilets.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Canning.
Fifth row to my left.
Mr. Dreesen.
Mr. Dreesen.
Mr. Arnold.
No, Mr. Kitchen.
Pardon me, Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mrs. Wagentall.
Mrs. Wagentall.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford Lloydminster.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Sinclair-Desgagnés.
Madame Sinclair-Desgagnés.
Ms. Arillo.
Ms. Arillo.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
I will ask. Fourth row to my left.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Troisième rangée à ma
Third row to my left.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mr. Melillo.
Mr. Melillo.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Deuxième rangée à ma
Second row to my left.
Kelly.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Ms. Findley.
Miss Findley.
Mr. Aboutayev.
Mr. Aboutayev.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Ms. Ferrari.
Miss Ferrari.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Ms. Blaney.
Miss Blaney.
first row to my left.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Sixth row to my right in favor of the motion.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Rangé à ma droite.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Third row to my right in favor.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Second row to my right in favor.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
Ms. McPherson.
McPherson.
First row to my right in favor.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Nous procéderons maintenant aux députés que tous ceux à ma gauche.
All those on my left opposed to the motion will please rise.
Commençons avec le 6e rang.
Starting with the 6th row.
5e rang.
5th row.
3e rang.
3rd row.
2e.
2nd row.
1er rang.
1st row.
Tous ceux à ma
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise. 6th row.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Madame Châtel.
Madame Châtel.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Ms. Taylor Roy.
Ms. Taylor Roy.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Gainey.
Ms. Gainey.
5th row to my right.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Miss Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Sobara.
Mr. Sobera.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Ms. Latanzio.
Ms. Latanzio.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
4e rangée à ma
4th row to my right.
Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Monsieur Yakino.
Monsieur Yakino.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Jauhari.
Mr. Johari.
3e rangée à ma droite.
3rd row to my right.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Mr. Fagascados.
Mr. Fagascados.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Batiste.
Mr. Batiste.
Mr. Kuzmierczuk.
Mr. Kuzmierczuk.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
2e rang.
2nd row to my right.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Ms. Qualtro.
Ms. Qualtro.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Madame Martinez Farada.
Madame Martinez Farada.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
1e rangée.
1st row to my right.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Chagger.
Ms. Jager.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
La Chambre.
The House will now wait for the end of the electronic voting period before resuming its proceedings.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members were unable to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them.
Le bureau va maintenant compiler les résultats.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 172, 172. Nays contre 150, 150.
Je déclare la motion.
I declare the motion carried.
En conséquence, ce projet de loi.
As a result, this bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Finance. I see that there is a point of order about a vote. The Honourable Minister for Seniors.
The difficulties with the app, I ran back as soon as I could, and I'm hoping that there's unanimous consent to have my vote counted in favour.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent.
All those opposed to the honourable members moving the motion will please say nay. Accordingly, the House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay.
Adopté. Monsieur le... c'est noté. Oui. Oui, je vais faire ça dans un instant. Je vais juste lire, juste terminer les résultats.
Just in a moment, I'll just finish with... I wish to inform the House that due to the deferred recorded divisions, government orders will be extended by 36 minutes. The Honourable Member for Terre-Neuve-Jacques-Cartier, on a point of privilege. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, there is a point of privilege. Today is Francophonie Day, and so it's very unfortunate that this has happened. I am raising today a question of privilege about the Liberals' chaotic attempt to amend the NDP opposition motion from Monday. On Monday night, when there was only 1 minute left in debate, the government parliamentary house leader moved a lengthy, complex, and unilingual amendment. After that, there were lengthy procedural debates, as you know. But since the amendment was only available in English, Francophone members were not able to fully participate in deliberations. Additionally, due to translation delays, the members were not able to examine the amendment in French until right before the vote. In my opinion, the government's conduct obstructs the capacity of Francophone members to participate in the work of the House. This is so serious that I believe it constitutes a breach of privilege. According to House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition, it says that a member can also face interference in the exercise of their functions through non-physical methods. In judging this type of situation, the Speaker must judge the impact of the situation on members' ability to carry out their parliamentary responsibilities. If the Chair believes that parliamentary responsibilities may have been violated, it is impossible to codify all incidents that could be considered as being cases of interference, obstruction, brutality, or bullying, and which ultimately constitute a prima facie case of privilege. We have the absolute constitutional right to use either official language in parliamentary proceedings. Therefore, the fact that the House leader, who is from Quebec in addition, his actions reduced Quebec Francophone members' ability to participate in important procedural debate. The Honourable Member for Gatineau has ended up making Francophone members here second-tier members. In Standing Order 65, it says that a motion must be tabled in written form before it is put to the vote. When the motion is carried, it must be read out in English and in French. If the Chair is able to use both languages, if not, we'll read it in one language and the clerk will read it in the other before it be placed for debate. But unfortunately, neither the chair nor the clerk were able to read the amendment in French because it didn't exist in French. It's a crying shame. This is shocking. For a country that's officially bilingual, it is in fact embarrassing. The use of both official languages, French and English, for those who don't remember it, has had constitutional standing here since Confederation. If you agree, Mr. Speaker, that this is a prima facie breach of privilege, I am ready to present the appropriate motion. Thank you for your attention.
Je vois que le secrétaire parlementaire se lève sur le point.
I see the parliamentary secretary rising on the same point of privilege.
Mr. Speaker, given the nature of the privilege the member has raised, I would take it as notice and provide comment in a relatively quick time span for you to make a decision.
Et je reconnais aussi sur la même question de privilège l'honorable.
On the same point of privilege, the honourable member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, I would just like to add that the Bloc Québécois reserves the right to make remarks later after properly analyzing the situation. That was mentioned by my colleague from the Conservative Party.
Et je vois aussi que le député de Mégantic-l'Érable se lève sur...
The member for Mégantic-l'Érable rising on the same point of privilege. Yes, I would just like to add a few points to my colleague for Portneuf, Jacques Cartier's point of privilege to assist in your reflection on the decision to take on this matter. With the adoption of the British North America Act, the greatest legacy of Sir John A. Macdonald and Georges-Étienne Cartier, according to this, members may express themselves in the official language of their choice, and they have been able to do this since the very first sitting of this Parliament. Later, the Translation Bureau was created in 1934 after a stormy debate. The Bureau was asked to cooperate with both chambers of Parliament and to act on their behalf on translation. Later, under the Diefenbaker government, simultaneous interpretation was introduced to the chambers of Parliament. After a commitment made in 1958 by the Progressive Conservative Party in its election agenda. And at the time, ironically, some liberals were against that change. Professor Jean Delisle, in an article about the 50th anniversary of simultaneous interpretation in Parliament, said that even Lester B. Pearson was against it at the time, but that opposition disappeared when Prime Minister Diefenbaker asked the House to approve the measures. More recently, under Brian Mulroney, a great statesman, of whose legacy we recently spoke after his decease, the Official Languages Act that we currently have was brought in. It's a quasi-constitutional piece of legislation, and it made simultaneous interpretation in this House a right. It goes without saying that parliamentary bilingualism is a legacy that Conservatives are proud of. This Liberal NDP coalition government doesn't seem to give a fig about this tradition, but we must draw a clear red line against further erosion of the French language in the House of Commons.
On the same point, I see that the honourable member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, is rising on his feet.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to add my comments and agree with the question of privilege that was raised. Mr. Speaker, in general, what happened on Monday night was a gross and disgusting violation of the principle of this House being a deliberative assembly of members. The fact that the government put forward a last-minute, very substantive amendment that was not at all debated in this House is disgusting and would not be acceptable in any legislature around the world. It was particularly unfair for the reasons my colleague explained to our Francophone colleagues because of the lack of translation available. In general, the timeline and the process presented by this government seem to try to reduce Parliament to pageantry and theatre rather than recognize our substantive role as the deliberative assembly of one nation in both official languages. This was wrong and unfair in general, but it was particularly unfair to our Francophone colleagues, and I hope you'll find in favour of this question of privilege.
J'apprécie énormément les points de...
I greatly appreciate all the remarks what I can say is that given the general interest in this question of privilege, and to ensure that the chair will come to a ruling that reflects the concerns raised, especially by the member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier, as well as several colleagues in the House, I would like to inform members that the chair has heard the substantive material of what was expressed and that I will shortly return with a ruling. Thank you.
Monsieur je vais vous laisser très rapidement parce que la présidence, comme...
Very quickly, because as I said, the chair has heard a great deal on this and it will all be integrated into our perspective. The honourable member for Louis Saint-Laurent, very quickly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, indeed, as a Francophone and proud representative of Louis Saint-Laurent, a Francophone riding in Confederation, I was very insulted about the fact that I had to vote on a text that was entirely in English. But what I wanted to say is that the opposition's parliamentary leader, House leader, gave an alternative saying that we could delay the vote so that the translation could be done properly. So we did give an option, a recommendation, but the government didn't agree, and that's a real shame.
Énormément la présidence maintenant sur ce point d'ordre.
Thank you very much. On this point of order,
from Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston. I just want to let the member know that I have heard a number of points on this issue. The chair is satisfied that he's heard the full range to make an important decision on this issue. It is one which I'll ask the member to be very brief. This will be the last point of order which is going to be heard by the chair on this point. The honourable member from...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do appreciate that. What I wanted to point out is something that I think is highly relevant but has not been mentioned in the previous submissions to you, and I think will be of use to you in coming to a decision. It's just this point. We do know that it was 1 minute, more or less, before the end of the debate that this was raised. So 5 minutes, fine, I'm told. The point is this. If you, in the normal course of business, you present a motion in one language only, you do not stop the proceedings for an hour, as actually happened, giving the opportunity for the second language to be produced. You would return to the debate, and if they can get the matter to you in both languages prior to the expiration of the debate, then you'd end things. You do not halt things and allow them to get around to producing things at their convenience. I think that rule would indicate that the wrong approach was taken here, and your guidance in your ruling for future situations of the same sort would be most helpful. Thank you.
I thank the honourable member from Lennox Frontenac, Kingston, for this matter, for raising that point, and the chair will come back to this House. Proceedings. Dépôt de documents.
Tabling of documents.
Il est mon devoir de...
It is my duty to lay upon the table, pursuant to Section 536 of the Canada Elections Act, the report of the Chief Electoral Officer of Canada on the 2023 by-elections. Pursuant to Standing Order 108-3A, this report is deemed permanently referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs.
De la Chambre. L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire du leader du gouvernement en Chambre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36.8a, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 18 petitions. These returns will be tabled in an electronic format.
Good job, Kevin.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of government bills.
Honorable ministre, Monsieur Leblanc, appuyé par Monsieur.
Mr. Leblanc, seconded by Mr. Sajan, moves for leave to table a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Canada Elections Act. This motion is deemed adopted. Mr. Leblanc, seconded by Mr. Sajan, moves that this bill be now read a first time and printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
This bill, première lecture, projet de loi.
Quand ce projet de loi sera...
When will this bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of this House.
Déclaration des ministres.
Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. The Honourable Member for Glengarry Prescott Russell. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since today is March 20th, I would like to wish you a happy International Day of the Francophonie. And speaking of La Francophonie, I have the honour to table in this House in both official languages the following report of the Canadian branch of the Assemblée parlementaire de la Francophonie, Bureau meeting and 48th annual session of the Assemblée parlementaire in Tbilisi, Georgia from July 4th to 8th, 2023, as well as the 38th session of the APF America Regional Assembly Baton Rouge, Louisiana, USA from September 5th to 7th, 2023, as well as the Francophonie mission to the United Nations, New York, September 20th, as well as the report of the Canadian branch for the Leadership Workshop for Parliamentarians Women of the APF, Bucharest, Romania from December 25th to 29th, as well as the Working Group on Reforming the APF Constitution, Geneva, Switzerland from November 23rd to 24th, 2023. Thank you.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have the pleasure and honour to present in both official languages the 17th report of the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates, also known as the mighty OGO, entitled The Question of Privilege Concerning the Refusal to Respond to Questions by Mr. Christian Firth. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Humber River Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 1073, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 8th report of the Liaison Committee entitled Committee Activities and Expenditures, April 1st, 2023 to December 31st, 2023. This report highlights the work and accomplishments of each committee, as well as detailing the budgets that fund the activities approved by the committee members. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Gerritsen, seconded by Mr. Lamoureux, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Establish Canada's Freshwater Day. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands. I just remind the Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby to hold off on his enthusiasm until the Honourable Member actually has an opportunity to speak. The Honourable Member of Kingston and the Islands.
It is an honour, Madam Speaker, to introduce the bill entitled An Act to Establish Fresh Water Day in Canada, and I want to thank the enthusiasm of my NDP colleagues on this. Having said that, Madam Speaker, while I'm on my feet, I move, seconded by the member from Winnipeg North, that we do now move to orders of the day.
Here, here.
I want to ask the Honourable Member who his seconder was. I think I missed it. Mr. Lamoureux? Okay. Mr. Gerritsen, seconded by Mr. Lamoureux, move that the House do now proceed to orders of the day. Si un député participant personne désire que la motion soit...
If a member in person would like the motion to be adopted in person, or if they want a recorded division, I would like them to raise. The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-les-Lévis. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We would like a recorded division.
Call in the members. motion is as follows. Mr. Gerritsen, seconded by Monsieur Lamoureux, move that the House do now proceed to orders of the day. La période de 10
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has been activated, and the House will now move to votes for members participating in person. All those in favor, please rise.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Fagascatos.
Mr. Fagascatos.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Monsieur Yakano.
Monsieur Yakano.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Cedarbrampton South.
Ms. Cedarbrampton South.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. Meow.
Mr. Meow.
Ms. Gainey.
Ms. Gainey.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Major.
Mr. Major.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Saint-Clair Desgagnés.
Madame Saint-Clair Desgagnés.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
The House will now wait for the end of the electronic voting period before continuing with its proceedings.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function or rise in this House, and the Chair will recognize them. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yes pour 175, 175. Nays contre 150, 150.
I declare the motion carried. Switch the orders of the day. Orders of the day. Okay, the Honourable Government House Leader.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. Je propose.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move, seconded by the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations, that in relation to Bill C-29, an act to provide for the establishment of a National Council for Reconciliation, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the stage of consideration of Senate amendments to the bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration of the said stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted, if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forth with and successively without further debate or amendment.
Madame la Présidente.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau, seconded by Mr. Andesangari, moves the following motion. Propose la motion suivante. Should I dispense? No. No? Que relativement au projet de loi.
That in relation to Bill C-29, an act to provide for the establishment of a National Council for Reconciliation, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the stage of consideration of Senate amendments to the bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration of the said stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order. And in turn, every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment.
Pursuant to Standing Order 67.1, there will be a 30-minute question period. I invite honourable members who wish to ask questions to rise or use the raise hand function so the chair can have some idea of the number of members who wish to participate in this question period. Okay. Okay. Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for York Simcoe.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And here we are again with this Liberal government moving closure. And, you know, I find it a little bit rich for this government to pretend they care about reconciliation when the Chippewas of Georgina Island First Nation in my community, my riding of York Simcoe, who they live on an island in the middle of Lake Simcoe and are now considered part of Toronto under this goofy carbon tax regime, are not entitled to the rural top-up. You know, again here we are seeing the Liberals once again move closure, so First Nations voices, like mine on the Chippewas of Georgina Island, are being silenced, Madam Speaker. And, you know, I'd like the Minister to comment about Chippewas of Georgina Island First Nations not entitled to the rural top-up under this carbon tax regime in York Simcoe.
The Honourable Minister.
And let me thank my colleague opposite. I just want to highlight the number of days we've had debate on this particular bill. September 21st, September 28th, 29th. This is in 2022. October 6th, November 17th, November 29th. I can go on. Total of 58 hours and 21 minutes. With respect to the last time this matter was up, Madam Speaker, on February the 12th, where we could have actually debated the issues that's been brought forward by my friend, it was a concurrence motion that was moved by the Conservative Party. So it's a little rich to suggest that we cannot get legislation done. This is important legislation that we need to get done, and that's the reason we're moving this forward today, Madam Speaker.
I want to remind members, as opposed to having debates, especially when they've asked a question, they should be listening to the answer. And I just want to remind parliamentary secretaries as well to please be mindful when ministers are speaking. Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I've said this before. There are two bloc parties in the House of Commons. There's the Bloc Québécois and the Bloc Everything Party. The Bloc Everything Party has been the Conservatives. Over the course of the last few years, they tried to block dental care that the NDP has brought to Canadians. Now 1 million seniors have signed up to the dental care program, including thousands of people in each of the Conservative ridings. But Conservatives tried to deny dental care to seniors. They've tried to deny pharmacare. They've tried to deny affordable housing funding. All of those good things that the NDP is forcing the Liberal government to do, Conservatives have been blocking. And now we see the latest example of that, an act to provide for the establishment of a National Council for Reconciliation, and the Conservatives are blocking it, refusing for the vote to be held on this legislation and for the bill to move forward. And it is simply incomprehensible, I think, to most Canadians why you would be so mean-spirited to block every piece of legislation, every bill, every law that is going to help Canadians. So I wanted to ask my colleague simply, why do Conservatives seem to want to block everything?
The Honourable Minister.
I want to thank our colleague from New Westminster Burnaby for his comments. And I want to take this opportunity to just highlight a couple of elements of this bill which are critical. This is really a response to the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's calls to action 53 to 56. 4 very important calls to action which really looks to establishing and funding and supporting a National Council for Truth and Reconciliation. We've already have an interim committee that's been working on development of assessment of calls to action. This bill essentially sets up an independent body that will look at the actions of government and essentially enable them to keep governments accountable towards this path of reconciliation, which I know is a shared priority for all of us. So I do really appreciate the question, and I want to emphasize the need to get this passed as soon as possible, Madam Speaker.
Then comments, the honourable for Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think it is worth noting reconciliation is incredibly important for our nation and to be able to move forward with a variety of projects. I was actually very disappointed as this bill has come forward despite efforts by Conservatives to bring in amendments containing economic reconciliation, which is truly a way forward that will allow Indigenous communities to be partners in prosperity. It was rejected at every step, and so I'm just very curious why the minister is so opposed to economic reconciliation and why they won't reconsider, and why they've decided that rather than allow this to continue having the debate, they've decided to yet again move closure. I think it is absolutely a disservice to Indigenous communities, specifically in my riding of Fort McMurray Cold Lake, that specifically came to committee asking for economic reconciliation to be considered. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I do question whether my friend opposite actually read either the TRC calls to action or Bill C-29, because this is essentially about implementing 4 calls to action that speaks to the establishment of the National Council for Truth and Reconciliation. The notion of economic reconciliation is something that our government's been working on. In fact, the loan guarantee program that was in the fall economic statement, for which the opposition voted against, is one of those elements. So I find it a little rich, once again, Madam Speaker, when colleagues haven't even read the bill, but they're opposing it because we need to move forward.
Councillor Kamata, the honourable for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, and as members will know, on principle, I'm so deeply offended by the moves towards continual use of limiting debates, cutting off debates, and closure. I was elected to this place and had the honour to represent Saanich Gulf Islands since 2011. When it first began to happen under the previous administration of Prime Minister Harper, I counted the number of times it exponentially increased how often closure and time allocation was used. At that time, the Liberals and oppositions said they would not do the same thing. And now it is even more routine than it was under the previous Conservative government. And I ask Liberal colleagues to consider that this will become permanent, and for our Conservative colleagues who now object to it, that they will again experience it no matter who is in office, unless we decide to respect debate in this place and not routinely use closure.
Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I have a great deal of respect for my colleague from Saanich Gulf Island, but I do fundamentally disagree with her on this particular issue, because we've had 17 days of debate in this House, 27 days of debate in the Senate, and it's now back here. The last time this was up on February 12th, Madam Speaker, a concurrence motion derailed debate on this so that we cannot actually even debate this bill. This is a bill in which we should have consensus. Everyone should come together. It should not offend anyone to be able to set up a National Council for Truth and Reconciliation. If we truly can move forward on reconciliation, we need all of us to come together on this. And I find it troubling that we're unable to move forward, and the comments by the member from Saanich Gulf Islands really doesn't help. I have heard her on this issue over and over again, but at some point Parliament also needs to govern, Madam Speaker.
And comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. A National Council for Truth and Reconciliation is an essential step forward. It is right in line with the calls to action, and I was very proud to have my first committee experience with the Honourable Minister, who was at the time the Parliamentary Secretary, and we discussed the preambles to Bill C-29 in meetings, and it's disappointing actually that after 4.5 years we're still discussing it when Indigenous communities right across this country are relying on us for action. And the Conservatives will use a tax to say that we can't get this done while they simultaneously delay. I want to ensure that Canadians are aware of the fact that there are members of this House of Commons who simultaneously claim that the government can't get things like this done while they are extending debate, prolonging debate, and complaining when closure is the necessary next step in order to get it done. So if my colleague, the Honourable Minister, could speak to the importance of this for Indigenous communities from coast to coast to coast.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague and someone who I've had the pleasure of working very closely with, and admire the work that he does especially on the fight on climate change. But I do want to take this opportunity just to talk about a couple of the other elements of the bill, Madam Speaker. This essentially will enable the establishment of a National Council for Truth and Reconciliation. It will allow for an independent assessment of the work of the government on the 94 calls to action and the progress that we make, and annual reports, which essentially is a tool to keep governments accountable for what they've done and what they have not done. Oftentimes, I know even the opposition sometimes ask us what we do, and there is no independent assessment of it. So this is an additional tool of accountability, for one which all of us should actually be supporting to have its quick passage. So I do look forward to having this passed today, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And disappointing that the Liberals would impose time allocation on this. But one of the real challenges that has been highlighted time and time again in Bill C-29 is that the Congress of Aboriginal Peoples, while acknowledged as a national Indigenous organization, they have been left out of the proposed council in this, and have been very, very vocal in their disappointment in that regard. So I'd like to ask that minister very specifically that while there have been continual calls to ensure that they are included in this council, to be included in the conversations surrounding C-29, they have been specifically excluded, and including the many Indigenous Canadians across Indigenous peoples across Canada that are not necessarily represented by the other organizations that will have a seat at the table. Why did they exclude the Congress of Aboriginal Peoples?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the question. This issue has come forward. Congress of Aboriginal People have had a chance to make submissions both at the Senate as well as the House of Commons parliamentary committees. There are the amendments to add them on as one of the members of the council or have a delegate from their organization was considered by way of amendment, and it was rejected. We're at a point right now where the final amendments put forward by the Senate are acceptable to the government, and we're recommending acceptance and passage. Therefore, I think I don't want to litigate an issue that has already been considered by 60, almost 60 hours of debate over 44 days, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The minister implied that I hadn't perhaps read the Truth and Reconciliation, which is not accurate. But I'm just wondering if you could tell us how many actions they completed last year in the 2023 year when it comes to Truth and Reconciliation. Thank you.
The honourable minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We have either completed or in progress 80% of the calls to action that relate to the federal government or in the sole purview of the federal government, Madam Speaker. We've been working on this path towards reconciliation. We established, for example, the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls. We are in the process of implementing the 231 calls to action. We brought forward legislation recognizing the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Last June, the Minister of Justice put forward the action plan that essentially lays out our government's response to implementing UNDA. We are working at every step of the way with our partners to ensure that we are on this path of reconciliation, and I hope that the Conservative Party will join us in this journey.
As a commentaire, the honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague. He just mentioned Bill C-15. I know one of the first steps in Bill C-15 was actually putting in place an action plan. We're now very far out from the deadline of that, and I'm wondering where the action plan is at. I ask, Madam Speaker, because every time I try and apply Bill C-15 to current legislation, they keep talking about an action plan. Yet that should have been out already to make sure that all legislation going forward is consistent with the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. I'm wondering if the Honourable Minister can update the House about where the action plan is at. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for that question. Very important question. Last June, the Minister of Justice did release an action plan. The challenge is there are a number of different calls to action there that need to be implemented. So there is a review of laws process that is being undertaken, which can take some time. But I do want to just note the UN declaration has been transformational. Like if we look at the decision on Bill C-92 in the Supreme Court of Canada, it really establishes how much of an impact UNDRIP has had on Canadian law. And I am absolutely certain, and I know my friend opposite believes in this fundamentally as well, that this is going to transform this country in a way that other things have not. So I do look forward to working with her in furthering UNDRIP and also other issues that are of mutual importance.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Madam Speaker, and because we're able to have this conversation continue back and forth, the Honourable Minister seemed to suggest that my opposition to the use my opposition in principle to the use of time allocation would mean that this place would come to a standstill, no business could get done. I plead with all sides of this House to return to the use of the rules that we have so that House leaders, when they meet, can have a legitimate and honest sharing of views as to how many members in the place are legitimately prepared to speak, which under our rules and our rules that as they exist, although they are continually ignored, would require that members speak without a note, not reading a speech which is handed to them. If we were to do that, we would no longer have the situation where a government House leader looking at an opposition House leader, would get a shrug of the shoulders and not sure how many members we're going to put up, because everybody knows you can put up every last member if you hand them a speech to read. We have to make this place work to the purposes for which it was created, and that's legitimate, honest, informed debate.
Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, and I agree with my colleague from Saanich Gulf Islands. Look, I do think we need to make Parliament work better. I do think that certain things that we do, sometimes, all-night voting, for example, a lot of it is not good for our health. But unfortunately, the process we have right now, the one that is not working sometimes, is prolonging bills that are very important to Canadians. Bill C-29 is such an example. We've had 58 hours of debate, Madam Speaker. This is like almost unprecedented for legislation of this nature, where in fact I believe everyone will be voting for this in favor. We've had multiple meetings at committee. So at what point do we say, well, we have no other choice? I believe the point for myself was, Madam Speaker, on February 12th, where this could have been disposed of with a vote. We had a concurrence motion that came in, and it derailed the debate. So, there's definitely frustration on my end, but there's greater frustration on communities who've been waiting and demanding that we put forward and implement the TRC calls to action.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to circle back, if I could, on the exclusion of the Congress of Aboriginal Peoples. And what's very disappointing from that minister's answer is he doesn't want to relitigate, his words, this concern when, according to Stats Canada, there are about 800,000, almost a million, Indigenous people across Canada that are not represented by the organizations that are on this council. So, Madam Speaker, with due respect to that minister, do those 800,000 Canadians that are not represented by those who are on the council, does he suggest that it's not worth continuing the Conservative fight, at the very least, to ensure that those voices are in fact included on the Council for Reconciliation?
Honourable Minister.
The bill, Madam Speaker, calls for an establishment of a council between, I believe it's 9 and 12 members. There are 4 seats that are reserved. There are still 8 more seats that are fully open, and nothing will preclude CAP, for example, from seeking, or members of CAP from seeking a seat there and to be represented. Secondly, just to confirm, once you're a member of the board, the allegiance is actually to the board itself, to the council itself, and not to individual organizations. That's typically how these things work. So my suggestion to the member would be to advise CAP that they can apply in an open and transparent process for an appointment to the council.
And comments, the Honourable Government Deputy House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I get a kick out of listening to Conservatives talk about and question the number of recommendations from the Truth and Reconciliation report that we've accomplished, given the fact that when the report was tabled, Stephen Harper wouldn't even accept the recommendations in there. And now suddenly they're trying to report themselves as being the champions for the calls to action and the implementation of them. I think it's just wild beyond belief. But, my question, and it comes on the heels of what our colleague from Saanich Gulf Islands was talking about, Madam Speaker, is the reality is that now, we have another situation where Conservatives are just doing whatever they can to delay every piece of legislation because, unfortunately, they don't come to this place with the objective of making lives better for Canadians. They come here with the objective of doing everything that they possibly can to get in the way of the government and those parties that are trying to act responsible from actually getting anything done. It's pretty clear that this bill will most likely pass unanimously, probably even with the support of the Conservatives, yet they still won't let the bill come for an actual vote. So I empathize with the comments from the member from Saanich Gulf Islands, but the reality is that we just don't have support from the Conservatives to move forward on anything.
The Honourable Minister.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. And what's really curious about this particular piece of legislation is just this is an additional tool of accountability where government of the day will be held to account. So, I am quite disappointed that this is being delayed because essentially this will enable greater scrutiny on the work on reconciliation, and something that I think all of us should be held to a standard where we are accountable for the work that we do.
Questions and comments? The Honourable for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I think the Conservatives are being disingenuous on this issue. There is no doubt that this is important legislation. The previous leader, Aaron O'Toole, allowed legislation to pass unanimously. And since the member from Carleton has become leader of the Conservative Party, his intent seems to be to want to burn this House down. This is very unfortunate. And the fact that we've had 58 hours of debate, also the fact that this passed at third reading, Madam Speaker, unanimously. I've got the vote right in my hands. 315 members voted on third reading for this bill. There was not a single member that voted against it. And yet Conservatives are saying, no, it's not, let's not proceed to a vote. We passed it, but we really want to stall more and block other pieces of legislation. That is tragically unfortunate, given the importance of truth and reconciliation. I wanted to ask my colleague why the Conservatives are trying to say to the Canadian public that there's a reason for blocking this bill when they voted, as all other members did, in favour.
The Honourable Minister.
Opposition. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank my colleague for that intervention once again. And it is very curious to me, but I do think that on issues of reconciliation, on the issues involving the rights of Indigenous peoples, I do think there is a moral imperative for all of us to come together. And then this is a plea that I want to make because I know sometimes we do get sidelined by politics. But this is as simple as it gets. This should not offend anyone. This is something that ultimately I do believe the Conservative Party will vote in favor of. But like obstructing this particular legislation, I think is a really bad sign of reconciliation. And I don't think that something like establishing a National Council for Truth and Reconciliation should be held up any longer. The first day of debate on this took place on September the 21st, 2022, Madam Speaker. That's over 2 years ago.
Comments? The Honourable for Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate that the Minister keeps talking about the number of hours of debate, and I think it's really important to highlight the fact that we completed third reading here in the House of Commons the first time around on December 1st, 2022. It then went to the Senate for first reading that same day, and then it sat there. It sat in the Senate, being debated in the Senate, coming back amended only on November 30th, 2023. So for the members opposite to somehow say that it's Conservatives and the 15 senators, as amazing as our 15 Conservative senators are, that they are somehow capable of holding up a bill of this magnitude, that is absolutely disingenuous and it's absolutely untrue. Because frankly, it was not Conservative senators that were bringing forward all of these amendments. It was senators from the so-called independent Senate caucus, as well as many others. So, Madam Speaker, I would hate to let facts get in the way of a good story, but perhaps the Minister needs to be more truthful when he's sharing things with the Canadians.
Honourable Minister.
Let me just illustrate this point, okay? February 12th, there was a scheduled debate on C-29. That day, the Conservative Party moved a concurrence motion, a motion meant to derail the debate and derail a vote on C-29. That is what I'm talking about, Madam Speaker. This has been going on since September 2021, when we initially had the first debate on this. This is now close to 2 years. It's time to move on, Madam Speaker. I don't think there's anything more to be added to this debate. It's been, many aspects of it have been considered by committee, very thoughtful conversations in the Senate, and it's back here for final approval, Madam Speaker. So I do encourage my colleagues to reflect on what they have done to obstruct this bill.
Questions and comments? The Honourable for Winnipeg Centre.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I find it really disingenuous, actually, from both sides. I mean, the Auditor General just came out around the Liberals not investing enough in Indigenous housing, calling the situation deplorable. Then on Monday, I'm in committee, we're talking about child welfare, and the Conservatives are in committee trying to obstruct the study of Bill C-92 to reconcile providing and upholding the right of Indigenous people to regain our self-determination over matters impacting our children, trying to hold up a committee with a carbon tax motion, calling it urgent when we have kids going murdered, pipeline to MMIWG, kids going murdered and missing through the child welfare system. I find it really difficult. We're talking about residential schools. There's lots of things the Conservatives can obstruct. I certainly hope that they're not using residential school survivors to obstruct a bill that needs to pass. If there's anything more scummy, it's obstructing the progression of lifting up the voices of residential school survivors. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I fully agree with my colleague. This is essentially an additional tool that can be used to keep governments accountable for the work on reconciliation. The 2015 report of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission had 94 calls to action. Our government's been in the process of implementing much of it. There's been debate in terms of how much we've actually implemented and how much is in progress. And I think this independent body will enable for better, more accurate data, Madam Speaker, and that's why it's so important that we pass this bill.
For a brief question, the Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'm curious how the conversation has evolved from that minister over the course of this debate and his suggestion that while all parties, including the Liberals at committee, voted to ensure that this council would be as inclusive of all Indigenous voices as possible, he says that the Congress of Aboriginal Peoples should simply follow their process, and and this is very, very interesting, he says that their loyalty won't be to their organizations but to the board. So I'm concerned that the evolution of the language that has taken place over this half hour is exactly the reason why a fulsome debate is required in this place. So, Madam Speaker, I would certainly call into question the suggestion that they have somehow settled all outstanding issues on this bill when clearly they don't have all of the questions answered.
Answer from the Honourable Minister.
Speaker, I believe I have already answered this question. I think the process itself has worked itself through both houses, and this matter has been discussed at length, and I believe that there's been closure. The matter is closed now, Madam Speaker. I do encourage all members to support the passage of this bill. Even tonight, it could happen tonight, so I'm hoping we can get that done, Madam Speaker.
Il est de mon devoir d'interrompre maintenant.
It is my duty to put the motion to vote.
Est-ce que...
Demande une vote par appel nominal, il y aura des cloches.
OK. Si un député...
Il faut faire ça.
Je l'ai fait, c'est évident.
D'accord, donc la question est suivante.
Monsieur McKinnon, Gatineau, appuyé par Monsieur Annan.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau, seconded by Mr. Anand-Desangari, moves that with regards to Bill C-29, an act to provide for the establishment of a National Council for Reconciliation, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the stage of consideration of Senate amendment to the bill.
15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration of the said stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment.
if a member participating in person wishes that the motion be adopted.
Deputy House Leader?
I request a recorded division, Madam Speaker.
And the members?
The question is as follows. Mr. McKinnon Gatineau, seconded by Mr. Anandasangari, moved that in relation to Bill C-29, an act to provide for the establishment of a National Council for Reconciliation, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the stage. May I dispense? The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur McKinnon Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon Gatineau.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Mr. Anandasangari.
Mr. Anandasangari.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Monsieur Yakano.
Monsieur Yakano.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Gazan.
Ms. Gazan.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Zan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Monsieur Delted.
Monsieur Delted.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Ms. Findley.
Ms. Findley.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Reddicock.
Mr. Reddicock.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Sinclair Desgagnés.
Madame Sinclair Desgagnés.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
La Chambre attendra maintenant la fin de la...
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
Je désire informer la Chambre que la période
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended.
révolue et si les députés n'ont pas
If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function. The chair will recognize them.
Le bureau va maintenant
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 178, 178. Nays contre 146, 146.
I declare the motion carried.
I recognize the honourable member from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Speaker, I'm rising on the notice of a question of privilege that provided the table with following the tabling of the 17th report from the Standing Committee on Government Operations. At the outset, I want to note that the Government Operations Committee is actually meeting this afternoon, so our colleagues who sit on the committee may well wish to address this with the House tomorrow or possibly Friday. But last week, Christian Firth, the co-founder of GC Strategies, a two-person IT firm that does no actual work, finally appeared before the Government Operations Committee to answer for his and his company's role at the heart of the Liberal government's Arrive scam. The House is well familiar already with the Auditor General's damning report of this procurement fiasco. Other investigations have been popping up left, right, and centre by other officers of Parliament, including possibly the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. I believe that the Globe and Mail's Bill Curry pegged it at 12 active investigations. Parliamentarians had questions for Mr. Firth and his partner Darren Anthony, who had long resisted appearing before committee. That's why the committee, in its 14th report, had asked for a House order to compel their appearances before the committee, backstopped by the authorization of a Speaker's warrant to take them into custody if necessary, and the House had unanimously concurred in that report the same day that it was tabled. As I said, Mr. Firth appeared to answer questions, but answers would not be how I describe what he gave. That's why, at the conclusion of his appearance last Wednesday, the Government Operations Committee unanimously and without debate adopted a Conservative motion to present a report to the House, quote, outlining the potential breach of privilege concerning Christian Firth's refusal to answer those questions, which the committee agreed to put to him, and his prevarication in answering others, end quote. The area of greatest concern that I want to highlight was Mr. Firth's refusal to say which public office holders he communicated with concerning the crafting of a so-called competitive contract with the Canada Border Services Agency. The House will recall that the Auditor General found at paragraph 1.56 of her ArriveCan audit that GC Strategies was involved in developing the requirements set out in the agency's request for proposal. Naturally, parliamentarians wanted to know who spoke with him. Mr. Firth, however, stonewalled several members, including me, with repeated refusals to answer those questions directed to him, citing an RCMP investigation. When he was pressed on whether he understood the imperative nature of answering questions at committee, he again refused to answer, citing solicitor-client privilege. On other occasions, Speaker, in response to other questions asked of him, the witness offered evasive responses, a concept referred to in some procedural texts as prevaricating, something which I will elaborate upon in a few moments. I would draw your attention to a handful of exchanges in committee with Mr. Firth as examples. I asked whether Mr. Firth had lied to a parliamentary committee before. Mr. Firth answered, quote, watch my previous testimony, end quote. I also asked which public office holders Mr. Firth had met outside of government offices. Mr. Firth answered, quote, I'm more than happy to provide that information in writing, but I'm not prepared to do that right now, televised, end quote. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan asked Mr. Firth how many hours he spent sending LinkedIn invitations, a key component of GC Strategies' apparent recruitment strategy, and Mr. Firth answered, quote, that has no bearing on this project, does it? End quote. The honourable member for Carleton Trail Eagle Creek asked Mr. Firth to name his contacts in the various departments, which provided GC Strategies with 134 contracts. Mr. Firth answered, quote, "I'd like to provide all of those details after the meeting, please. I would not like to speak about it publicly, just with how this committee is going," end quote. I asked Mr. Firth to name the individuals who allegedly provided the glowing testimonials which appear on GC Strategies' website. Mr. Firth answered, quote, "I do know the answer. I will provide it after this meeting," end quote. As an aside, Speaker, I believe that the committee is still waiting on Mr. Firth to make good on some of those undertakings which he had promised the committee he would answer by 9 a.m. the following morning. The Government Operations Committee might have more to report on that in due course. I'll also add that there are concerns about the truthfulness of some of the testimony from Mr. Firth and other witnesses throughout the course of this committee study. However, that may well be a matter for yet another future report from the committee. For today's purposes, we are of course concerned with Mr. Firth's refusal to answer questions and his evasiveness on others. Your predecessor, Speaker, ruled on May 11, 2021 at page 7021 of the debates about the role of committees in questioning questions of privilege concerning witnesses' evidence. Quote, there is no precedent where the chair has used there is no precedent where the chair has used testimony from a committee without there being a report on the subject. This aspect of the matter is a concern for the chair. It is not for the Speaker to untangle the committee evidence to determine who knew what and when. Such an initiative would trespass on the role of committee members and constitute a breach of my duty to act with impartiality. It is up to the committee to continue its own study and to inform the House of its conclusion if it deems it appropriate, as has been the tradition, end quote. Speaker, the Government Operations Committee has done its work. It has informed the House of its conclusion that Mr. Firth obstructed it through his refusal to answer questions and providing prevaricating responses. Now, House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition, page 82, borrowing from a list of established contempts laid out in a 1999 report of the United Kingdom Parliament's Joint Committee on Parliamentary Privilege, enumerates established areas of contempt, including, quote, without reasonable excuse refusing to answer a question or provide information, end quote, and, quote, engaging in other misconduct in the presence of the House or a committee, end quote. On August 12, 1947, the United Kingdom House of Commons resolved, quote, that the refusal of a witness before a select committee to answer any questions which may be put to him is a contempt of the House and an infraction of the undoubted right of this House to conduct any inquiry which may be necessary in the public interest, end quote. Parliamentary Privilege in Canada, 2nd edition, explains at page 191, a committee is not restricted in the scope of its questions. It can pose a witness, and a witness must answer all questions put to him, subject only to a point of order by a member of the committee that the question should not be permitted, and with an ultimate appeal of the chairman's ruling to that committee, end quote. Beauchesne's Parliamentary Rules and Forms 6th edition adds at citation 863, quote, a witness who is unwilling to answer a question after stating the reason for desiring to be excused from answering may appeal to the chair whether in the circumstances for the reason stated an answer should be given, end quote. If you consult the transcript of last Wednesday's meeting of the Government Operations Committee, Speaker, you will see several instances where the chair was asked, without any objection from the committee, to direct Mr. Firth on behalf of the committee to answer the questions. Certainly, no members objected to the questions that were asked. The chair, having heard the reasons offered by Mr. Firth, nonetheless directed him to respond. The chair also reminded the witness about the protections offered to him by the law of parliamentary privilege. Perhaps it would be also helpful for the House to be refreshed on those important principles. Beauchesne's notes at citation 109, quote, witnesses before committees share the same privilege of freedom of speech as members. Nothing said before a committee or at the bar of the House may be used in a court of law. Thus, a witness may not refuse to answer on the grounds of self-incrimination. End quote. Bosque and Gagnon add at footnote 681 on page 1080, quote, as with members, freedom of speech is extended to the testimony given by witnesses before committees and has been held to include protection from any possible prosecution, end quote. The reasons behind this important principle are elaborated upon by Bosque and Gagnon, page 93. Quote, this right, freedom of speech, is also extended to individuals who appear before the House or its committees in order to encourage truthful and complete disclosures without fear of reprisal or other adverse actions as a result of the testimony. In 2005, the Federal Court of Appeal ruled in Galliano v. Canada, Attorney General, that the testimony of a parliamentary witness fell within the scope of parliamentary privilege because it is necessary for the functioning of Parliament for three reasons: to encourage witnesses to speak openly before the parliamentary committee, to allow the committee to exercise its investigative function, and, in a more secondary way, to avoid contradictory findings of fact. End quote. In 2007, the federal court again recognized in George v. Canada, Attorney General, that a witness's testimony before a House committee is protected by parliamentary privilege. Although a witness before a parliamentary committee are not members of Parliament, they are not strangers to the House either. Rather, they are guests who are afforded parliamentary privilege because, as with members, the privilege to ensure that they are able to speak openly, free from fear that their words will be used against them in subsequent proceedings. The court confirms that parliamentary privilege, quote, precludes other entities from holding members of Parliament or witnesses before committees liable for statements made in the discharge of their functions in the House, end quote. Mr. Firth, however, persisted in his refusals, citing the RCMP investigation and solicitor-client privilege. Given the latter grounds, it's perhaps important to refer back to Beauchesne's citation 863, Speaker. Quote, a witness is, however, bound to answer all questions which the committee sees fit to put and cannot be excused, for example, on the grounds that there could be a risk of a civil action, or because the matter was privileged communication such as that between a solicitor and a client, or on the grounds of advice from counsel that the question cannot be answered without risking self-incrimination or a civil suit, or that it would prejudice a defense in pending litigation, some of which would be sufficient grounds of excuse in a court of law, end quote. Very similar words appear at page 38.36 of Erskine May 25th edition. The fact remains, Mr. Speaker, that Mr. Firth was asked questions, he refused, he was pressed to answer by the committee, and yet he continued to refuse. That is, I respectfully submit, a contempt of Parliament. Next, Mr. Speaker, I want to turn to the matter of Mr. Firth's prevaricating evidence. The Canadian Oxford Dictionary, 2nd edition, defines the verb to prevaricate as, quote, speak or act evasively or misleadingly, end quote. Derek Lee's The Power of Parliamentary Houses to Send for Persons, Papers, and Records at page 180 states, quote, witnesses have been guilty of contempt by the House or similarly punished by the House for prevarication, end quote. Erskine May puts it at paragraph 15.5 of the 25th edition as follows, quote, in the past, witnesses who have prevaricated, given false evidence, willfully suppressed the truth, or persistently misled a committee have been considered guilty of contempt. That entry, I would add, falls under the heading of, quote, misconduct in presence of either House or a committee, end quote. A phrase found in the list of established contempts found on page 82 of Bosque and Gagnon. Now, parliamentary practice in New Zealand, 4th edition, also comments in relation to witnesses' obligation to tell the truth. At page 7776, quote, even to prevaricate before a committee might invite questions, end quote. Now, in the United Kingdom House of Commons, several committee witnesses in the 19th century faced the wrath of the House when giving prevaricating evidence with a finding of contempt, even committal into the custody of the Sergeant-at-Arms or at Her Majesty's Jail of Newgate. Example cases may be found, I won't read them all, but at page 601 of the Journal for August 28, 1835, at page 258 of the Journal for February 24, 1848, at page 147 of the Journal for April 7, 1851, at page 699 and 742 of the Journal for July 20th and 29th, 1853, at page 354 of the Journal for July 28th, 1857, and at page 239 of the Journal for April 23rd, 1866. A close cousin of prevarication is the willful suppression of the truth. On March 3rd, 1828, a committee of the whole of the United Kingdom House of Commons, considering the East Retford Disenfranchisement Bill, had before it a witness, Jonathan Fox, who spent 90 minutes answering most questions with some variation of, quote, "I cannot say." The witness was asked to withdraw while the committee deliberated. These deliberations at column 936 of the parliamentary debates are insightful. For a quote, Mr. Alderman Waithman observed that the committee could not suffer its dignity to be trifled with in this way. He would appeal to the committee whether this man's answers could be believed. Something ought to be done to support the dignity of the House, which ought not to be trifled with in this manner. He should move that the witness has been guilty of gross prevarication. Mr. Baring asked how, if the inquisitorial power of the House was to be exercised, that power could ever be exercised if it was treated in this manner. One phrase was perpetually in this man's mouth. Here was a man who had entertained the committee for an hour and a half with the same answer. He had been guilty, in his opinion, of gross prevarication. Mr. Peel thought it doubtful whether the witness had been guilty of prevarication. It seemed a willful suppression of the truth. The Attorney General agreed that the conduct of the witness did not amount to gross prevarication, although it was evidently a willful suppression of the truth. Mr. Wynne confessed that he did not know what prevarication was if the witness had not been guilty of it, end quote. Now, in the end, Speaker, the House adopted a resolution that Mr. Fox, quote, has attempted to defeat the investigation of the committee by willfully suppressing the truth, end quote. All of that is to say, Speaker, that Mr. Firth was quite clearly dodging and weaving in his evidence to the committee, desperate to avoid giving answers. He was, to borrow from the Canadian Oxford Dictionary definition, answering evasively. Now, based on the authorities which I have cited, that is a further contempt of Parliament committed by Mr. Firth. Normally, Speaker, this is the point where I would say I'm prepared to move the appropriate motion. But what is the appropriate motion? Boskin Gagnon comment at page 150 that, quote, the terms of a privileged motion have generally provided that the matter be referred to a committee for study, end quote. Footnote 386 hastens to add, quote, there have been exceptions to this practice, end quote. So what would be the objective of another committee study in these circumstances, Speaker? The facts are crystal clear. The question and the refusals are already on the record. Would we ask the Procedure and House Affairs Committee to report back saying, yep, Christian Firth definitely refused to answer those questions, and man, he was really cagey too. Mangot at page 263, I believe, offers the answer. And it is, quote, nevertheless, open in flagrant cases of contemptuous conduct to move that the facts in question constitute a breach of privilege, end quote. He wrote a little earlier on the same page, quote, the practice at one time provided that the alleged contemner be brought to the bar of the House, end quote. Indeed, that is what the House decided to do in June of 2021 after the government defied an order of the House concerning the production of Winnipeg lab documents, summoning the President of the Public Health Agency of Canada to appear at the bar to receive an admonishment on behalf of his agency. Now, these circumstances are a little different when we're dealing with a committee witness providing testimony rather than a document production order aimed at the government. The House has, since the turn of the century, held 2 witnesses in contempt for their evidence before committee. In 2003, the Government Operations Committee concluded that the former Privacy Commissioner, George Radwanski, had deliberately misled the committee in his testimony and should be found in contempt of the House. However, given that Mr. Radwanski had apologized to the House in writing, in addition to having resigned as an officer of Parliament, no sanctions were applied beyond the contempt finding. In 2008, the Standing Committee on Public Accounts determined that RCMP Deputy Commissioner Barbara George had knowingly misled the committee in her testimony before the committee and recommended that she be found in contempt of the House, but ordered no further action on the recommendation of the committee, quote, as the finding of contempt is, in and of itself, a very serious sanction. Now, more recently, in 2011, the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development's 6th report provided the House with extracts of evidence given by the Minister of International Cooperation, which contradicted her statements in the House. Now, Speaker Milliken ruled on March 9, 2011, that there was a prima facie case of privilege, and the matter was referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, which heard from the Minister and other witnesses, but it did not complete a report before the Parliament was dissolved. Now, those cases involved contradicting answers. We were concerned here with getting answers. Therefore, we must look back further in time for instances when the House addressed similar situations. Now, in June of 1891, one Michael Connolly, a witness before the Privileges and Elections Committee, which was investigating allegations of corrupt practices on the part of a member of the House, refused to turn over documents which he brought with him and was being asked about. Now, this was reported to the House, which in turn ordered him to appear at the bar, where he was questioned, granted counsel, and ordered to turn over the documents in question. In August of 1891, Thomas McGreevy, the member whose corruption was being investigated by the Privileges and Elections Committee, appeared as a witness and refused to answer questions. The matter was reported to the House, which ordered him to appear in his place in the House to answer those questions. Mr. McGreevy did not appear, leading the House to order him to be taken into custody. Despite the Sergeant-at-Arms' pursuit of Mr. McGreevy by train as far as Quebec City, he was not captured, but was expelled as an MP the following month. In 1906, William Preston, a civil servant, appeared as a witness before the Agriculture and Public Accounts Committee, where he refused to answer questions. Each committee reported the situation to the House, where a motion to summon him to the bar was debated, but a Liberal government amendment which excused Mr. Preston was adopted instead. Now, in 1913, R.C. Miller, a witness before the Public Accounts Committee, refused to answer questions. The matter was reported to the House, which ordered him to appear before the bar, where Mr. Miller was further questioned but persisted in refusals of his answers. The House, in turn, found him in contempt, sent him to prison, where he remained until Parliament was prorogued 4 months later. So, let's be clear. I'm not proposing that Mr. Firth be imprisoned for this particular offense. We must all recall that this House is possessed with awesome power and authority to vindicate its role as the grand inquest of the nation. Citations 123 to 125 of Beauchesne's elaborates, quote, privilege grants considerable punitive powers to the House of Commons. The mildest form of punishment is a simple declaration that an act or an article is a breach of privilege. When an individual has been present at the bar, it has been customary to deliver this conclusion to the culprit in the presence of the House. On such occasions, censure of the individual is usually added to the conclusion that privilege has been offended. Occasionally, the individual at the bar will be given the opportunity to purge the contempt and promise better conduct in the future. For more serious contempts, the House may proceed further, end quote. Now, before anyone worries that this might be an intense approach, the United Kingdom's Parliament Joint Committee of Parliamentary Privilege in 1999 reported at paragraph 301 and 302, compellingly explained the need for such powers when confronted by contempts. The first question to be considered is whether contempt of Parliament by non-members should still attract any punishment at all. We believe it should. Take as an example the investigatory work of committees. Powers must exist to ensure that committee investigations can proceed, that witnesses will attend, and that papers will be produced. Apart from public officials and ministers, many interest groups and representative bodies and many companies and private individuals also appear regularly before select committees of both houses. They almost always appear voluntarily. However, occasionally, witnesses are unwilling to appear or information necessary to an inquiry is not willingly provided. If the work of Parliament is to proceed without improper interference, there must ultimately be some sanction available against those who offend. Those who interrupt the proceedings or destroy evidence or seek to intimidate members or witnesses, those who disobey orders of the House or a committee to attend and answer questions or produce documents. Sometimes the conduct is a criminal offense. Then the criminal law should take its course. In the case of non-members, that will normally suffice. But unless a residual power to punish exists, the obligation not to obstruct will be little more than a pious aspiration. The absence of a sanction will be cynically exploited by some persons from time to time. Now, some from the Liberal benches might urge upon the chair in the House the fact that these powers concerning these witnesses had not been used in many decades, and therefore they might argue that they're now in doubt. They might even, Speaker, object to me referencing precedent longer than their time in this House. And to that, I would answer with paragraphs 76 and 77 of the 2013 report of the United Kingdom Parliament's Joint Committee on Parliamentary Privilege, which formed part of an analysis on options for enforcing the House's authority. Barely 10 years old. Quote, "It is unfortunate that Parliament's restraint has led to doubt about the continuing existence of its powers. They are a part of United Kingdom law and have been so for centuries." In this section, we would consider the third option, which would involve the two houses reasserting their historic penal jurisdiction and setting up procedures for exercising that jurisdiction. The first and most important challenge is to assert the continuing existence of each house's jurisdiction over contempt. This is fundamentally a test of institutional confidence. We urge the two houses to rise to this challenge, end quote. So this is why, Speaker, my, quote, appropriate motion would rise to the challenge, and it would do the following. It would find Christian Firth to be in contempt. It would order him to the bar of the House to be admonished by the Speaker. While at the bar, he would be required to answer the questions which the committee struggled to obtain answers to, as noted in the 17th report table today. And finally, there would be provision for supplementary questions to Mr. Firth arising from the answers that he provided. The first three items are perfectly consistent with and are modeled upon the order of the House adopted on June 17, 2021, where the President of the Public Health Agency of Canada was summoned to the bar to receive an admonishment and turn over the documents which had previously not been provided. Indeed, Lee writes at page 241, quote, "Where the House finds that a breach of privilege or contempt has been committed by a person, the House may take steps to coerce the offender into complying with the order of the House or committee that resulted in the breach of privilege or contempt," end quote. Given the distinction here of seeking answers to oral questions as opposed to the production of papers, I would propose allowing for supplementary questions to be asked. Now, while it has been some time since a witness has been questioned at the bar, the sequence of events would, I respectfully submit, be consistent with the past precedents that I cited of witnesses who had refused to answer questions at committee. Now, Though the relevant forms and procedures are old and do not neatly fit into our contemporary way of conducting House business, it does not make the idea impossible. Now, Sir John Bournois' Parliamentary Procedure and Practice in Dominion of Canada, 4th edition, at pages 70 and 74 explains the procedures for questioning witnesses at the bar for those who want to understand the area better. In conclusion, Speaker, the 17th report of the Government Operations Committee outlines a troubling new development in the Liberal government's Arrive scam, which I believe amounts to a contempt of this House. Parliament deserves answers about this fiasco. All Canadians deserve to know those answers. We cannot allow the House of Commons to be trifled with or cynically exploited by witnesses who are too clever just by half. We must rise to the challenge. We need to demonstrate our institutional confidence as the grand inquest of the nation. We must get answers from Christian Firth about his conduct that is at the very heart of the Arrive scam. If you agree with me, Speaker, once we have allowed an opportunity for colleagues from the Government Operations Committee to speak to the matter, if they wish, I am prepared to move the motion which I outlined earlier. Thank you very much.
I sincerely thank the member from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes for its intervention. I see the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader rising on his feet to intervene on the same matter.
Quick things, Mr. Speaker. One is dealing with the privilege. The other is just to deal with ensuring that we get the questions on the order paper. It'll only take 40 seconds, Mr. Speaker, so I'd ask for leave to do so. Start the clock. Mr. Speaker, I assume that means I have to leave? Yes? Okay. Mr. Speaker, the following questions will be answered today. Questions 2255, 2257, 2259, 2260, 2263, and 2264. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, if the government's responses to questions number 2254, 2256, 2258, 2261, and 2262 could be made orders for return, these returns would be tabled in electronic format immediately. And it's all agreed? Agreed. It's all agreed. And then finally, Mr. Speaker.
All agreed? Agreed.
Speaker, I ask that the remaining questions be allowed to stand, and thank you, members, for doing that. And then I'll stand on the point of order when you say so.
Do I have, is there agreement from the House to carry through to allow those questions to stand? Agreed. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
So thank you, Mr. Speaker. In response, and I listened very closely for a good portion of what it is that the member had put on the record, and it is a great deal of detail. On the other hand, Mr. Speaker, I understand. My understanding is that the clerk actually had put in writing some requests for specific information, and that information was in fact provided. So the written response request that came from the clerk of the committee actually was in fact complied with. The bottom line, Mr. Speaker, is I don't think that we're in a comfortable enough position to actually make a ruling until we can actually have a little bit more time or enough time to be able to respond in more detail as to what is a very, very important issue.
I see that the honourable member from Burnaby South, from New Westminster, Burnaby, is rising on his feet on the same question of privilege.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I found the arguments of my colleague from Leeds Grenville, Rideau Lakes, very detailed. And I'd like to add what the NDP has to say about this. It was unanimous, the 17th report from the Government Operations Committee, and the elements are very clear in it, Mr. Speaker. I won't take a lot of time, but when you look at all the facts, Mr. Ruth did refuse to answer legitimate questions that were asked of him, and this does appear to be a prima facie breach of privilege, and contempt of Parliament. We have seen this in the past. Of course, it's rare, but at the same time, in most cases where witnesses appear before committees, they give answers. They're ready to take action and to express themselves. And in these cases, when we look at a report that was unanimously adopted, it's clear that the Government Operations Committee found there were answers to questions that were relevant to the RIVCAN application. Now, our Parliament is being seized with this.
I'd like to say that it is clear when we look at the precedences that have been cited, and I won't repeat all of the various quotes from the procedural manual that governs our activities. But it is very clear that Mr. Firth's refusal to answer those key questions on the RIVCAN application indicate that this is a breach of privilege and contempt of Parliament. It is clear that this is, in my opinion, an open and shut case of privilege. And this is something that you could move to adjudicate in a very timely way. I add that the 17th report of government operations is very clear. It was passed unanimously by all members. This is something that doesn't happen very often, you know, Mr. Speaker, but very clearly, when parliamentary rights to get to the answers on behalf of Canadians are violated, it is something that I believe all members of Parliament should take seriously. The member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley, who is our representative on that committee, believes as well that this is something where answers should have been provided. And the fact that the witness was uncooperative, Mr. Firth refused to provide those answers, is something that should be of concern to all Canadians. So I believe there is a prima facie case of privilege being breached, of contempt of Parliament, and I hope that you would adjudicate this as soon as you feel you have enough information.
I'd like to thank the member for New Westminster Burnaby for his intervention. I recognize the member for La Prairie who would like to interview on the same question. I'd just like to mention that the Bloc would like to retain its comments for a future moment. It won't be very long. We will come back rather quickly on this in terms of this point of order from our colleague from the Conservative Party. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to recognize the member for Saanich Gulf Islands on this same point of order.
I'd like to, having sat through the presentation from the honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes, commend him for his thoroughness and for citation of relevant authorities in a fashion which did this place honour. It is so encouraging to hear a debate. I'm not going to mention others, but this was substantive and helpful. And on behalf of the Green Party of Canada, I wish to commend him. I wish to commend to the Speaker the veracity of his point of order. And I completely agree with every word spoken by the member for Burnaby. I know, Westminster Burnaby, on behalf of the New Democratic Party and the Green Party, wishes to be aligned with those comments, and hope, Mr. Speaker, that you will come back and that Mr. Firth will stand there and answer some questions.
I see that the honourable member from Timmins James Bay is also rising on his feet on the same question of privilege.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'll keep my remarks short, but I wanted to bring to light I've been involved in a number of committees where we were at the line of issue of contempt, and I think it's important to put on the record what was explained to us in committee is that we are not a court of law. We may be really angry at government, we may be demanding witnesses, but we have to do it in a judicious manner, and if there's an issue of contempt, it has to come to the House. Now, we have been in situations where we knew that we were not getting truthful answers from witnesses, and my colleague and I were involved with one with a certain group of brothers and their chief financial officer, and we decided at that moment actually not to go that length because we'd gotten as far as we could as a parliamentary committee and we felt the evidence stood. However, the principle of parliamentarians being able to take this to the House has to be protected and preserved. It doesn't matter when the last time it happened. What matters is that we have the obligation and the right, when people are being dishonest and not telling the truth to committees, that we have the power to bring it to the House, whether or not the government at the time likes it or not. These are the tools that parliamentarians have. Again, we are not the court of law, but we get evidence that we present to Parliament so Parliament can make decisions. So if something was wrong, it will not happen again. So, Speaker, I trust in your that you're going to be very careful and judicious here, but it is the importance of preserving that right of parliamentarians to do their job and not be inhibited just because someone doesn't believe they are obligated to answer questions. They are obligated to answer questions when it's in the interest of the Canadian public. Hear, hear.
I'd like to thank the honourable members, the honourable member from Timmins James Bay, as well as from the honourable member from Saanich Gulf Islands for interventions, as well as all members, and in particular I'd like to thank the member from Leeds Grenville, Thousand Island, Rideau Lakes for bringing forward a very clear presentation. Because there was a request from the member from Winnipeg North, also le député de La Prairie, et puis aussi
the member for La Prairie, and also the member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes, who invited the participation of other members of the Standing Committee on Government Operations. I will wait. I hope these interventions will be done rather quickly because the Speaker, I have to say, is pretty inclined to do everything possible to preserve the rights of this place for members to receive answers from our witnesses who appear before committees. So following the request,
the intervention of the member from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Island, Rideau Lakes, I will hope that the members of Government Operations Committee will quickly intervene, as well as we'll hear from the members from the Bloc and from the NDP, as well as from the Liberals, who indicated that they would like to come back on this issue. But I guess I'm sort of tipping my hat. I'm quite disposed to this motion. So I look forward to an intervention as soon as possible so that we can dispense with this matter quickly.
I wish to inform the House that due to the delay pursuant to Standing Order 7 of the Standing Order, the time for private members' business is cancelled. Consequently, it is put forward to a later date. Pursuant to order adopted on Monday, March 18, 2024, the House will now form a committee of the whole to study motion number 36 under government orders. The House will now compose a committee of the whole.
Before we begin this evening's debate, I would like to remind honourable members how the proceedings will unfold. Each member speaking will be allotted 10 minutes for debate, followed by 10 minutes for questions and comments.
Pursuant to order made on Monday, March 18, 2024, members may divide their time with another member. The time provided for the debate may be extended beyond 4 hours as needed to include a minimum of 12 periods of 20 minutes each, and the chair will receive no quorum calls, dilatory motions, or requests for unanimous consent.
We will now begin tonight's Take Note debate. Accordingly, Madame Leboutier.
Ms. Leboutier, for Mr. McKinnon, Gatineau, moves that this committee take note of the Canada-Ukraine relationship and the newly signed Strategic Security Partnership. Debate. The Honourable
Member from Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to advise you I will be sharing my time this evening. Mr. Speaker, I rise on a topic that I wish I did not have to address. 2 years ago, Vladimir Putin launched a full-scale invasion of Ukraine, and with it unleashed an attack on democracy, freedom, and the rules-based international order. Despite Russia's relentless assault, Ukrainians are standing strong, and Canada will stand with them for as long as it takes. The war continues to touch all of us, and the ties between our two countries are strong. We all have friends of Ukrainian heritage. Not only do I have a large Ukrainian community in my constituency of Etobicoke Lakeshore, many Ukrainian cultural and religious organizations, as well as the consulate of Ukraine is in Toronto, are located in my riding. I want them to know that I will not abandon them. Canada's support for Ukraine is ongoing and unwavering. Mr. Speaker, I would like to underline some of those supports. Since the beginning of 2022, Canada has committed over $13.3 billion in funding to support Ukraine. This includes $4 billion in military assistance, such as M777 howitzers, Leopard 2 main battle tanks, armored combat support vehicles, ammunition, high-resolution drone cameras, thermal clothing, body armor, fuel, and more. $7.4 billion in financial support, $352.5 million in humanitarian assistance, including support for emergency health interventions, protection services, and essentials such as shelter, water, sanitation, and food. $186 million in development assistance and funds for the Canada International Finance Corporation facility for resilient food systems. We will also contribute $198 million in security and stabilization assistance. Canadian Armed Forces members are supporting armed forces of Ukraine and the United Kingdom and Poland under Operation Unifier, providing training on a range of military skills. Between 2015 and 2024, Mr. Speaker, Canada has trained more than 40,000 members of the armed forces of Ukraine as part of this operation. They've also been assisting with the delivery of military aid for Ukraine from Canada and on behalf of our allies and partners. Our support continues. Last month, Prime Minister Trudeau and the President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, held a bilateral meeting to discuss
in this House, and it's very important for him not to refer to actual members by their names, but by their either title or by their riding names.
Mr. Speaker, and I apologize. Thank you. Our Prime Minister and the President of Ukraine held a bilateral meeting to discuss the situation on the ground and Ukraine's needs over the coming months. The two leaders signed a new historic agreement on security cooperation between Canada and Ukraine to establish a strategic security partnership. The agreement builds on the G7 joint declaration of support for Ukraine and outlines key long-term security commitments for Canada to continue supporting Ukraine as it defends its sovereignty and territorial integrity, protects its people, and rebuilds its economy for the future. As part of the commitment, Canada will provide just over $3 billion in critical financial and military support to Ukraine in 2024. In addition, the Prime Minister announced new support for Ukraine's resilience and recovery efforts. This includes $75 million in peace and security assistance, which includes demining, cyber support, and intelligence support. Cultural support for the completion of the National Museum of the Holodomor genocide in Kyiv, helping preserve the memory of victims and survivors of the Holodomor, a systemic and heinous campaign of deliberate starvation by the Soviet regime that killed millions across Ukraine in 1932 and 1933. The Prime Minister also announced the allocation of funding up to $39 million in development assistance to provide access to essential mental health services for vulnerable populations, help build food systems that are more resilient, and support efforts by local communities towards reconstruction and recovery. Over $22 million in humanitarian assistance to support trusted United Nations and Red Cross partners in delivering critical assistance, including emergency health interventions, protection services, shelter, water, sanitation, and food, as well as the promotion of respect for international humanitarian law. Over $18 million in peace, security, and stabilization assistance to support projects. For many Canadians, and especially those of Ukrainian heritage, it's important now more than ever that Ukraine continues to receive the support it needs to fight the war. I was proud to host our Minister of Defense in my community of Etobicoke Lakeshore last month to announce that we are providing Ukraine with drones they need to protect their troops and their country. Of course, Mr. Speaker, there is the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement. Yesterday, I was pleased to join my colleague from Etobicoke Centre and Ihor Mikulishin to witness the Senate passing the agreement despite the opposition of the official opposition in the House and the official opposition in the Senate. It's a fundamental way to show solidarity with Ukraine, and I can't believe the official opposition didn't support it. It is shameful. In short, Mr. Speaker, the federal government stands in full solidarity with the people of Ukraine. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you. There are so many more measures I could discuss. The bottom line is we are here, we are with them, we will support them till this is over. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question et commentaire, the honourable member from Wellington, Halton Hills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened to my honourable colleague and his speech across the aisle, and I want to thank him for his support for Ukraine. We just had the Ukrainian ambassador in front of committee, the Foreign Affairs Committee, this afternoon, and she gave us some very concerning statistics. Ukraine is facing 6 to 7 times the number of shells daily from Russia that Ukraine is directing toward Russia, and they have a dire need for 155 millimeter ammunition. And so there was a discussion today at the committee about the need for increased ammunition. I know the Government of Canada has recently made announcements about shell production. Could the member tell us what the government's plans are with respect to increasing Canada's 155 millimeter shell production in order to contribute not only to Canada's security but that of Ukraine?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member opposite for his question. Look, Canada's support since the outset of this awful situation has been unconditional, unequivocal. I wasn't at the committee today to hear the ambassador's testimony, but I can tell you that her position has been unequivocal that Canada should support the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Deal as well. As for the specifics of his question and the ammunition, I would be happy to speak to him after. I would be happy to try and find specific information. I don't want to stand here before the House and pretend I have specifics to it, an answer to a question that I don't have. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague. Like my colleague from the Conservatives, I was in the Foreign Affairs Committee this afternoon as we met with the ambassador from Ukraine to Canada. One of the questions that I asked her, and I'll ask this member as a member of the government, was around the loopholes that we see within our arms export regime. One of the things that I think we all learned in November 2023 was that detonators were going through Kyrgyzstan and being used in Russian mines against Ukrainian people. Now, for me, the last thing I think that Canadians want to know is that Canadian parts, Canadian components are being used in the very weapons that are being used against Ukrainians. The New Democrats have long called for the closing of loopholes within our arms regime. This government has not taken those steps to do that. Is there any plans from this government to stop those loopholes that are making dual-use goods into weapons that are being used against our allies?
Good question.
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member for her question, and thank you for her continued support for Ukraine in this awful situation. again, I wasn't at the committee this afternoon. Canada works day in and day out. The Prime Minister and the President, our Defence Minister, our Foreign Affairs Minister, are in regular daily contact with their counterparts in Ukraine to make sure that the measures that need to be taken are taken, including closing loopholes and preventing the type of activity that she's talking about. So I can assure her that the federal government is taking every step and leaving no stone unturned. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the member made reference to the Canada-Ukraine trade agreement, an agreement, Mr. Speaker, that no doubt sends a very strong and powerful message as the world has that Ukraine solidarity movement, if I can use that word. And one of the big asks was how it is that we can help Ukraine also into the future. And that's why the President of Ukraine came to Canada with the Prime Minister. And this trade agreement is more than just a physical agreement. There's also another aspect to the agreement that I think speaks of a special relationship and speaks of being there for Ukraine. And I'm wondering if you could just expand upon the importance of that agreement.
Quickly, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for the question. Look, it is now, it is tomorrow, into the future. When this war comes to an end, Ukraine is going to have to be rebuilt. Canada is there with them now. They will be with them then. The free trade agreement is a step in that direction so that we are ready when the time comes. I speak to community members in Etobicoke Lakeshore and across the country, frankly, regularly, and they were enthused, excited. They wanted to get this deal passed. But unfortunately, I spent more time answering questions. Why is the opposition not supporting the free trade agreement? Why is the House not unanimously supporting the free trade agreement? I can't account for others. All I can account for is our side of the House. And we are there, and we will be there after this is over. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Right on.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Humber River, Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And it's a real pleasure tonight to have a few minutes to stand and to talk about the relationship between Canada and Ukraine and the fact that that the whole free trade agreement was passed yesterday is a real symbolic thing, that additional things that we can be doing to show our support for Ukraine. Once the world witnessed the brutal, unprovoked attack on democracy, freedom, and the rules-based international order when Vladimir Putin launched a full-scale attack on Ukraine. Not many people believed at that time that Ukraine's capital will stand strong longer than 2 or 3 days. And yet 2 years later, it's clear that the remarkable strength, the resilience, and the love for their country made Ukrainians known around the world as a nation of the brave, and Ukraine became a symbol of a steadfast force. I'm proud that Canada and our government stand alongside international partners in unwavering support for Ukraine. And on the second anniversary of the full-scale invasion of Ukraine by Russia, our Prime Minister and President Zelensky signed a new historic agreement on security cooperation between Canada and Ukraine to establish a strategic security partnership. This agreement is intended to shore up Ukraine's security and outlines key long-term security commitments for Canada to continue supporting Ukraine as it defends its sovereignty and territorial integrity, protects its people, and rebuilds its economy for the future. And as part of that commitment, Canada will provide over $3 billion in critical financial and military support to Ukraine in 2024. Our government has stood with Ukraine since day one of Russia's illegal invasion, and we will continue to do so until Ukraine and the Ukrainian people are free once again. Signing of the new security agreement is yet another testament of Canada's unwavering support for Ukraine. Canada will continue to support Ukraine's implementation of the deep and comprehensive reforms necessary for full integration into the EU and NATO, and commends Ukraine for the significant reform that has been made to date. It is clear that defense and security is #1 priority for Ukraine right now, and our prayers are with all of the people in Ukraine. Although rebuilding and recovery of Ukraine is another highly important aspect of its agenda, to this end, I'm thrilled to acknowledge the incredibly important milestone that Canada and Ukraine achieved last night, as I mentioned earlier, the royal assent of the modernized Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement. As chair of the International Trade Committee, it was great to work with all members of our committee to examine, process, and get it through committee and into the House. It's disappointing, though, that the Conservatives turned their back on Ukraine by voting against this free trade deal. But I need to emphasize that this side of the House will continue to stand with Ukraine in our words, in our action, and with our votes. A modernized CUFTA marks an important milestone in the Canadian-Ukrainian relationship, one that will support our people, our workers, and our businesses for years to come. Sectors of strategic importance to Ukraine's recovery include infrastructure, renewable energy, financial services, and oil and gas, which are all areas where Canada, of course, has strengths. Even more so, CUFTA will help make the reconstruction process transparent and sustainable. This agreement is the first FTA addressing anti-corruption provisions. According to the latest estimates by the Ukrainian side, since February 2022, more than 37% of the total damage in Ukraine falls on residential buildings, another 24% on infrastructure, and 8% on industrial assets. No surprise, Ukrainian and international analysts say that Ukraine will turn into the largest construction site in the world after the war ends. This free trade agreement sets the foundation on which Canadian and Ukrainian businesses can work together in the reconstruction of Ukraine and underpin the long-term economic relationship between our two countries. Our government will continue making sure that Ukraine has Canada's back in time of need. Madam Speaker, Canada will stand with Ukraine, as I indicated earlier, and for whatever it takes and for long as it takes. Slava Ukraine. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to speak and to share my time with my previous member. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Can we change seats just to be clear? Yes, okay, thank you. Yes, thank you. The Honourable Member for Bottle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And yes, being that it's Committee of the Whole, all of those details. My question for the member, and I know and respect her stance on Taiwan and some of the work that she's done, but I have been so concerned that some of the actions that the Liberals purport to take in support for Ukraine do not line up with the tangible action that both Ukraine has asked for when it comes to, an example, sending turbines back to Russia to pump Russian gas for sale in Europe, funding Putin's war in Ukraine, detonators being sent that direction, missiles that could be easily sent over, and there was a direct request. So certainly we were disappointed that the Liberals put in a carbon tax mechanism into the free trade agreement, bringing a domestic political issue into a debate that had a significant deal of cross-partisan support. It's very unfortunate that they would so politicize that. But what's also unfortunate is that quite often actions don't line up with the words that members of that Liberal Party speak when it comes to ensuring that they are truly supporting Ukraine. So I'd ask that member, if she could, to elaborate on how they actually take that tangible action to support the people of Ukraine, which includes energy security.
The Honourable Member for, oh my God, Humber River, Black Creek. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for his comment and, of course, his interest. Politics gets in the ways of a lot of things, and I think at the end of the day, every single person in this House wants to see Ukraine do well. As the chair of the International Trade, when we dealt with the Canada Free Trade Agreement for Ukraine, it was an enormous pleasure to be able to talk with a variety of people who are already in Ukraine, starting with the rebuild that is happening. And as far as we move forward, we talk about a carbon tax that my colleague couldn't resist throwing out there. Ukraine's had a carbon tax way before we've even talked about it. So I think Canada's way behind. The United States, all the other areas have had a carbon tax for years. Canada's just catching up now, and Ukraine is an example of how it functions very well.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. I thank the member for Humber River Black Creek for her speech. Madam Chair, I'm a member of the Canada-Ukraine Friendship Group. In that capacity, I had a conversation with the special envoy of French President Emmanuel Macron, a special envoy for Ukraine. We had some very enriching, interesting conversations, Madam Speaker. We spoke about how there seems to be a certain fatigue or laziness or fatigue by Canada and other countries when it comes to support for Ukraine. We also talked about post-conflict recovery, but mostly we concentrated on the current situation. President Macron, he made an announcement. He announced France's unwavering support to Ukraine. Just a few days ago, he made that announcement. The international community heard that message. We should take note of that message. The message is that we must double down. We must help Ukraine come through this conflict and beat Russia as soon as possible. Then it will be possible to begin recovery and reconstruction of Ukraine and of its economy. Then it will be possible for investors to engage in strategic partnerships and investments with Ukraine. And that's what I'd like to hear my colleague on. Thank you.
When this war started, I was so impressed by the countries all around the world that pledged their support and stood beside Ukraine. What has happened in the last 6 months, I would suggest, especially with the unexpected holdup in the U.S., with the House of Representatives still not having approved the funding that Ukraine needs. We cannot, if we really support, as Canada's done, we're putting our money on the table, and we continue to be as supportive today as we were when this war broke out.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Nous sommes ici ce soir pour un débat.
We are here tonight to discuss the relationship between Canada and Ukraine. We are also here to discuss the new strategic partnership between Canada and Ukraine.
I want to state clearly, Madam Speaker, at the beginning of this Take Note debate, that Conservatives support the newly agreed to Canada-Ukraine Strategic Security Partnership. We have long supported Ukraine. Well before the war in Ukraine began, that was started by President Putin's illegal invasion in 2014. On December 2nd, 1991, Canada became the first Western country to recognize Ukraine's independence from the Soviet Union under then Conservative Prime Minister Brian Mulroney. The late Brian Mulroney, who's been recognized this week in this House for his great foreign policy accomplishments with then External Affairs Minister Joe Clark. It was under Prime Minister Harper's leadership that Conservatives first negotiated the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement, the first free trade agreement between Canada and Ukraine. This deepened trade and investment relations between the two countries. The trade agreement removed tariffs from 86% of Canada's exports, with the remaining tariffs being phased out over the following 7 years. And it allowed for stronger exports of agricultural goods to and from Ukraine. It was under Prime Minister Harper Madam Speaker, I think there's something funny going on with the microphone here, but I'm not sure. In front of me, it seems to be turning on and off. Okay, thank you. It was under Prime Minister Harper that Operation Unifier was started, and that actually was a significant operation that was done jointly with the United Kingdom, which was critical in preparing the armed forces of Ukraine for Russia's illegal invasion. In fact, my honourable colleague who just spoke in the House referenced how many were surprised about how Ukraine stood up to Russia's second illegal invasion of Ukraine in February of 2022, and that many expected Ukraine's armed forces to collapse in the face of that Russian invasion, but in fact they didn't. And that is in large part because of Operation Unifier that was begun in 2015. It was also Prime Minister Harper who led the charge at the G8 that no longer exists to expel Russia as a member, turning it into the G7. We all remember that famous video of Prime Minister Harper confronting on camera President Putin and telling him when they met in Australia that he needed to, quote, get out of Ukraine, end quote. And so these are some of the things that Conservatives in the past have done to support Ukraine. In opposition, as we have been since 2015, we've continued that support. We have continually called on the government to support Ukraine and to provide more support, particularly military support for Ukraine. We have largely supported the government's initiatives with respect to Ukraine over the last 2 years. And long before Russia's war on Ukraine began in February 2022, we had called on the government to provide more lethal military equipment to Ukraine. And it wasn't until February 14th of 2022, a mere 10 days before the invasion began, that the government heeded our call, reversed its decision not to provide lethal military equipment, and started to provide that lethal military equipment. And since then, since February of 2022, we've called on the government to provide surplus light armored vehicles from the Canadian Armed Forces, Role 3 mobile hospitals. We've also called on the government recently to provide the NASAMS air defense system, as well as the CRV rockets, of which there are 83,000 in surplus in the Canadian Armed Forces, rockets that Ukraine has indicated it wants and it can use. And so these 4 things are something the government could do immediately to support Ukraine: the surplus light armored vehicles, the Role 3 mobile hospitals, the 83,000 rockets, and the NASAMS air defense system. These are things that we've been calling on the government to do because we believe Ukraine needs additional military support. We've also been calling on the government to increase arms production in Canada, in particular the production of munitions. The NATO alliance and Ukraine beyond that are in desperate need of 155 millimeter shells. It's been recently reported that it's been assessed that Russia has produced millions of similar types of shells, and that the alliance is desperately underproducing these shells. The government has made announcements recently that it's taking a look at increasing shell production in Canada. Conservatives believe the government needs to do that expeditiously in order not only to meet Ukraine's defense needs, but also our own here in Canada. But back to the strategic agreement, the strategic partnership, security partnership that was just agreed to by the Government of Canada and the Government of Ukraine. It's formally titled the Agreement on Security Cooperation between Canada and Ukraine. And there's 2 clauses in that agreement in particular that Conservatives are supportive of. Article I is titled Resilience of Energy and Other Critical Infrastructure. And that part of the agreement highlights that, and I'll quote, acknowledging that energy security remains crucial for Ukraine's resilience and building upon existing support for Ukraine's energy infrastructure from the G7 and others, Canada will continue to seek to support Ukraine's overall energy sector with a special focus on nuclear safety and security and clean energy transition. Madam Speaker, we support that because one of the things we think that Canada should be doing to support Ukraine and counter Russia is export clean liquefied natural gas to displace not only Russian liquefied natural gas in Western Europe and in Ukraine, but also liquefied natural gas amongst other democratic allies, and also to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. A kilowatt hour of electricity produced by coal-fired plants produces double the greenhouse gas emissions that a plant fired by natural gas does. And so we can both meet our security and defense goals in cooperation with Ukraine, and at the same time help reduce global emissions. About a fifth of all global emissions, Madam Speaker, about a fifth of all global emissions are produced from coal-fired electricity plants. If we could eliminate those coal-fired electricity plants in the next 10 years, we could cut global emissions just on that alone by 10%. And the technology to replace coal-fired plants with LNG or with natural gas plants is decades old. It's easy to do. Ontario did it when it closed down the Nanticoke coal plant some years ago and replaced it with LNG-fired plants throughout with natural gas-fired plants throughout the province of Ontario. The other clause that we like in this agreement is Article or Clause N, titled Compensation for Losses, Injuries, and Damages Caused by Russian Aggression. We like this because we have long called for Canada to lead an effort, which we've suggested be at the G7, to repurpose some $300 billion in Russian assets that have been seized by Western democracies. When the war broke out 2 years ago, scores of Russian assets were seized by Western governments in order to punish Russia for its illegal invasion of Ukraine in February of 2022. Those assets remain seized, but we need to take the next step and repurpose these assets for the reconstruction of the infrastructure in Ukraine, which has been much damaged by Russian aggression. About $200 billion of those assets rest in Europe, and Canada has strong diplomatic ties to many of the countries in Europe, strong ties with the European Union, strong ties with NATO member countries, strong ties with individual member states, and we should be using that diplomatic capacity that we have to come to an understanding amongst the Western alliance that we are going to repurpose these assets, these $300 billion in assets, to create a Marshall-type recovery plan for Ukraine, so that when this war ends, the people of Ukraine can rebuild their infrastructure, join the community of democracies, and rebuild their lives. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Fleetwood-Port Kells.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wanted to, for the purpose of people watching this debate this evening and for the record, respond to a question that actually came up earlier with respect to Canada's provision of artillery shells to Ukraine. We have, from our own stocks and from other acquisitions, we've donated over 40,000 155mm shells. But we're also currently involved in an effort sponsored by the Czech Republic to source 800,000 shells for Ukraine. Our contribution for that will be $40 million.
Member for Wellington Halton Hills.
I'd like to thank the member opposite for highlighting the government's recent announcement on acquiring additional 155mm shells. I believe, Madam Speaker, that what the government should also be doing is building domestic capacity to produce shells here at home in Canada. It's clear in discussions that I've had at NATO headquarters in Brussels last year, it's clear in talking to defense experts here in Canada that there is an undercapacity that has developed over the last, well, frankly, since the fall of the Berlin Wall, with respect to armament production, that we have, through a series of decisions that we made as a result of what was then called the peace dividend, decided to reduce the capacity of Western democracies, NATO democracies in particular, to produce 155mm munitions and other munitions, and that we are in desperate need to rebuild that capacity. So I think the Government of Canada should lead an effort that could be part of our 2% contribution to the Wales Declaration, that we invest in the capacity here at home to increase armament production, munition production, so that we can meet not only our needs, but the needs of NATO members and the needs of democracies beyond the NATO alliance, such as Ukraine.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the member for Wellington Halton Hills for his speech. I'm happy to hear this criticism about Canada's lack of collaboration in many regards when it comes to support for Ukraine. There seems to be a certain fatigue lately. Now, we were one of the staunchest supporters. We wanted to be a global leader in support to Ukraine at the beginning of the conflict. We have a huge Ukrainian diaspora in Canada. So it's only natural for us to be a global leader in supporting Ukraine. That said, in some support programs, there has been some ideology in some of these liberal programs, and the Conservatives even voted against the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement legislation because of a somewhat mention of something like a carbon tax in the requirements of the agreement. Now, should Canada return to its original level of support? Next question. Should we not set aside all ideology and all politics? Should we not roll up our sleeves and properly support Ukraine, properly and fully in line with our capacity to do so, so that we can quickly proceed to rebuilding and recovery of Ukraine?
I would like to thank my colleague for his question. I think that Canada has provided a lot of support to Ukraine, that's clear, but it's been a lot of humanitarian aid, and of course that's necessary. But at the same time, the issue right now is military assistance. Ukraine is in a security situation that is truly being threatened by Russia, and they need more military support, more ammunition, more military equipment. And I think that the Canadian government, therefore, has to act now to give assistance to Ukraine in that area. There are 4 things that we have now in our country and our Canadian forces. There is surplus equipment that we can give to Ukraine right now. And we are asking the government to do that now because there is a great crisis now for Ukraine, which is a security crisis. And I think that it is more severe than the humanitarian crisis.
Edmonton Grisba.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member from Wellington-Halton Hills, who I believe is a good member of Parliament here, who often provides this chamber with good advice and in this particular instance, I think a good history lesson. I'm from the province of Alberta, the very same province that the Right Honourable Mulroney actually declared independence for Ukraine, a momentous moment for Alberta and one we're tremendously proud of. But in regards to trying to find ways, just on the question of our Bloc colleague, just to lean into that just a bit more, I do think that Ukrainians, at least Ukrainians I know from Alberta, are a bit nervous and a bit scared of the partisanship throughout this last 44th Parliament, particularly when it came to the Free Trade Agreement and the votes by the Conservative Party related to the support for that agreement. I think it's important for the security of Ukraine that we do an all-party approach to actually find unity in this chamber towards our support for Ukraine. One of the biggest ways to support Ukraine today is to actually ensure that the U.S., the American security agreement that would commit up to $60 billion in support, including military aid, is actually passed in the United States. That would be the greatest effort towards supporting Ukraine right now. Republicans are withholding support on that right now. Do you think that, considering the member opposite is a member of the Conservative Party and a member that likely knows many members of the Republican Party as well, that it would be important for us to actually reach out as America's, close ally to actually find ways to close this gap, this unfortunate partisanship that's affecting our allies in Ukraine? Would the member please comment?
Honourable Member for Wellington-Halton Hills.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for his question. He's right to note that Alberta has always been a proud part of our federation and a home to millions of Ukrainian Canadians. And in fact, Deputy Prime Minister under Brian Mulroney was one Don Mazinkowski, who I got to know a little bit, and he was a proud Ukrainian Canadian. And I think many Ukrainians across the country burst with pride when he took on that role in the government of the late Prime Minister. With respect to our opposition to the Free Trade Agreement, we indicated it was on a very narrow basis. It had to do with the carbon pricing provisions in that agreement. We indicated at the time, in December, when it was in front of the House, that while we were opposed to the agreement, we were not going to obstruct its passage through either the House or the Senate. And I think we've been true to our word. The bill has become law in Canada. And so that's also evidence of our constructive approach to Ukraine. we all support Ukraine in this House. That doesn't mean there's going to be unanimity on every single aspect of the government's policy with respect to Ukraine, but I can't think of many other areas in foreign policy where there has been such multi-partisan support for Ukraine. With respect to the path forward, I think the real need, the immediate need, is a military need. It's clear that Ukraine's offensive stalled. It's clear that the Russian offensive is counterattacking and territory is being lost as we speak, which is why I think even more than humanitarian need, there is a need for military kit and equipment right now for Ukraine. And if the U.S. Congress is mired in legislative gridlock on these sorts of issues, then other NATO members should be stepping up to the plate to provide the funds and the equipment that Ukraine needs. And as I said earlier, Madam Speaker, there are 4 easy things we think the government could transfer immediately that are actually surplus. Some of them are surplus in the Canadian Armed Forces. One is surplus light armored vehicles that Ukraine has indicated it could use. The other is the surplus 83,000 rockets that are to be decommissioned. The NASAMS air defense system that the government announced support for about a year ago is another thing that we believe could be provided to Ukraine. And then finally, we think that there are, the 4th item is, it's escaping my mind right now, it is the excess mobile hospitals that the Canadian Forces acquired, I believe, in response to the pandemic, the Roll 3 mobile hospitals. So these are things that we could transfer right now that could provide additional support for Ukraine. And finally, in addition to all those things, we really feel the need for the government to step up procurement and production of munitions here in Canada that not only Ukraine needs, but the Western Alliance needs to recapitalize its stocks. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat. L'honorable député de Montarville.
Resuming debate, the honourable member from Montarville. Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this take note debate is very timely because it makes it possible for us to take a look at the state of cooperation between Canada and Ukraine since the large-scale invasion by Russia in 2022. How can I say this? The agreement that was signed on February 24th, 2024, when the Prime Minister was in Kyiv, which he signed with Volodymyr Zelensky, which is the agreement on security cooperation between Canada and Ukraine. My wish is for that partnership to bear fruit. However, I wonder whether we will be able to match what we have done so far. Let's go back a little bit. I think that the fatal mistake that Western countries committed from the outset was to make it clear that whatever happened, we would not intervene. We therefore gave Vladimir Putin a blank check to do whatever he wanted. And I think that we were not up to the task from the very outset when the conflict erupted. You'll perhaps remember that we gave humanitarian aid. And at that time, when it came to military aid, we were sending so-called non-lethal military equipment, vests, night goggles, helmets. So can you imagine if you're Ukrainian and you see the Russian troops arriving and the Canadian government is sending you bulletproof vests and night vision goggles? I think that you understand quickly enough that, in fact, it wasn't exactly what Ukraine needed at the time. So we started to send munitions, and then we sent machine guns. And then, after a little while, we started sending artillery equipment. And then we started to send anti-aircraft defense weapons. And then we sent tanks. And then we started sending fighter planes. A few weeks after the conflict erupted, I went to Brussels to the NATO headquarters, and I asked the military command, what about fighter planes? And at the time, what I was told was, well, it takes 6 months to train a pilot. Okay, fine. I went back to NATO headquarters a few months ago, and I asked the same question again. I asked, what about the fighter planes? And I was told, well, you know, sir, it takes 6 months to train a pilot. And I said to the commander of NATO, well, if we had started training pilots from the outset, perhaps we would have prevented the Russians from settling into their positions to the point where it is now almost impossible to dislodge them. We would not be where we are today. So I think that the threshold beyond which we would make the Russians react was poorly evaluated at the beginning. Because I think that really, if at the time, I don't think the Russians would have wanted to deal with a full-on initiative by NATO because the Ukrainians were already giving them a hard time. But I think that the way that we acted at the beginning of the conflict made it possible for the Russians to really get established in their offensive positions. Let's get back to the agreement. It has a duration of 10 years. It deals with helping Ukraine become a member of NATO, to rebuild Ukraine after the conflict, and other elements. But what in it goes beyond window dressing, really, beyond the image? The Minister of Foreign Affairs, the Minister of Defense, and the Prime Minister went to Kyiv. It was a great photo opportunity. There was the reopening of the Canadian Embassy. The flag was raised, but it actually wasn't opened. There is staff working in Ukraine, at home, in hotels, but not in the embassy. Furthermore, when it comes to visa requests, Ukrainians are asked to leave Ukraine, go to another European country to submit their visa application because the Canadian Embassy in Kyiv is not yet able to welcome Ukrainian citizens who would like to submit a visa application. So, yes, it's good to have a common declaration of support for Ukrainians. It is wonderful to help the Ukrainians. And I think all parties here, and perhaps if we exclude the little situation with the free trade agreement where the Conservatives did not stand up and do what they had to do, I think that all parties in this House agree that there has to be support for Ukraine. We all agree, but we have to walk the talk. We really do have to make sure that we do what we say we are going to do, because right now the walk is not following the talk. And I would say that I can show that because the Ukrainian Minister of Defense declared at one point, and I am quoting, 50% of the commitments with regard to weapons have not been delivered on time. And those delays are leading us to lose lives and lose territory. 50% of commitments, that's awful. The Western states are not meeting expectations. 50% of the commitments are not being delivered on time. And in Canada's case, we're talking almost 60%. Almost 60% of our committed deliveries are not getting there on time. In February, there was an article on the way that Canada is missing the mark when it comes to 60% of the military equipment promised to Ukraine after the Russian invasion 2 years ago has not yet been delivered. Of the $2.4 billion in military aid promised by Ottawa since the 24th of February 2024, $1.4 billion has not been seen in reality. That means that 58% of everything that was promised to Ukraine has not been delivered. You may say, those are figures, but let's look at it. So the air surface defense system, which is $406 million, has not been delivered. The 35 high-resolution cameras for $76 million have not been delivered. The winter clothing, $25 million, that would make it possible for 2,000 Ukrainian soldiers to have boots and thermal clothing and sleeping bags, according to the announcement at the time. They have not been delivered. Ukraine is still waiting for light weapons and munitions worth $60 million that we are trying to get from an Ontario weapons manufacturer. The same thing for 155 millimeter shells and also air bombs. That's 955 projectiles as well, and more than 2,000 mortar projectiles and 2,260 gas masks that were supposed to come from the Canadian Air Force's stocks. And we know that our stocks are not very full, and if they had been, then we'd be able to send all of those pieces of equipment quickly. But we haven't been able to do so, and the situation is critical. And what is even more critical is that this lack of weapons means that Ukrainian soldiers are being hit by wave after wave of Russian military attacks. The Russians have enough supplies, and the Ukrainians are having a hard time facing the attacks. So here we have the Canada-Ukraine Strategic Security Partnership. Yes, I agree, but I really do want to help Ukraine in reality and in practice. We have to go beyond good intentions. We have to be able to effectively deliver the goods. Thank you. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Châteauguay. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I would like to thank my colleague for his speech. We have been members together of the committee that we cannot name. It was a very good experience. And I know that what has struck me is how Canadians take for granted the way that we live in safety and security here in our country. We have welcomed over 100 Ukrainian families in Châteauguay-Lacolle. There's been wonderful integration into the community. They are wonderful people, and they've been welcomed warmly. But I heard something in my colleague's speech about the fact that NATO should have intervened earlier when Russia invaded. And I wonder if he could tell us whether he thinks that Canada was ready to send troops to Ukraine at the time. The Honourable Member for Montarville. Thank you, Madam Chair. That's a very good question, because the idea is not to simply say that we're going to send troops. The idea here is to maintain this smoke and mirrors game around our intentions. So the thing is that we said from the beginning that we wouldn't intervene. We said, basically, you have a blank check. Go right ahead. We're not going to intervene. And we should have hidden our hand a little bit better. A few weeks ago, President Macron, at a meeting with a number of representatives of allied countries, stated that it should not exclude the possibility of sending troops into Ukraine. Since the beginning, Western countries have said that we shouldn't send anyone, and that's the same discourse that was taken up once again by the representatives of Western countries that were there with Macron. But really, it was an opportunity to sort of hide Western countries' hand with regard to what we intend to do to support Ukraine. And I would like to congratulate President Macron. He was not afraid to go that far.
People had talked during that day. People thought there was something planned to that, and I think it was somewhat planned. But once again, there hasn't been a great deal of solidarity from Western countries. And once again, this brings us back to the slowness of the interventions to truly help Ukraine. I'll remind you that at the outset we sent helmets, and they're still waiting for the fighter jets. When will we send them?
Questions and comments, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Wellington-Halton Hills. I have a comment and then a question for my honourable colleague. First, I said something earlier that I would like to correct.
That Don Mazinkowski was Ukrainian-Canadian. What I should have said is that he was married to a Ukrainian-Canadian and represented the most Ukrainian-Canadian riding in Canada, which at the time was Vegreville. And so I just wanted to make sure that the record was corrected on that. En tout cas,
in any case, Madam Chair, I have a question for my colleague. He indicated that half of the assistance that the government has announced has not been delivered to Ukraine. Can he explain why that is the case? Why has the government not delivered? What is the problem? He said that the government announced a lot of help for Ukraine, but only 50 or 60% of the assistance has been delivered to Ukraine. So my question for my colleague is, what is the problem? The Honourable Member for Montarville. In fact, it's even worse than what our colleague has just said. 58% of the assistance has not been delivered. So 42%, if my calculations are correct, but 42% has been delivered to date. But the member is asking me a question. It's impossible for me to answer. I can't explain the unexplainable. Why have we not kept our word? Why has the material from the Canadian Armed Forces that we've promised to Ukraine not been delivered? Is it because we don't have it anymore? When we promised it, we thought we had it? Is that the case? Now we're asking that type of question because it's just so hard to understand. Having to purchase material on international markets and having to wait for the material to be ready is one thing, but to not even be able to deliver what we had in our stocks and that we promised that we'd deliver, that just makes no sense. It makes no sense at all. And so we ask other questions. Is it because the material was not in good condition? Did we no longer have the material, the equipment? So why haven't we provided it? So I'll answer your question, dear colleague, with a question, because I don't have the answer to that question.
Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm a little bit concerned, so I'd really love some clarification from the member when he spoke about how supportive he was of the actions of Emmanuel Macron. One of the responses from Putin in terms of Macron's calling for soldiers to enter into this enter onto Ukraine land was that the temperature was raised by Putin in terms of response and threats of further actual nuclear responses. So I would really love to hear his clarification on that, because it seems to me that that's not actually helping what we're trying to accomplish if we want to ensure that the Ukrainians have a peaceful, fast resolution to this as opposed to raising that temperature.
The
Honourable Member for Montarville. I'll just say that it's not because Putin says that the temperature is increasing that it's necessarily increasing. Because Putin from the beginning has said if you help Ukraine, the temperature will increase. And that's why we began by sending helmets and bulletproof vests. And then we thought about sending artillery. Will the temperature go up? No, it didn't. And then we sent machine guns. And then we wondered if the temperature would go up. No, it hasn't. So can we send artillery? We looked. Did the temperature go up? No, the temperature hasn't increased. So can we send air defense systems? We'll see if the temperature goes up. No, it hasn't. So we've done that with tanks. And so I think we've been victims from the beginning, from blackmail from Russia, from threats from Russia. That wasn't really able to enforce those threats, to carry them out. Because as I was saying earlier, they already had their hands full with Ukraine. It would have been surprising if they were also able to take on fights with NATO countries. What I'm saying is not that we need to send troops. That's not what I'm saying. The mistake at the beginning was to tell Putin, we will not intervene. We let him have carte blanche. We allowed him to do anything he wanted. So the goal was to have that ambiguity again. To have a situation where the Kremlin would be wondering once again, not knowing what NATO countries would do. But at the outset, we told the Kremlin what we intended to do and what we didn't intend to do, which from the beginning was a mistake, according to me.
The Honourable Member for London Finch.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'll be splitting my time with the member from Edmonton Strathcona.
Here.
It's been more than 2 years since Putin began his full-scale illegal invasion of Ukraine, and today New Democrats want to reaffirm our solidarity with Ukraine and Ukrainians. Putin's genocide has killed and injured tens of thousands of Ukrainians and displaced hundreds of thousands more. But through it all, Ukrainians have maintained their courage, fighting for Ukraine, for democracy, for international law, and for an international order based on justice and accountability. Their spirit and resilience in the face of this war shines bright, and they do it for all of us. But since Parliament's last Take No Debate on Ukraine, much has changed. The unanimous solidarity amongst democratic countries is beginning to crack. The long-awaited Strategic Security Partnership package from the United States has been held hostage by far-right Republicans that seek to undermine Ukraine's fight. Hungary's Viktor Orban has repeatedly blocked Ukraine's membership in NATO and the European Union. At a time when the far right is increasingly listening to Putin, Ukraine needs Canada to step up and support their fight. That is why it's so painful to see what's happening here in Canada. First, we have seen this government not meet the urgency of Ukraine's fight. Time after time, the government announces new aid packages to Ukraine, whether it's air defense systems, light armored vehicles, funding towards demining activities, or seized Russian assets, only to have that promise left unfulfilled. While this government delays the delivery of aid, Ukraine is being bombed and Putin's attacks continue. We must demand that this government quickly deliver on all promised aid packages and find new ways to deliver that aid quickly. But secondly, what is truly painful to see is the erosion of our unanimous solidarity within this very chamber. I know the pride many members of the Conservative Party had, thinking they were champions of Ukraine. But recently I was so shocked to see the shift in positioning from the official opposition, and Canadian Ukrainians have spoken to me in my riding about how they feel abandoned by this. Not only did Conservatives vote against the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement, but they put up delay after delay on the bill. After President Zelensky specifically asked to support the deal, Conservatives did everything they could to block it. And even last night, the Conservative Party senators teamed up for one last attempt to block that bill. Conservatives also voted against additional monetary supports for Ukraine, millions of dollars in humanitarian aid, the monies required by Op Unifier so Canadian Armed Forces members can continue to train Ukrainians. The Conservatives voted against those measures. Canada isn't immune to American-style far-right politics. We know that the dog whistles we hear from the Conservatives about cutting foreign aid, refusing to commit to honor the security guarantee, and calling Ukraine some faraway land is playing to a dark side of their base that we have to call out. As this war continues and we hear more and more escalatory rhetoric from Russia, Canada needs to take a leadership role on the world stage. Last week, Putin openly declared that they are ready to use nuclear weapons. And from this was far from the first time the world has heard those threats, but we need to continue to take it seriously. The nuclear threat is the highest that it has ever been. The tensions between NATO, Russia, and China are constantly rising, and diplomacy between countries are at an all-time low. Canada has a role to play in restarting the necessary talks on nuclear disarmament. Canada could join the 93 other countries that have signed on to the Treaty of the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. We can use our voice on the international stage to push for disarmament negotiations so that Ukraine and our allies aren't faced with nuclear blackmail and bullying by nuclear superpowers. This is a moment for all of us to reiterate our commitment to supporting Ukraine and supporting the fight to create a peaceful, just world. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the member's emphasis on the importance of the Canada-Ukraine trade agreement, very much so. But my question is in regards to the amount of aid. Today, the Prime Minister of Ukraine indicated close to, I believe it's $2 billion additional dollars that actually have arrived in Ukraine, which ultimately brings it closer to that $7 billion mark. And it is important that that we provide all forms of different type of support for Ukraine. And I'm wondering if she can provide her thoughts with respect to that issue. And I'm talking everything from humanitarian aid to military aid to cash in hand. That all of this is really important, and Canada does have a very strong and prominent role to play on it.
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Well, not only are Ukrainians used to all of these announcements, but with no follow-through. I mean, Canadians are used to that. There's so many projects and so many promises that Liberal governments have made over the years that they've never actually followed through on. So while all of those announcements are great, I would really love to see some follow-through.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I wanted to ask my colleague, having seen the response from Canadians from coast to coast to coast in my riding of New Westminster Burnaby, the Holy Eucharist, the cathedral, which serves the Ukrainian community in both English and Ukrainian, and many other organizations have stepped up to provide supports to fundraise in the community, to provide supports for Ukrainian refugees who come to live in our community. There is no doubt in our community a consensus of being as supportive of Ukraine as we can be. I note that my colleague said in her speech, and I know she's very supportive of the Ukrainian community in Canada and of the fight for Ukrainian democracy against this horrible dictatorship led by Mr. Putin. I wonder to what extent Conservatives can justify their opposition to the strategic security partnership, their opposition to a trade deal with Ukraine, their opposition, which seems to be systematic when there are so many Canadians across the country that are supportive of the Ukrainian people at this dire time as they face this imminent threat to their country and their democracy.
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
I want to thank my honourable colleague for that excellent question, and I know that he cares a great deal about those in his community who are fighting for their relatives, their family members, and that diaspora for Ukrainian diaspora. I too have that in London Fanshawe, in Greater London. There's about 10,000 Ukrainians in London, and they have said the same thing to me, that they are really very concerned in terms of this wavering of support that they are starting to see, and of course that lack of support for the free trade agreement with Ukraine. I am so proud of the incredible work of our local Ukrainian council and Ukrainian center. There's a Ukrainian logistics division. They continually actually go over to Ukraine to deliver much needed aid, helmets, boots, tourniquets, you name it. They have spoken to me about how concerned they are, and I can only say that I don't understand it, and I hope that they see reason, the Conservatives see reason, and come back into that solidarity that we all need to see for Ukraine.
Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, for Saskatchewan, a short question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Of course, Conservatives strongly support Ukraine. We supported sending lethal weapons to Ukraine even before the war, at a time when the NDP opposed it and spoke out against it. We supported consistent sanctions against Russia, even when the Liberals were granting sanctions exemptions to Russia. I wanted to ask the member about seizure of Russian assets. This is mentioned in the cooperation agreement, Clause N. I think very important language there about seizing Russian assets and using them to support Ukraine. One great way that we can continue to ensure Ukraine has the financial support they require to fight the war and to rebuild is to repurpose Russian assets, and frankly, the government has been behind on this. I wonder if the member would support our call to repurpose confiscated Russian assets and use them to support Ukraine.
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe, 10 seconds.
In 10 seconds, I actually probably would repeat a lot of what I said to the Honourable Liberal member in terms of your actions. The Conservative actions mean a great deal, and we've seen those actions. So all of those calls for support. You've made your bed, you need to live in it.
Yeah. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it is an honour, as always, to stand in this place and represent the people of Edmonton Strathcona. You know, as somebody from Edmonton Strathcona, at the very beginning of my political career, I became a member of the Canada-Ukraine Parliamentary Association. I followed in the footsteps of Linda Duncan, who was the Member of Parliament for Edmonton Strathcona before me, who also was the Vice Chair of the Parliamentary Association, the Canada-Ukraine Parliamentary Friendship Group. And it's because, you know, of course we have a very large Ukrainian population, but I've said many times before, those of us in Edmonton all feel like we are a little bit Ukrainian. As you can appreciate, Heather McPherson is not a terribly Ukrainian name, but I know my way around pierogies and pehen and feel very connected to the community. And I'm very proud of our caucus, very proud of the New Democratic Party for standing in solidarity steadfastly with the people of Ukraine. We know that Ukraine and the Ukrainian people who are fighting against Putin, who are fighting against the brutal invasion by Putin and the Russian Federation, are not just fighting for themselves. They are fighting for us. They are fighting for freedom, for democracy, for the international rule-based order. And we need to do everything we can to support them. You know, that is why 2 years ago, little less than 2 years ago, I brought forward a unanimous consent motion in this House declaring what Russia is doing in Ukraine as a genocide. We were able to get unanimous consent to support that call. We were one of the very first countries in the world to have the Parliament declare a genocide was taking place. I'm extraordinarily proud of the New Democratic Party and being able to bring that motion forward. You know, and I'm also very happy that we were able to bring a motion forward even just this February that talked about, we were able to get unanimous consent that talked about reaffirming Canada's support for sanctions against Russia, providing military and financial assistance to Ukraine, and to conduct a security guarantee agreement with Ukraine. So why we are here today is for that security agreement. It's wonderful to stand in this place and know that New Democrats all across this country are supportive of the work that is happening in Ukraine. And I have to say, I have some concerns about the support we've seen from both the Liberals and the Conservatives. You know, as my colleague from London Fanshawe mentioned beforehand, the Liberals are very good at making promises. They are not very good at keeping that. You know, we have seen time and time again the Liberals promise aid, promise sanctions, promise enforcement, all of these pieces that really has never come to fruition. In fact, knowing what Ukraine is going through, you know, I went to Ukraine a year ago. I stood in Irpin and I saw what the Russian Federation had done. I saw how they had targeted civilian infrastructure. I know how many mines are in that country that need to be cleared and how we need to support Ukraine so that they can rebuild. But at the same time that we know these needs are so great, This year, the Liberal government cut official development assistance by 15% and have indicated that in the budget we see in April, there will be further cuts. This is not going to help the people of Ukraine. It's not going to help people around the world who are suffering because of the food scarcity caused by this war. And then we look at the Conservatives, very, very disappointed in their failures to support Ukraine. They'll stand in this place and they'll tell us that they are supportive of Ukraine, but I have to tell you that actions mean more than words. It's easy to say things, but then when you vote against things like funding for Operation Unifier, when you vote against things like the Fair Trade Agreement that the President of Ukraine asked us to actually to move forward on, those actions speak much louder. I don't want to stand in this place and claim that it is all Conservatives. I know there are members of the Conservative Party that still believe in working together with all parties across this floor to support Ukraine. I know that they're there. I hope that they'll be able to convince their leader to go from the position that he's taken to a position that we've held for a long time as all parties within this place supporting Ukraine. As I said, I'm proud to be a New Democrat. I'm proud that we are supporting Ukraine. There's more we can do. There's more we can do to help them rebuild, to demine, to make sure that they win. We can make sure they get those tools quickly, urgently. We need to stop announcing. We need to start delivering. And New Democrats are here. We stand with Ukraine. We remain standing with Ukraine. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member is eager to politicize these issues, sadly, and cast aspersions on others. I do want to point out that in February of 2022, this member, on behalf of the NDP, spoke out against sending lethal weapons to Ukraine. I'll read a quote from her in committee. She said, "Some people in this committee and some members of our parliament have been calling on the government to provide lethal weapons to Ukraine. I have some concerns about that, obviously." Continuing the quote, "Do you believe there are risks to providing those lethal weapons to Ukraine? This applies in terms of keeping track of those weapons, but more importantly, I'd like some information on how Russia would perceive that. Would they perceive that as an escalation instead of a de-escalation?" Unbelievable comments from this member opposing sending lethal weapons to Ukraine for fear of how Russia would react. Conservatives stand with Ukraine. We've been in favor of sanctions and in favor of sending weapons to Ukraine from the earliest days. And the NDP spoke out against sending Ukraine the weapons they needed to fight back against aggression. Will that NDP member, instead of casting aspersions everywhere else, look at her own conscience and apologize for those pro-Russian sentiments she expressed 2 years ago?
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Well, thank you. I think maybe the member needs a glass of water. He seems quite upset. So what I will say to him is that what we had brought forward as New Democrats before the further invasion by the Russian Federation was looking for peace. We were looking for a peaceful resolution. This happened before the invasion that we saw, the extension of the invasion by the Russian Federation. So of course, we're New Democrats. We are always looking to lessen loss of life. That is in the very nature of what we do. And today and this week we are honoring the work of the Right Honourable Brian Mulroney. And I'd like the members from the Conservative Party to perhaps reflect upon some of the legacy that Brian Mulroney brought forward. He was not someone I agreed on everything with, but I will say his support for South Africa, going against the United States at the time, and his support for South Africa against an apartheid regime was extraordinarily important. And I wonder why they found it impossible for them to actually support getting humanitarian aid, perhaps going against the United States, but stopping selling arms to Israel, who's using them against civilians. I wonder if this particular version of conservatism, which I think perhaps the Right Honourable Brian Mulroney would not be as impressed with, would have the courage that the former Prime Minister had in terms of standing up for human rights, because we aren't seeing it from this particular government or this particular opposition.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Much, Madam Speaker. Canadians across the length and breadth of Canada have been very supportive, as my colleague from Edmonton Strathcona has said, in supporting Ukraine. But I think there is a profound problem when one party in this House refuses to support the strategic security partnership, refuses to support a trade agreement with Ukraine that we were asked by President Zelensky to sign. The former Conservative leader, Aaron O'Toole, would never have taken those radical extremist stands. The current leader is an extremist. He's a radical. He takes his direction, I believe, from the Republicans in the United States, who have been steadfastly trying to stop any supports for Ukraine. I guess I would ask my colleague, what does it mean when the leader of the Conservative Party calls Ukraine a faraway foreign land? And what does it mean when Conservatives stand with Daniel Smith, who is right beside the major Russian apologist for Putin, to Tucker Carlson, who has provided so much damage in trying to attack Ukraine and reinforce the Russian dictatorship? And I guess I would ask my colleague, what does this all mean when Conservatives contradict themselves so vehemently?
Okay, we'll stop the clock a few seconds, but when we have only 5 minutes of questions, it would be good to have shorter questions so we can have more questions. The Honourable Member for LI, Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for bringing that question forward. It is something that I have been appalled by, and many Albertans I know have been appalled by. We heard from the member for Fort Saskatchewan, Sherwood Park. We didn't hear a single peep from him when Daniel Smith stood with Tucker Carlson right before Tucker Carlson went and did an interview in Moscow with Putin and used the Russian propaganda. And frankly, the fact that I'm surprised he wasn't standing with Tucker Carlson as well, because that's what we've come to expect from this particular member.
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, on a point of order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to request the unanimous consent of the House to table the editorial I wrote immediately after that interview, which actually outlined and responded directly to some of the claims in it. If there's agreement, would the House allow me to table it to show the member what I actually said about that?
Member have the unanimous consent of the House to table that editorial? I don't think he does. So resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it is a real privilege tonight to be part of this debate. And I was hoping, as I prepared for it, that it would be a time where we, from all parts of this House, reflected on the importance of engaging with Ukraine, for Ukraine, and standing firm with Ukraine, and leaving some of the other parts aside for tonight. Madam Speaker, it's no secret that I travel the world a lot, and the question of Ukraine and Canada's support for Ukraine comes up often, whether I'm in the Global South or Eastern Europe or Western Europe, other parts of the world. And I often talk about the fact that it's a surprise to people how much Canada and Canadians are concerned about Ukraine. And I think that's because when they look at Canada, they think we're nice people, but they don't always get the fact that we are committed every day to values and purposes that we want to uphold. And when it comes to Ukraine, there are three factors, and I think, at least in my head. One is we're affronted intellectually at Russia's aggression, their inhumane activity, their lack of understanding of the sovereignty of another country, the international rules-based order. They're a G7, they were a G8 member, now out of that group, but they're a permanent member of the Security Council, and we expect more from them. And we have seen the disastrous effect of their war, their illegal invasion in Ukraine, and it affects us and affronts us intellectually. But it's more than that. It's also in our hearts. Oh, yes, I should say I am sharing my time with the member for Orleans. Thank you. The other part of this is at our heart level. And as has been said in this House, we all know Ukrainians. If we're not Ukrainian background ourselves, we have friends and family who are deeply affected personally by this conflict, and we want to share with them at a very emotional level the disaster that is confronting their country of origin. But it's also a strategic issue. And the reality is that when many people look at the globe, they see Moscow over here, they see Ottawa over here, and they think we're very far away. But strategically, if you look at the globe on your toes and look down, we share a maritime border with Russia in the Arctic, which is already a fragile area. And I'm not saying that we're preparing for Russia to invade us at any time, but we're sensitive to the the strategic importance of Canada maintaining our sovereignty, and when we see an affront to sovereignty of another country, we react. So it's intellectual, it's our heart, and it's also about Canadian sovereignty. So we are engaged. And tonight, we will say, once again, we are committed not just yesterday, not just today, but also tomorrow. We will see through this war until the end, and we will only stop when we come to peace, and that peace will only end when it is done on Ukraine's terms. That is our commitment, and we'll continue to do that. I want to commend the previous Conservative government, who very early on with the illegal invasion of Crimea took steps to engage in that fight and set the stage, which we were then able, when we formed government in 2015, to continue. We began by training troops to get Ukraine ready, because we knew that that wasn't the end of the story. The story was still continuing. And as we progressed through those years, we also began to look at Ukraine reform to help Ukraine get ready to be part of the European Union, to become part of NATO, which Canada has always been committed to. Ukraine is a country that we want to have as an ally, fit and ready to be part of the groups that we're a part of, because our security is related to their security. With the illegal invasion 2 years ago of Ukraine of Russia into Ukraine, we saw the disaster that happened. And I would commend the documentary, the film 20 Days in Mariupol, to everyone in this place to see the disaster that the Russian troops, that Putin's troops, put onto the innocent people of Ukraine. And that's why we have been awakened to this disaster, which has been caused by Putin's aggression and his failure to understand the sovereignty. We've continued for 2 years, not perfectly. I am very clear that our operations have not been perfectly done, but we are a leader among nations in the world in our support for Ukraine. Financially, with sovereign loans, with engagement, with military equipment, and we are continuing to support them and to listen to them in everything that they are asking us to do. That's acknowledged daily by Ukrainian politicians, by members of parliament, and by the government itself. So we get to tonight's Take Note debate, and that is to look at the Canada-Ukraine Strategic Security Partnership. This is a 10-year commitment, starting with over $3 billion this year, on engaging the readiness, the adaptability, the resilience of Ukraine to fight for itself. It is a political document, it's a military document, it's a security document, it's about cooperation and engagement, and it shows our commitment to Ukraine. We'll continue to do that, and I look forward to your questions. I feel like I'm just starting. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for his speech. He mentioned in his speech how Ukraine and Canada shared many similarities, in particular a shared geography with Russia. Ukraine borders Russia. Canada shares a border region, an Arctic region with Russia. And in light of the fact that Sweden and Finland have recently joined NATO, in light of the fact that NORAD modernization is going on, as the Defence Minister has indicated, could he tell this House what the government's views are on Canada's role in the Arctic, particularly as it relates to countering some of the threats that the Russian Federation presents, not just to the Canadian Arctic, but to the other Arctic nations in the NATO alliance?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I want to thank the Honourable Member for that question. It is actually key in my mind. As someone who lived in Canada's north for 6 years, I am very aware of the strategic importance of Canada's Arctic, as well as the fragility of Canada's Arctic and the people who inhabit it. I had not been to Finland until last year, and I've had 3 trips to Finland in the last year, and I've had 2 trips to Sweden. And part of that has been to engage with those northern countries, and the welcoming of those countries into NATO has been absolutely critical. It changes the nature of our alliance. It actually adds more weight to the northern questions, to the near north, the near Arctic, as well as the Arctic countries. And those voices at the table are very valuable for Canada. Of course, we were the first country to acknowledge and to approve their accession into NATO. And we did that not only because It's good for them and their security. It's good for Canada and our security. Absolutely, we have to have them. My colleague from Orleans, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Defence, will be speaking after me, and I am sure that she will have an understanding of our restructuring, our refunding, and our rebuilding of Canada's defence capacity in the north, both with NORAD, and I am hoping with NATO as well, for them to understand that our collective security also resides on that front as well, not just in Eastern Europe. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, earlier, the member across the way said that Canada was a leader in aid to Ukraine, but we're about 8th in the rankings of countries supporting Ukraine. But we have the largest Ukrainian diaspora outside Ukraine here in Canada, so it seems to me that we should be able to do a bit better. The member from Montarville, in his exceptional speech just now, said that Canada has promised aid, but only 42% of what has been committed has been delivered. So it's all well and good to say we will give you 1,000 F-18s, but if we don't actually deliver those F-18s, then it's all talk. So I know that there have been a lot of beautiful promises and beautiful words. There have been a lot of promises for major support to Ukraine, but it's all talk and no action. We need to actually deliver. So here's my question for my colleague. How are we doing with delivering promised support? And the international community is increasingly requesting military and humanitarian support in Ukraine currently. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
And it is, I'm not going to get into a recitation of everything that Canada has done, the military support, the training, but when I travel the world, believe me, we are thanked every day. We are thanked every day for the contribution we have done. There is no way Ukraine would have been able to withstand the massive assault that they had from Russia without the training that Canada provided to 30,000 soldiers. I hear that every day. Have we fallen short? Absolutely, we can do more. But every country in the world is facing a similar situation. We are looking for armaments that are not always available. We're looking for weapons that are not always available. Ammunition that needs to actually match the artillery that they have that's not always available. This is not an easy task. Canada is working lockstep with our NATO allies and with others to continue this fight. We're never saying this is easy. And it's easy. I've been in opposition. It's very easy to do anything you want in opposition and say anything. We're doing it day by day by day. We're working with the Ukrainian government, with the Ukrainian embassy here, with the tremendous ambassador, and we are finding ways to do that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Orleans. Okay, yeah, I'm waiting.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. I am here. Let's set the stage very as a beginning that, when I think about Ukraine, I think that our friends are in a fight for their very existence. Russia's illegal and unjustifiable invasion has resulted in the deaths of tens of thousands of Ukrainian civilians. And to be clear, when you think about this attack, it's also an attack on all those who value peace, freedom, and democracy. Madam Chair, we as Canadians have a responsibility to help uphold these values. We must make sure Ukraine has what it needs to defend itself and help chart a course for a brighter tomorrow once this terrible war comes to an end.
In order to steer these efforts, Prime Minister Trudeau and Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky, the honourable member should remember, please, that we do not use the names of standing House of Commons members. Apologies, Madam Speaker. In order to steer these efforts, the Prime Minister of Canada and the Ukrainian President signed an agreement on security cooperation between our two countries. They signed it in Kiev in February. Tonight, we are discussing this agreement, and we are happy to do so. We are happy because this security agreement is based on previous bilateral agreements between Canada and Ukraine. It is also based on efforts over time deployed to support Ukraine. This agreement, more specifically, is based on the National Defence of Canada, Canadian Armed Forces, and the Ukrainian Defence Forces Agreement signed in 2017, which was a critical step in our shared defence goals.
Sur la déclaration.
It is also based on the G7's joint declaration that was made in the margins of the NATO meeting in Vilnius.
Deepen our political, our foreign, our military and security cooperation and effectiveness. This includes becoming strategic partners, enabling our two countries to share information more easily, delivering supports to Ukraine both during the conflict and in its recovery, providing support to Ukraine in the event of future Russian attack, helping Ukraine pursue integration into the Euro-Atlantic community, and supporting Ukraine in its pursuit of peace and security, with the special recognition that different segments of the population, including women, men, boys, and girls, are all impacted differently by Russia's invasion. And as part of these efforts, the agreement contained several critical funding announcements for Ukraine. And these includes a $3 billion in critical financial and military supports to Ukraine in 2024. And I think it was mentioned by my colleagues earlier. $45 million for the demining assistance and the cyber resilience, and another $30 million to support ongoing engagement between CSIS and the Ukrainian Intelligence Service, and other funding to support resilience, food systems, mental health services, and governance reform, among other measures, Madam Chair. Madame la Présidente, un aspect...
Madam Chair, a significant aspect of this agreement is that of strengthening the already solid defense relationship between Canada and Ukraine. We are contributing to train Ukrainian soldiers. We have trained over 40,000 Ukrainian soldiers. Since the beginning of the war, Canada has provided over $4 billion of military assistance to Ukraine, and there has over the agreement recognizes the significant potential of the Ukrainian defense industry.
Of Ukraine, just over 2 years ago, they launched an attack on all those who seek peace and freedom across the globe. Putin thought that the West would be quick to abandon Ukraine, but he was wrong. And we're more united than ever. The Security Cooperation Agreement signed last month is a testament to Canada's dedication. Merci. Thank you.
Questions and comments?
Comments. The Honourable Member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from the Defence Committee, the Parliamentary Secretary for National Defence, for her intervention tonight and for her support for Ukraine. Want to just ask her about specifically on the Canada-Ukraine Strategic Security Partnership, how she envisions Section N, Clause N, which talks about the seizure of Russian assets for the compensation to Ukraine and to support the rebuilding efforts of Ukraine's infrastructure, of compensation to homeowners, compensation to families who have lost loved ones and lost property because of the indiscriminate attacks by the Russian military and Putin's war machine.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I thank my honourable colleague for his question, and I like to believe that we share a common goal when it comes to the support for Ukraine. Madam Chair, from the very beginning, Canada has been there in support. We were also very much engaged in the fact of the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement, We believe that this is a way of helping support rebuilding, but also looking at current component of where Ukraine can, we can help Ukraine in its desire to militarize themselves. Unlike the member opposite, we voted in favor of this agreement. I am always disappointed, and I like to put this on record, Madam Chair, that I'm extremely disappointed to see that the Conservative, under the leadership of their leader of the Conservative Party, voted against the Canada-Russia Free Trade Agreement. So we will continue to be there. We have excellent report with Ukraine. We've been answering their request to provide support, and we will continue. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Questions
and comments? The Honourable Member for... My God, no. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Madam Chair. I am certain that in a few years we will know each other better and you will have less difficulty saying the name of my riding. But, Madam Chair, I would like to ask my colleague, her Liberal colleague said that there had been a number of objectives for sending the equipment, and the equipment wasn't always available. The soldiers weren't always available to send over. The money wasn't always there. So does she think that perhaps the underlying problem is that the government took on too many commitments and should have been more realistic when it made its promises to Ukraine? Maybe it's something else. Maybe there's a kind of nonchalance that has come to characterize the commitments that we've made. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Madam Speaker, I hold my colleague in high esteem, but I have to say that I have to smile because Canada was firmly committed from the very beginning. We have trained Ukrainian soldiers, and with the assistance and the new cooperation agreement, we are committing to rebuilding Ukraine as well and helping there. There are $40 million that we have committed to provide artillery ammunition, and we made that commitment when we met. And with the Ukrainians just recently, the Minister of Defense has been working with the Ukrainian Defense Minister and with other partners to continue to deliver support. Of course, there are challenges when it comes to delivering certain pieces of equipment, but we are firm and strong in our commitment to help Ukraine, and we have always been.
Honourable Member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's indeed an honour for me to be rising today as the Shadow Minister of National Defence for the official opposition, the Conservative Party, and also as someone who's incredibly proud of my Ukrainian heritage. I have to say at the outset that I want to make sure everybody understands that Conservatives support Ukraine. We denounce Russia's invasion in Ukraine, that Putin has committed and allowed his military to commit war atrocities and war crimes against the innocent people of Ukraine. And because of that, we support the Canada-Ukraine Strategic Security Partnership, which will enhance the cooperation between Canada and Ukraine, between the Canadian Armed Forces and the Armed Forces of Ukraine. We need to do more, not less, and we believe that this security agreement will set the tone, Madam Speaker. Now, we have spent the last couple of days here in Ottawa paying tribute to the Right Honourable Brian Mulroney, former Prime Minister of Canada, who laid in state the last couple of days here in Ottawa. And I want to extend my condolences to Mila, to Caroline, to Ben, to Mark, and to Nicholas. Why Brian Mulroney is so key to tonight's debate is his incredible support for Ukraine. He was the first Western leader on December 2nd, 1991, that recognized Ukraine's independence. And I think it is very important that we honor his legacy and also the incredible work that he did to make that happen. The fall of the wall in Berlin and the end of the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics all ended because of the work done by Ronald Reagan, Margaret Thatcher, and Brian Mulroney to apply increasing sanctions on the USSR, to make sure that the Soviets weren't able to fund their war machine and put the Soviets into bankruptcy. And because of their incredible work of reaching across the Atlantic, of making sure they worked as a partnership as Western liberal democracies who shared a common heritage and loved freedom, democracy, and human rights, stood up against that Soviet bear. And today, we find ourselves in a similar situation where the Russian bear is now trying to flex their muscles. They're using their own war machine to invade Ukraine, to commit war crimes, and to undermine the NATO alliance, to undermine all our democracies. They've been feeding out propaganda and misinformation that has only been paled. I think you'd have to go back to Hitler's Nazis and what Goebbels did in making sure that misinformation and propaganda was disseminated not just within to their own citizens, but around the world. And so it is a responsibility of our Western democracies to make sure that people understand that what they see and what they get are actually two different things when you're dealing with the Kremlin and the kleptocrats there and their propaganda. I think it's important at this state and time to also recognize that our friends in Ukraine and our friends in Israel are facing some horrific situations from terrorism, from war crimes, from barbarianism, and we need to make sure that we continue to stand with Ukraine, continue to stand with Israel in their time of need, release all hostages in both Ukraine and in Israel. They're being held by Hamas and are being held, as we know, in Russia. They've kidnapped over 20,000 children. They're brainwashing them and often using them in their military as cannon fodder against their own country, and I think that is deplorable. Now, as a conservative, I'm proud of our track record of support in Ukraine. It started with Brian Mulroney, and many of us sat in caucus and in government with Stephen Harper. And, we were there for Ukraine in bringing forward Operation Unifier. We were there for Ukraine by supplying them with military equipment as soon as the war in Donbass broke out back in 2014 and the illegal invasion and annexation of Crimea by the Little Green Men, which we all know were Wagner from the Kremlin. And so we were there, providing things like winter kit, night vision goggles, body armor, and just allowing the Ukrainians to be able to modernize. With Operation Unifier, they were able to train up to NATO standards and put them in the position where they are today, that they are able to fight back against what was supposed to be one of the superpowers in the world. Now, Madam Speaker, we have been saying since 2018, when we saw that this war was not ending in Donbass, it wasn't just an insurgency happening in Luhansk and Donetsk. We knew that there was Russian troops on the ground supplying the weapons, supplying the personnel that were carrying on the war and occupying territory in eastern Ukraine. And in 2018, we started to say, let's send over our surplus weapons. There was a cache of weapons that were sitting, collecting dust in Montreal, that were supposed to go to the Kurdish Peshmerga. That never happened. And so we said, let's take those AK-47s, let's take those grenades and grenade launchers, let's take the Carl Gustav anti-tank weapons and give them to the Ukrainian military. That didn't happen until the war broke out in 2022, in February 2022. And at that point in time, we immediately started saying, well, thank you for doing that, but we've got more to do. We have surplus weapons that are being disposed of, like our light armored vehicles, our Coyotes, our Bisons, armored ambulances. Let's supply those to Ukraine. We had surplus Role 3 medical hospitals that had been bought up for the COVID pandemic that weren't getting used. Never came out of the crates, by the way. There's a dozen of them. Ship them over to help save lives on the front. And, you know, let's send over more munitions. We need to ramp up our production of 155 rounds for the howitzers. And those artillery shells still have not increased in production to this very day, over 2 years since the war started. And just recently, our leader of the Conservative Party called on the government to supply the CRV-7 rockets, 83,000 sitting in Dundurn, Saskatchewan, that are going to be disposed of, sent to the scrap heap. And instead of scrapping them, let's give them to the Ukrainians who can use them to defend themselves and push back the Russian invaders. Now, Madam Speaker, in the last couple of minutes, I just got to say that I do support the Canada-Ukraine Strategic Security Partnership. In particular, I want to talk about Clause 1 and Clause N. Clause 1 is the resilience of energy and other critical infrastructure. And I think it's important to note that in this clause, they're talking about supporting Ukraine's overall energy sector. And that means liquefied natural gas, which is the main source of fuel for their electricity. It's the main source of fuel for their heating. It's their main source of fuel to drive their economy. And it's been us as Conservatives, and my colleague from Wellington Halton Hills as our Shadow Minister for Foreign Affairs has clearly stated that the way that we stop putting fuel in Russia's war machine, the way we take cash out of the pocket of Putin and his kleptocrats in the Kremlin, is by taking away their market and ability to sell their energy products in Europe. And so we need more Canadian energy. There's also a focus on nuclear safety, and that's one thing Canada actually can do. We can do small nuclear reactors. We can actually help them do modernization of the nuclear infrastructure that they have there, the power plants, Madam Speaker. And I think that we need to capitalize on that, and that will help Ukraine, especially as their nuclear power plants continue to be attacked by Russia. And finally, Madam Speaker, in Clause N, the compensation of losses, injuries, and damages caused by Russian aggression, which is taking Russian assets here in Canada and around the world and use it to directly support Ukraine, Ukrainian families, Ukrainian businesses, rebuild Ukrainian infrastructure, and taking the seizure and the repurposing of Russian sovereign options through compensation mechanisms is going to be a huge step to actually allow us to cover those losses, injuries, and damages suffered from people that lost loved ones. People that faced, that rape was used as a weapon against them. Compensate them for their loss of their homes and their businesses. And I think that this is a great opportunity for us to cooperate on all sides of this House to ensure that Ukraine is able to rebuild after this war ends, and that the Russian Federation pays for it.
My apologies. Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments?
Member for Chateauguay-Lacombe.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I listened with great interest to the speech by my colleague, and I appreciate certainly the history that he described, that he does support the current security agreement that we're discussing tonight. But what I cannot understand is why he voted against the Canada-Ukraine trade agreement. What I cannot understand is why he and the rest of his Conservative colleagues who purport to support Ukraine voted against continued support for Operation Unifier, which they so greatly claim was something that came out of the previous Conservative government, but they refuse to continue support. They refuse to continue support. In fact, it's even more important that this House show unity in supporting, and we're hearing it from all parties, that this House show unity in supporting Ukraine, and I am not hearing that from the member opposite.
The Honourable Member for South Creek Interlake Eastman.
Oh, Madam Speaker, first of all, I'm going to take no lessons from that member. As a person of Ukrainian heritage, I always stand with Ukraine. On that free trade agreement, the first free trade agreement that was in effect until today was actually negotiated by the Conservatives. And that was by far a superior trade agreement to one that we have now. But regardless of that, The Liberals went and stuck a poison pill in that free trade agreement. I'm here voting on behalf of my constituents, and my constituents will never vote for a carbon tax. And so as long as there's carbon taxes in any legislation that's before us, we will vote against it as Conservatives. And I have no problem in standing up for that, Madam Speaker. I would just also say, Madam Speaker, on the issue of being there to support Ukraine as Conservatives and voting against Operation Unifier. Look, that was a budget item. We have lost confidence in this Liberal government. We will vote against them every chance we get. Our constituents would not forgive us if we did not vote against this government because we've lost confidence, and we will continue to do so going forward. And I'll just like to remind her that her leader, when he was in the third party, voted against, as well as the Deputy Prime Minister, has voted against Operation Unifier on 2 different occasions because they were in opposition and didn't support the government either.
Questions and questions et commentaires, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Chair. My Liberal colleague, well, I won't name the Conservative member by criticizing his commitment to Ukraine. I see him in other forums, and I have no doubt about his commitment. Regarding his party's position on the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement, that's another story, but I can guarantee one thing. This member is fully engaged and is putting all of his conviction into defending Ukrainians from his community. Madam Chair, I listened attentively to his speech. I always find it interesting to listen to this member because he knows this matter well. But I'd like to hear his comments on the way that Canada is currently managing the conflict in Ukraine and the support that Canada can provide. I find it's a little soft and lazy, as I said earlier. I think Canada could do much more. But I also think that the international community, contrary to what the Liberals think, the international community is looking at Canada and saying they promise a lot, but they don't deliver much. We've delivered 42% of the assistance we've promised. Does my colleague think that if one day Canada were to be in a situation where it needed help from its international allies, I'll give an example, just randomly, if we had to defend Arctic sovereignty, which is a possibility, does my colleague think that the actions by Canada now could influence a bit the level of support from our international allies in that eventuality? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Well, Madam Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for, first of all, his kind remarks and also for the great question. And I just say this, that we are supporting the government for all the military aid that has been provided to this point in time. I also appreciate the fact that Ukraine, on a lot of the loans that have been handed over, I know that every loan that was offered to Ukraine to help with their economy and their government and the military that was done under the Harper government has already been repaid. Ukraine has been honoring those loans that have been provided from Canada and other nations. But he's right. There's been a lot of announcements, and you aren't going to win a war on paper. You actually need to deliver. And so all you have to do is look at 14 months ago, the government of Canada announced, and there's great fanfare that we're going to send over an Assam air defense system. That still hasn't been ordered. $406 million, who knows where it is. That NASAM is still either in the United States or not even built yet. And so there is a lot of questions around where that contract is. And Ukraine needs that air defense system today. They needed it when it was first announced, and they don't need it 14 months from now. They need it today. We also know that when President Zelensky was here, the government made a bunch of fanfare about sending over 50 new light armored vehicles. And I can tell you that the contract with either JDLS or Armatech in London hasn't been signed. We do not know if they're actually going to purchase these. And we're talking, this was again announced 6 months ago, and we even haven't put a pen to contract to allow our own Canadian industry to build these light armored vehicles. And as I mentioned in my speech, Ukraine was burning through over 8,000 rounds of howitzer artillery shells on a daily basis. And Canada hasn't even increased our production here. of our 155 millimeter shells built in Montreal, 1 iota. We're still building today 3,000 a month. That doesn't even give Ukraine enough for half a day. And Canada and our allies need to step up to really ramp up production. We have to get on a war footing, and we got to make sure that we support our Canadian defense industry so that they can deliver the equipment, the weapons, and munitions that is needed by the Ukrainian military to defend their sovereign territory. And finally, as we've been calling, Madam Speaker, we have a lot of equipment that is being disposed of. We need.
I can't give you another speech within the questions and answers. The honourable member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I don't question the member from Selkirk, Kinder Lake Eastman for his loyalty to Ukraine. I think that's well documented, and certainly the member from Drummond is absolutely right in this regard. And I don't question the loyalty and the support of his former leader, Erin O'Toole, for Ukraine. I do question his current leader's support for Ukraine. He has denounced Ukraine as being a faraway foreign land. He pushed his caucus to vote against the Ukraine trade deal, and quite frankly, the explanation, I know the member is trying to defend his leader, that's normal, but the idea that a trade deal that gives Ukrainians the option, the decision of whether or not to put a price on pollution is certainly not something that Conservatives could have voted against. He has a leader that hasn't in any way confirmed that the Strategic Security Partnership would be adequately funded. It is true that Conservatives last December put Operation Unifier on the chopping block, and they proposed, that was a motion that was moved, a deliberate motion to move to cut funding to Operation Unifier that all Conservatives voted for. If the intent was to show opposition to the government, the Conservatives had the ability to not move that motion and to move other motions. They chose to move that motion to cut Operation Unifier. And I think the one thing that concerns me the most is Tucker Carlson and Daniel Smith. Conservatives, the Conservative leader has not denounced that appearance with the Putin apologist. And my simple question is, why?
The honourable member for Selkirk, Interlake Eastman, 1 minute.
So I'll just like to remind the House leader from the NDP that since before 2019, since he went in, started being part of the Liberal NDP coalition, that up until 2019, he voted against Operation Unifier in every main estimate, in every supplementary estimate, in every budget from 2014 to 2019. So he has no way to criticize anyone over here who has lost confidence in the government, and that the NDP are the ones that are propping up the costly and corrupt Liberals. Now, I just say this as well. Our leader has been very vocal on his support for Ukraine. He actually has called on the government to send the 83,000 CRV-7 rockets to Ukraine today. The Ukrainians have asked for them. All the inspections have been done. Instead of allowing them to sit there and collect dust and costing us millions of dollars to dispose of them, let's hand them off to the Ukrainian armed forces so that they can dispose of them in the way that protects their country. I'd suggest that the member from Burnaby get on side on this with the leader of the Conservative Party so that we can actually get the job done.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Thank you. I'll be sharing my time with the Minister of International Trade. I think it's really unfortunate, actually, that I'm here yet again to talk about Ukraine and the war and using those two words in the same sentence. I wish when I thought about Ukraine, my thoughts would be limited to growing up with my Baba in Fort William. We'd sit on the front steps of her corner store. She'd bribe me with Coca-Cola and chips to get me to sit and listen to her Ukrainian hymns and her stories about the old country. I wish my thoughts of Ukraine were limited to thinking about my family. In Odessa, I visited and visiting the village of my Baba, which was near Horodenka in Chernivtsi, or the village of my Guido, which was near Kamenets-Podolsky. But instead, here we are talking yet again about the war, an unprovoked attack by the Russian state led by Vladimir Putin, in complete and utter disregard for the most fundamental principles of international law. And Vladimir Putin, in starting this war, is committed what is known in international law as the crime of aggression, which in the words of the Nuremberg judgment is the supreme international crime as it contains within itself the accumulated evil of the whole, the evil being all other international war crimes. I'd love to talk more about how the invasion has affected the international legal order, how that international legal order grew out of the horrors of the Second World War, how that international legal order and the resultant international trade rules have brought prosperity to millions of poor people around the world. However, time's limited. There's a war on, so let me talk about some of the specifics of the agreement. So some of the highlights: 2024, Canada will provide $3.02 billion in macroeconomic and military support to Ukraine. The agreement states, in the event of renewed Russian aggression or attacks against Ukraine following the cessation of current hostilities and at the request of either of the participants will consult within 24 hours to determine measures needed to counter or deter the aggression. There's a section on the agreement that commits both countries to closer defense industrial partnerships. In that, there's an explicit recognition of the acute need for ammunition in Ukraine. There's talk of need for, and Canada's continuing to support demining. And as a doctor who's operated on landmine injuries, that's really important to me. Canada in this agreement commits to support Ukraine and trying to making sure it holds Russia to account for war crimes, including in front of the International Criminal Court. Lastly, the agreement commits Canada to work with other countries to establish a compensation mechanism whereby Russia would pay for the damages done to Ukraine. I read a quote earlier about how starting a war is the supreme international crime. That quote came from the International Military Tribunal in Nuremberg. There were 8 judges on that tribunal. 2 of them were Soviet judges. And as we all know, both Russia and Ukraine were part of the Soviet Union. How ironic that Russia has not only committed the supreme international crime, it committed it against its own brothers and sisters in Ukraine. It's also ironic that 2 of the judges on that tribunal were American, and yet right now we're seeing in the United States, who's the historic champion of the international legal order, a struggle in order to continue to finance military assistance for Ukraine, military assistance which has been absolutely crucial in preventing a Russian victory. The crass political gamemanship and unbridled self-interest which seems to have guided many Republican American congressmen to try to block the Biden administration's attempt to provide a further $60 billion in security assistance for Ukraine is a affront to the memories of those esteemed American jurists who sat in the Nuremberg trials, and it's an affront to the millions of people who fought and died on the side of the Allied nations, both to fight the Nazis in order to create the present international legal order. Thankfully, we know that a war in Ukraine will eventually come to an end, and Ukrainians will be able to return to what they do best, which is to grow cucumbers, tomatoes, sunflowers, dills, and to occasionally be able to sit down and calmly enjoy a nice glass of horilka. Unfortunately, that day will not come soon enough. Slava Ukraine.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Fort McMurray, Colby.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my member opposite and my colleague from the Health Committee on sharing some of his thoughts on this important piece of the cooperation agreement and sharing some of his history of being Ukrainian and growing up with his Baba and Guido. Like myself, growing up in a Ukrainian family, it's a very special bond that we have, and it is very troubling. And so I was just wondering, you talked a little bit about the medical cooperation that's talked about in this agreement, and I'm just wondering if you can describe a little bit more why it's so important that Canada respond in this way, and what more can we do to ensure that we have a strong Ukraine and a strong Canada. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for
To tell you the truth, through the whole agreement, I didn't see anything on medical assistance, but I think that's exceedingly important. And I know, in fact, that Canadian surgeons, as part of teams along with American surgeons with specialization in plastic surgery, orthopedic surgery, neurosurgery, have gone to Ukraine to assist in assisting those people who've been injured in the war in order to try to, as much as possible, make them as close as they can to what they were before their injuries. And so I think Canada has really contributed a lot in that respect, and I think certainly continuing to do so is important. But let me stress, it's far better to prevent injuries and death than having to send surgeons and medical teams to try to undo what war has done.
Questions et commentaires? Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I thank my colleague for his speech. I note, and we're all saddened by the news that the Ukrainian children are trying to learn, struggling in this conflict in bomb shelters in places like Kharkiv. They have to go hundreds of meters underground to actually get the schooling that has been so cruelly interrupted by this massive invasion by the Russian dictatorship. And it is appalling, I think, to all Canadians to see a dictatorship that sees human beings as simply objects to try to bulldoze over the Ukrainian people in order to take Ukraine, destroy the democracy, and occupy the entire country. Now, sadly, in the United States, the Republicans, the far-right elements, are refusing to provide aid to Ukraine. And I wanted to ask my colleague, to what extent Canada needs to step up additionally, given the Conservative Republicans have absolutely refused to support Ukraine. They're siding with the Russian dictatorship. What does Canada need to do now to reinforce the supports for Ukraine, its democracy, and its people?
Honourable Member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
I'd like to thank the member and his compassion for the Ukrainian people. As to what further Canada has to do at the moment, certainly it has to hope for good result of the upcoming election. We certainly fear what's going to happen should Trump be reelected. I think what he said earlier about the effects on children was very apropos for me, because the harm caused by this invasion will go on for years and years. The effects on the education of children is going to be something that we're going to feel for years in advance. The fact that the Republicans are blocking this is absolutely terrible in my mind. The reality is perhaps that we in the Western world, parts of NATO that aren't the United States, are going to have to contemplate the possibility that, in fact, at some point in the future, should Trump be elected, we're going to have to do far more on our own without the support of America. And I hope, and certainly Canada would be willing to make the commitment that is needed to continuing support of Ukraine against Russia, with or without the United States. But I would certainly like to see the United States continue its historical role in promoting and supporting the international legal order.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Madam Speaker, it's an honour to take part in tonight's debate focused on the relationship between Canada and Ukraine. But before I continue with my speech, I just want to take a moment in this chamber to recognize former Prime Minister Brian Mulroney and to extend my condolences to his family and to all those who know him. And Prime Minister Mulroney, of course, was a steadfast supporter of Ukraine, and his leadership continues to positively impact the Canada-Ukraine relationship to this day. It was when Prime Minister Mulroney was Prime Minister in 1991 that Canada became the first Western country to recognize Ukraine's independence. Madam Speaker, colleagues, as you may know, Bill C-57 received royal assent yesterday, leading us one step closer to entry into force of the modernized Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement. Honourable members, this modernized trade agreement represents a historic milestone in the Canada-Ukraine commercial relationship and for Ukraine's economic security, which is what I will be focusing my remarks on tonight. Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement, also known as CUFTA, is just one of Canada's tools that we are using to support our Ukrainian ally who continues to face the violent consequences of Russia's illegal and unjustified invasion. Indeed, since the beginning of the conflict in 2022, Canada has committed over $13.3 billion in multifaceted support, covering military, financial, humanitarian, development, security, and cultural assistance to Ukraine. The Modernized Free Trade Agreement is, yes, another form of support that will provide the framework for bilateral trade and investment. It's going to strengthen the foundation on which Canadian and Ukrainian businesses can work together, not only now, but also in Ukraine's recovery and economic reconstruction for years to come when they win this war against Russia's illegal invasion. Furthermore, the bilateral relations are strengthened because of the warm people-to-people ties rooted in Ukrainian Canadians in our country of roughly 1.3 million people, with shared values, many of these values reflected in the CUFTA. In January of this year, I had the opportunity to spend some time across Western and Central Canada, from Alberta to Saskatchewan to Manitoba, and of course here in Ontario, and spoke with many Ukrainian Canadians, businesses, stakeholders, about what was before our Parliament, which is the modernized CUFTA. There was a lot of interest from Ukrainian Canadians and certainly from the Canadian private sector to support Ukraine as they continue to build or keep their economy going, but certainly in the reconstruction activities. And the modernized CUFTA, I think, is going to do just that. Canadian companies will not only trade in goods, that was the agreement that we have just modernized, and it's been modernized with provisions that allow for services trade as well as investments. There are 9 new dedicated chapters, including that cover things like cross-border trade, in services, in investments, financial services, telecommunications, good regulatory practices, and it's going to include dedicated chapters on inclusive trade. Trade that will yield benefits to all in our economies, whether it's small and medium-sized businesses, which there's a chapter for, the first ever trade and Indigenous people chapter in a concluded FTA, and a chapter on trade and gender, so that the benefits of trade will indeed be widely shared. Ultimately, the outcome of this agreement is a modern, ambitious, fully comprehensive free trade agreement that will fortify the Canadian-Ukrainian bilateral commercial relationship for years to come and will support Ukraine's long-term recovery and trade interests, but it's also good for Canada. There are many Canadian companies that have a lot to offer that will benefit from trade and investment in Ukraine. I look forward to leading a business mission to Ukraine. Many businesses that I talk to are interested in having the trade minister lead a mission that will open up some of those doors and create the opportunity. And I think that just builds on the momentum of this CUFTA that is now that is now done, if you will. Madam Speaker, honourable members, let me conclude by saying that I want to thank the negotiators, not only just in Canada, but certainly Ukraine. They were negotiating this in the midst of a war with sirens going and with bombs going around them. So I want to thank them for their courage, and let's rebuild Ukraine together. Thank you so much.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to commend the government for concluding this agreement with Ukraine. My question is on reconstruction. Former Secretary of the Treasury Larry Summers and others have advocated for the repurposing of some $300 billion in seized Russian assets. They're mostly held in democracies in North America and in Europe to be used for the reconstruction of Ukraine in a Marshall II type plan. So I'm wondering what measures, what initiatives, what discussions the Government of Canada has undertaken in Washington and London, in the European Union, at the European Commission, about this proposal?
The Honourable Minister.
I want to thank my honourable colleague for that really important question. And indeed, those conversations are absolutely taking place. We share that view, certainly with our G7 country colleagues and others, that part of this effort should absolutely include those assets, of Russia, and to use that in the reconstruction effort. So I would say that discussions have taken place. Work is underway, and it will continue. As I spoke about just a little earlier, and I was just attending a reception with a number of Ukrainian Canadians, and including the ambassador to Ukraine, and it was really terrific to hear. And to celebrate the role assent received on this agreement. But this is work that we're going to continue to do, and I think you've heard us say on the government side, we will be there with Ukraine, standing with Ukraine in support until such time that they are able to win.
Questions and comments. L'honorable député de Rivière.
The Honourable Member for Rivière du Nord. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Chair, I thank the colleague for her speech. She, like her Liberal predecessors, be they ministers or not, have been telling us tonight how important it is for Canada to be involved in the conflict in Ukraine, and we agree. But we all know that thus far, Canada has only delivered on 42% of its commitments. I asked this question earlier. I did not really receive an answer. Here's my question, and I would like the colleague to answer. What's going wrong? Are we not delivering enough, or were our commitments and promises too ambitious, making it such that we could not keep them? What explains this 42% delivery rate? And in the future, what will we do to ensure that this is not the situation? It's lovely to make commitments, but then we need to honor them. So how can we ensure that we are honoring our commitments? Do we need to make fewer commitments? And how will we deliver on our commitments? And that is what I would like the Minister to speak to. Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, and to my honourable colleague from the Bloc Québécois, I want to thank you, and I want to thank all of those in the Bloc for supporting this important agreement that we've negotiated and now has received royal assent. What I would say is that Canada is committed to supporting Ukraine, and you've heard us talk about the $13.3 billion of support provided to Ukraine. But here's what I would say about being able to deliver. I mean, the negotiations, the agreement to modernize this FTA started in 2019, and following that, a pandemic, and then following that, the war started, and what is quite remarkable is an agreement that was started and negotiated and concluded in just a little over a year, and this in dire circumstances. What I started to say earlier and quickly concluded was just an admiration for the Ukrainian negotiators, who at times were in basements with sirens going off, with bombs going off, and not having electricity, and in the most adverse of circumstances, their commitment was unwavering to complete these negotiations. They said to, my counterpart has certainly said to me how important these negotiations were, because it signified Canada's confidence in Ukraine and our steadfast support for Ukraine.
Well, I just got here, so I just want to remind folks that it's 5 and 5 or 10 and 10, so make sure that we keep our comments and our questions as short as possible so everyone can get to participate, because we are out of time on the Minister's presentation. Resuming debate with the Honourable Member for Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to start out by stating that I'm going to be sharing my time with the member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. On the prairies, the Ukrainian culture has been so completely intertwined in prairie culture that it was hard for someone like me that grew up in a Ukrainian household in rural Alberta to not know that that was what all of Canada looked like. I actually, as a child, thought that that must have been what everyone else grew up with. And so the cooperation and the relationship that Canada and Ukraine have had for as long as the prairies have existed is an important piece, because our relationship has existed for well over 100 years, and that relationship is as important, if not more important today than it was 100 years ago when we were welcoming Ukrainian settlers who helped us develop the agricultural strength that we now have on the prairies and right across Canada. You don't have to look very far in most of rural Alberta, Saskatchewan, or Manitoba and see a beautiful onion dome church or the proud Ukrainian dance heritage that is just part of our fabric, our cultural fabric. And it's worth noting that under that leadership and through that vein, I am pretty confident that the reason why Canada was amongst the very first, actually Brian Mulroney, the Prime Minister, our former Prime Minister, was the first leader to recognize an independent Ukraine back in 1991. And I'm very confident that he did that as a direct result of the fact that he had a man, Don Mazinkowski, as his deputy prime minister, who was from Alberta and represented a very Ukrainian riding. And while Maz was a Polish individual, he was married to a Ukrainian. And so I'm sure that that played a role in that pivotal space. And that I highlight that to signal how important the relationship is and always has been between Canada and Ukraine, and between the Conservatives and Ukrainians, because frankly, there is no other space or option in this. I just want to highlight one of the pieces that I think is really important in this agreement on security and cooperation between Canada and Ukraine that was recently signed, that we're here to debate and have a conversation on tonight, and that's to continue to engage with the International Coalition for the Return of Ukrainian Children. This is key. As a mom of two little boys, I can't imagine what it would be like to have my children stolen. And yet that is what so many Ukrainians are dealing with today. They have had their babies, their children stolen by an evil dictator that is Vladimir Putin and his regime. And we need to continue working as a country, as a Western space, to highlight the fact that these are atrocious activities that have been undertaken, and we have to do everything in our power to make sure that we are continuing to fight to bring those children home, because frankly they deserve it. And frankly, Ukraine needs to have people here in Canada and all across the world talking about the fact that those children have been stolen from their parents, they have been stolen from their communities, they have been stolen from their nation. And so I want to highlight the fact that that is something that I am very proud to see in this. And I hope that we will continue to talk about those poor, innocent children that have been stolen from their families, their communities, and their nation, and bring them back to Ukraine so they can live in peace and harmony under a free Ukraine. Because frankly, Mr. Speaker, we owe it to our partners. We owe it to this strong relationship that we have had for well over a century to make sure that Canada and Ukraine stay in friendship and partnership now and as we go forward. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Kitchener Kamal Tyre, and since we didn't get the NDP in the last time, the honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Very kind of you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. And I'd like to thank my colleague from Alberta for her intervention today. You know, one of the things that we know that Ukraine will need going forward is the ability to rebuild their country. We know the damage that's been caused by the Russian Federation, that's been caused by Vladimir Putin and this illegal invasion of Ukraine. The current Liberal government has cut official development assistance by 15% and has indicated in this next budget they'll cut it by even more. but the leader of the Conservatives have said that he also will be cutting it. In fact, there are members of the Conservative Party that have said that they don't think we should belong in the United Nations anymore. As we try to build a rule-based international order that involves engaging with other countries, being part of multilateral institutions, playing a role on the world stage, how do you think Ukrainians should see the conservative stance that they would cut foreign aid, they would step back from these multilateral institutions that are so important to us?
The honourable member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not going to take any lessons from the NDP who sit and speak out of both sides of their mouth when it comes to this issue and so many others. And frankly, if Canada delivered on the promises it's done to Ukraine and they had the missiles that we have sitting in Saskatchewan that aren't being used, that Ukraine has asked for, that would go a long way of helping Ukraine actually deliver on a victory here. And these are the important pieces that we truly need to keep in mind. Ukraine right now is asking for missiles. They are asking for support so that they can continue fighting this war. And we as partners have to continue to put Ukraine first and the needs of Ukraine. And so I am going to stand up, and I'm going to continue standing up, asking for the missiles that we have sitting in Saskatchewan, along with all of my Conservative colleagues, that the Ukrainian embassies have asked for. I'm going to continue asking that those get delivered so that they can fight and win the war. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question commentaire, questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Government of Canada has been working very closely with not only Ukraine but allied countries that are supporting Ukraine and providing the type of support that Ukraine has been asking for. And a good example of that is for the ammunition request, where there's a $40 million commitment, and it's working with the Czech Republic along with other allied forces. And what has been encouraging has been virtually from 2015, where we have seen a high sense of cooperation amongst all the political parties. Since the Maidan, I would argue, back in 2014, end of 2014, going into 2015. There was a great deal of surprise when the Conservative Party abandoned that consensus when it voted against the Canada-Ukraine trade agreement. How does the member justify her vote, or the vote of the Conservative Party, not to support the Canada-Ukraine trade agreement when the President of Ukraine came here to Canada during a time of war and asked for the support?
The honourable member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for that question. I've been very clear that I do not support a carbon tax, and so that is a very simple space. However, I have been very clear and proud to share my Ukrainian heritage and my support of Ukraine. I'm very proud to have been one of the first members of Parliament to stand in this chamber before the war broke out, asking and demanding the Government of Canada to act so that we could bring Ukrainians here, because it was very clear that war was starting out, and the government sat on its hands and did nothing. So I'm not going to take any lessons from members on that side who are sitting here now trying to somehow claim some moral victory when they did not act, when they could have acted before the war started and saved lives of innocent Ukrainians.
Question commentaire, l'honorable député.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I heard my colleague's speech. There's one point she made that I fully agree with. People seem to forget that Russians kidnapped Ukrainian children, took Ukrainian children away from their families. It's as though this has been forgotten. Yet, all countries in the world should prioritize helping those children be returned and reunited with their families. Mr. Chair, we're not doing enough on the military front. We're not doing enough on the humanitarian front. My colleague mentioned that children were taken from their families. There seems to be indifference about that. We've talked about rebuilding Ukraine, but we need to start rebuilding Ukraine now, before the conflict ends. We need to start right now. So how does my colleague feel that we can encourage investments by Canada and by other countries around the world? How can we encourage investments so that businesses have confidence investing in Ukraine? We need to help Ukraine with its recovery. A quick reply, the honourable member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I thank my colleague for the question. Under the leadership of Prime Minister Stephen Harper, we had the first Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement. We negotiated that agreement to have more trade with Ukraine. Ukraine has significant economic advantages, and we need to ensure that Canadian businesses invest in Ukraine and that Ukrainian businesses invest in Canada. I will continue to work toward that, toward ensuring that we have free trade between our two nations.
Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Conservatives support a strong, free, independent Ukraine. We always have, and we always will. Ukraine, as defined by the borders agreed upon in the Budapest Memorandum, which was signed by, among others, Russia. Mr. Speaker, it is critically important, as we reflect on our support for Ukraine, that we not just speak of seeking victory eventually, but that we speak of the urgency of victory as soon as possible. The Ukrainian people have shown incredible resilience, and democratic populations throughout the Western world have been supportive of Ukraine. But history teaches us that there is a time horizon after which this support becomes more and more difficult to sustain, which is why we as leaders need to push for the continuation of that support, but we also need to push for victory as quickly as possible. And that means not just expressing aspirations about things to be done eventually, but it means recognizing the real urgency in delivering to Ukraine the weapons and the other things that it needs urgently in order to be able to defeat the Russian aggressors. Mr. Speaker, as we talk about that support, I want to highlight that particular issue of urgency, because for too long we have seen announcements made without follow-through. We've seen significant delays here in Canada from this government, but I think in other cases as well, in actually delivering promised support. And we, as the official opposition, have been continually pushing the government to get from announcement to result much, much faster. Mr. Speaker, earlier in this debate, I challenged the NDP over comments they'd made critical before the further invasion about delivering lethal weapons. And the NDP said, well, of course, we took that position at the time because we wanted to pursue peace. Mr. Speaker, I want to underline the critical importance of peace through strength. Peace through strength is something we need now more than ever. In a more dangerous world, with more threats, with our new Cold War adversaries working together to threaten our security, we need to have a strong military. We need to acquire the military commitment, the military equipment to give to our allies in need. We need to strengthen ourselves and our allies, because it is through strength that we achieve peace. The doctrine of peace through weakness has always failed. And Brian Mulroney, who we honor in a particular way this week, understood that. When he and Margaret Thatcher and Ronald Reagan, and in a different sense with the spiritual strength working with Pope John Paul II, they stood up to the Soviet regime. They stood up through strength, not through weakness and compromise, not through failing to hand over the weapons that were required, but achieved peace through strength, justice through strength. This is what we need. We need to strengthen ourselves and our allies and deliver the weapons that are required urgently. Mr. Speaker, as people are asking about the costs for this support, I want to say that the costs of inaction are much, much greater. But I also do want to highlight item N of the security agreement. We support the entire security agreement. I want to particularly highlight item N, which is about the seizure of Russian assets. One critical way that we can support Ukraine with their current needs and their future needs is by doing more to seize Russian assets and repurpose those assets to support Ukraine. This is a just and necessary way to support Ukraine in their time of need by repurposing a property that is from the Russian side and can be supporting the Ukrainian people. So, Mr. Speaker, in this critical time in the world, critical time in the struggle in Ukraine, and critical time in terms of global security, it's time for us to recognize the urgency of action, the urgency of getting support to the front lines, the urgency of establishing the munitions manufacturing systems, of moving forward with manufacturing the munitions here in Canada and getting it to the front lines as quickly as possible. And to recommit ourselves to peace through strength, recognizing that peace is never achieved through weakness, that we only will achieve peace through strength. Thank you.
Questions and comments?
Questions and comments?
Secretary of Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the member I'm sure is aware is that Canada has made a commitment working with the Allied forces of $30 million, I believe it's at least $30 million to go towards artillery ammunition that's working with the Czech Republic to ensure that they can get a different artillery on those front lines, which I think is a very strong positive thing, just in regards to his comments. But the question I have for the member is similar to the one I asked his colleague. And that is, how does the member justify actually voting against a free trade agreement? How would he best explain the reason why he and the Conservative Party voted against it?
Member for Sherwood Park versus Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, the member knows the answer to this question. I've repeated it and explained it ad nauseum in this House before. But I want to ask why Liberals opposed the amendments that I brought forward to Bill C-57 at committee. Because those amendments actually are specifically things that the arms manufacturing industry in Canada has proposed as would be helpful. That is, that the Government of Canada would establish a clear plan and send clear signals about their commitments to, over the longer term, acquire the munitions that are required for Canada's own needs, as well as to support Ukraine. This government has taken no action in terms of actually sending the right signals and providing this necessary support to ramp up our own domestic production of munitions. I believe this is an opportunity for Canada, and it's an urgent issue for supporting Ukraine. I put forward personally 6 different amendments to this bill at committee that would have strengthened the exports of munitions to Ukraine. Liberals blocked those amendments at every turn. The Liberal and the NDP actually working together. They prevented us from passing a motion in the House to allow those amendments to move forward, and they blocked those amendments at committee. It's really shameful for the Liberals to, on the one hand, try to virtue signal on this issue, but to continuously block efforts to actually get weapons to move forward, to make announcements, but to fail to follow through. It's not enough to talk about victory at some distant point in the future. We need urgent victory through the urgent delivery of required munitions. This government likes to wrap themselves in blue and yellow, but they fail to deliver when it really counts.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for La Pointe-de-Lille. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Earlier, my colleague for Montarville was asking about the government strategy and said some alarming thing, saying that there is an imminent Russian invasion and that the non-essential personnel has been withdrawn from the embassy in Ukraine, while most Western countries have maintained their embassy personnel there as a sign of solidarity. What does my colleague think of that?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not sure precisely the comments the member is referring to in terms of the timelines. If I understand the question right, he's talking about the period in the lead up to the initial further invasion, and there was, I know, some controversy around some of the decisions made or allegedly made by Canada in the context of embassy personnel. And this is something we did ask questions about at the time at the Foreign Affairs Committee and tried to get some response from the Minister on.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sherwood, Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his answer. and a speech here today. And just wondering if he can share a little bit on some of the concerns he had raised, I know, at Foreign Affairs Committee regarding what the Government of Canada did in terms of gas turbines that were allowed to go back to Russia. I know he had some very strong feelings, and I was very proud to stand behind him and stand up with him as he was bringing that forward. And so I'm just wondering if he can describe that here tonight. Thank you.
And the 40 seconds left, the Honourable Member Sherwood Park for discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canada has a unique opportunity and responsibility among democratic nations. Many of our democratic partners are geographically small, densely populated nations endowed with fewer natural resources. Canada is blessed with an abundance of natural resources which we can use to support our allies by improving their energy security. Instead of developing Canadian resources and playing that role we need to play in this world, in the midst of this intensifying global struggle, Liberals chose to grant a sanctions waiver to export turbines to facilitate the export of Russian gas. They were facilitating the export of Russian gas when Canada should have instead be working to export our gas. We should have been providing an alternative to Russia. Instead, Liberals were helping the Russians fund their war by exporting turbines.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it's very clear from the very beginning that this government has been working with Ukraine and the allied countries in all different ways, Mr. Speaker. Even pre-war, when we had Canadian forces through Unifier helping with training, tens of thousands of soldiers, Mr. Speaker. Throughout this whole campaign, we have been there in every way in working with allied countries. And in fact, for a good portion of that time, we actually had the support of all political parties in regards to the types of actions that we were taking collectively as a House of Commons. Yesterday, we actually had the Canada-Ukraine trade agreement being given royal assent. It could have been done a whole lot easier, Mr. Speaker, had the Conservatives here in the House of Commons and the Conservatives in the Senate been more agreeable to its passage. And Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives time and time again put up roadblocks. Even the member opposite, when he just finished saying, well, I moved amendments. Well, you can't change the agreement. The member knew that, Mr. Speaker. All he was doing was adding to filibuster and confusion. The President of Ukraine comes to Canada.
Order from the Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hope if you seek it, you'll find unanimous consent for me to be able to table the motion that I moved at the end of session in December that would have allowed us to move this trade agreement to a vote right away in December. Unanimous consent motion that was blocked by the Liberals that would have actually allowed this to move to an agreement to a vote faster. I wonder if there would be unanimous consent to table that unanimous consent motion that I tried to move at the time and was blocked by the Liberals.
Great. I know the Honourable Member should know that during a take note debate we cannot ask for unanimous consent for anything. So unfortunately we can't do that. I'd love to, but I can't. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North, and no time's been taken away from
I can go
that
back
member.
up a full 5 minutes. I'm splitting my time, by the way, with the member from Davenport, Mr. Speaker. And I can tell you that the Conservative Party, in a very real and tangible way, had the opportunity, not once or twice, but on several occasions, to clearly demonstrate that they're still on side with the Government of Canada and members of the Bloc and the NDP by doing several actions. One of those actions was to support budget initiatives. The Conservative Party actually voted against issues like the training Ukrainian soldiers through the Unifier program, Mr. Speaker. They voted against that. They also voted against Ukrainian immigrant settlements packages, Mr. Speaker. My biggest concern, as I started to talk about, was the issue of the Canada-Ukraine trade agreement, Mr. Speaker. That is a significant thing. All one needs to do is take a look at history. What was happening in 2014, 2015, when the people of Ukraine were wanting to see expanded trade with the European Union, Mr. Speaker. Trade matters. And the president of Ukraine comes to Canada at a time of war, signs an agreement, asks members of this House on both sides, Mr. Speaker, to get behind the Canada trade agreement, and the Conservatives chose not to. And they say it's because they first started to say, well, it's because it's the carbon tax. Mr. Speaker, then they found out that the Ukraine already had a price on pollution. They knew that. Or at least they found that out, Mr. Speaker. The real truth of the matter is, as we've seen in budget votes and their actual vote on the trade agreement, it is the MAGA right that is creeping into the Conservative Party, Mr. Speaker, that has hesitation in terms of fully supporting Ukraine. That had more to do with it than their red herring of the carbon tax, Mr. Speaker, because Ukraine already has a price on pollution. They wanted to be a part of what was taking place in the European Union, where there is a price on pollution, Mr. Speaker. At the end of the day, at the end of this evening, it would be wonderful to see some of the Conservatives stand in their place and actually be straightforward with Canadians and clearly indicate that the trade agreement that they voted against was a mistake, that they're actually behind and will stand as one, as a chamber, and continue to support Ukraine, as we have been doing, Mr. Speaker, in a wide variety of areas. Billions of dollars of investment that has ultimately led to military support and to support those that are being displaced. It's getting behind the 1.3 million people and more of Ukrainian heritage that call Canada home, and those that are well beyond that heritage, Mr. Speaker. It is the right thing to do. And that is why I would appeal to Conservatives. It's never too late to say you made a mistake. Get behind the Canada-Ukraine trade agreement.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, tonight we were actually supposed to have a take-note debate on the agreement on security cooperation between Canada and Ukraine, something that I think we all agree on. But this member is intent on sowing division and being hyper-partisan. So let me just point out to the member. He pointed out that President Zelensky may have disagreed with the position we took on a particular trade deal. Let's talk about a disagreement between President Zelensky and this government. Early on in the conflict, the Canadian ambassador to Ukraine was actually summoned by the government of Ukraine. An extraordinary step. The ambassador was summoned as a sign of the Ukrainian government's displeasure with this government's action. Now, what was that action? It was this government's decision to grant a waiver of sanctions regarding those Siemens turbines. This was this government trying to facilitate the export of Russian gas that was fueling Russia's economy and Russia's invasion. The government of Ukraine was deeply concerned that Canada was undermining global sanctions unity and pushing it towards a reality of Swiss cheese sanctions that would be ineffective. Now, the government should be ashamed of what they did, and it was only the Conservatives pushing back that led to the change. Will the member apologize for his shameful role in allowing this exemption in the sanctions?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, the member's trying to change the channel here. Canada has worked very closely with all of our allied countries. And let me remind the member, that yesterday we were talking about Brian Mulroney. Even members in the chamber today were talking about Brian Mulroney and the trade agreement of 1988. And if people reflect in terms of some of the wonderful things that Brian Mulroney did, is he opened the chamber to the idea of free trade as being a good thing. He also opened the idea that acid rain and the environment was also something very important. I believe that Brian Mulroney would take a look in terms of the behavior of the Conservative Party on Ukraine, again, something in which Brian Mulroney supported, and he's got to be somewhat disappointed with the way in which the Conservative Party of today has actually voted on the Canada-Ukraine trade agreement when we should have had solidarity, which would have sent a very powerful message to the world that we support collectively Ukraine, not only today, but well into the future.
I don't know where things went off the rail here. It was so quiet up to now. Questions and comments? The Honourable Député Drummond.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I were the member of Winnipeg North, I would be careful not to talk too much about what Mr. Mulroney would think about what's going on in the House and what the Conservatives are doing, because I'm not sure he would be much more proud of the Liberals and what they're doing. So this is a take-note debate to talk about the relationship between Canada and Ukraine and to talk about the strategic security partnership. That is the topic of tonight's debate. But all I've heard is the Liberals asking the Conservatives why they voted against the free trade agreement because there was a clause in it that mentioned the carbon tax. Mr. Chair, I would like to know, because my colleague for Montarville spoke very clearly about it in his speech earlier today, I would like to know why there's 58% of the military assistance promised to Ukraine. That's huge. That hasn't been delivered, and it makes a huge difference when it comes to Ukraine's ability to push back the Russian enemy. Why is there 58% of aid that has not been delivered, and when will it be delivered? Why can't we do more? That's my question tonight. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Interesting enough, Mr. Speaker, we had the Prime Minister of Ukraine earlier today acknowledging an additional $2 billion that has actually come in very, very recently. Just we're talking days, which brings our total somewhere in the neighborhood of just under $7 billion. Then you have all sorts of other forms of investments through our allied forces. I suspect that you will find that in working with the allied countries and Ukraine, that there has been a great deal of flexibility. I'm not necessarily going to concede the numbers that the member opposite or his foreign affairs critic was talking about earlier today. What I do know is that Canada continues to play a significant role, both financially and in other forms of resources, to be there in a very real and tangible way for Ukraine. And the impressions that the Ukrainian people have on Canada today is one of the very best in terms of the entire world. We might be ranked somewhere around 3 or 4 in terms of just the perception of how we are contributing to what's taking place and being a positive factor for Ukraine and Ukraine's solidarity around the world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Davenport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a real honour for me to be speaking on behalf of my residents of the riding of Davenport on the agreement on security cooperation between Canada and Ukraine. Many people might not know, but within my riding of Davenport, there used to be fairly significant Ukrainian population. I actually went to grade school there. I went to Ukrainian school. It's called Święto Józefata. It's still there. The church is still there. The community's largely moved away, but I know they would be very, very proud of the contribution that Canada has been making and continues to make to Ukraine. So, Mr. Speaker, as we all know, Ukrainians have been defending themselves from Russia's full-scale invasion for over 2 years now. And as we're all aware, they need coordinated global support more now than ever. A resilient, democratic, and prosperous Ukraine is vital for stability and security in Europe and around the world. Today, I'm going to focus on how Canada has responded through steadfast support to Ukraine, a coordinated approach to sanctions, and strong diplomatic leadership on the issue of forceful transfer of Ukrainian children. Mr. Speaker, since Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, Canada has continued to work in close collaboration with Ukraine, as well as our other partners, to provide comprehensive and multifaceted support. President Zelensky and Prime Minister Trudeau have reaffirmed the strength and importance of our bilateral relationship time and time again.
Order. Just the Honourable Member knows we shouldn't be mentioning the last names of members. And it's been in a number of the speeches tonight, so I just want to make sure that those are coming after they can sort of cross that out and put in the correct thing, so just make sure. The Honourable Member for Davenport.
My apologies, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. President Zelensky and our Prime Minister have reaffirmed the strength and importance of our bilateral relationship time and time again. including during the President's visit in September and his address to this House on February 24, 2024, just a few weeks ago, when our Prime Minister, Deputy Prime Minister, and Minister of National Defense visited Kyiv to mark 2 years since Russia's full-scale invasion. They were reminded once again of the bravery and resolve of the Ukrainian people. This visit culminated in the historic signing of the Canada-Ukraine Strategic Security Partnership, which commits Canada to provide an additional $3.2 billion in critical macroeconomic and military assistance to Ukraine in 2024, and frames our cooperation for the next 10 years. Mr. Speaker, this brings Canada's total committed support to date to $13.3 billion since 2022. This includes over $4 billion in military assistance, $7.4 billion in financial assistance to support Ukraine's macroeconomic stability, and many other forms of support. On security and stabilization since 2022, Canada has committed over $198 million in security and stabilization funding, including projects on demining, reducing threats from nuclear and radiological materials and chemical weapons, as well as countering disinformation. Mr. Speaker, the members of this House have often highlighted the importance of coordinating sanctions. And since 2014, Canada has imposed sanctions on more than 2,900 individuals and entities in Russia, Belarus, Moldova, and Ukraine. Canada has also implemented targeted restrictions against Russia and Belarus in the financial sector, in trades, for goods and services, in energy, and in transport sectors. We have also implemented export control measures, prohibiting the issuance of new permit applications and revoking valid permits to export controlled military, strategic, and dual-use items to Russia. These measures, taken in coordination with our partners, are having an impact on the Russian economy and are expected to be cumulative and increase in significance over time. Canada will continue to work with partners to address loopholes, increase the cost of the war for Russia, and prevent sanctions, evasion, circumvention, and backfilling. Mr. Speaker, the final issue that I want to address today is the unlawful deportation and forced transfer of Ukrainian children. Since Russia's full-scale invasion, thousands of Ukrainian children have been deported, forcibly transferred, or otherwise displaced from the territory of Ukraine to the temporarily occupied territories of Russia and Belarus. Our Minister of Foreign Affairs was clear. Children cannot be used as pawns of war, and that is why, Mr. Speaker, our government launched the International Coalition for the Return of Ukrainian Children, a joint initiative with our Ukrainian friends and allies to coordinate efforts to address the illegal transfer of children to Russia. I know I have to wrap up, so I will just conclude in saying Canada will continue to stand both today and always with the government and people of Ukraine on the path to victory and recovery. Thank you. I slava Ukraini.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to thank my colleague for her intervention in the House today. You know, as I take part in this debate this evening, the thing that strikes me is that actions are more important than words. You know, realistically, we hear words from the Conservatives that they support Ukraine, and yet their actions with regards to votes don't align with that. But with regards to this member, who is a member of the government, you know, recognizing all of the announcements that this government has made with regards to support for Ukraine is one thing, but the actual delivery of that aid has trickled. You know, a fraction of what this government has promised to the people of Ukraine has actually been delivered. And Putin is counting on that. Vladimir Putin is counting on the world to lose interest, to look away, to be distracted. They're counting on the fact that they can outlast the patience of Western allies. And when we dribble and drabble, can't believe that's in Hansard now, but when we dribble aid to Ukraine instead of giving them the tools that they need to win this war, that's playing into Putin's hands. So announcing things, great, but we haven't seen that. We've seen a fraction of that actually delivered to Ukraine. When will all of that get to Ukraine?
The Honourable Member for Davenport.
I want to thank the Honourable Member for her question. I will say, while I respect her passion and her support for Ukraine, I don't agree. I think we have done a tremendous amount for Ukraine. We started out being recognized for our training of the military within Ukraine, and that proved instrumental when this latest invasion, full-scale invasion by Russia into Ukraine. But since then, we have provided military support, we've provided economic support, we've provided sanctions, we've provided international aid, and today we're talking about the historic signing of the Canada-Ukraine Strategic Securities Partnership, which commits us not only to additional dollars this year, but frames our cooperation for the next 10 years and commits $3 billion additional dollars, Mr. Speaker. So I would say these are not words, these are actions. We acted over 2 years ago when this war first started. We continue to act, and we will continue to support Ukraine right till when they win this war. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Qu'est-ce qu'on commentaire? The honour for Cold Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for her speech today. And I'm just very curious, especially when I gave my speech on the cooperation, one of the pieces that I think is so critically important is the fact that there is a provision in here about bringing home the stolen children, all of the children that have been absolutely stolen from their families, from their communities by Vladimir Putin and his evil regime. And so I'm just wondering if she agrees that we need to do more as a country to continue fighting to bring those children home so that they can get back with their parents, their families, and their community.
The Honourable Member for Devonport.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Honourable Member for her excellent question. Indeed, as part of the 10-point peace plan that Ukraine has put out, bringing home Ukrainian children is a key part of it, and I'm really proud that that Canada has decided that we are going to take leadership on this key point within the 10-point plan, peace plan of Ukraine. Indeed, thousands of Ukrainian children have been deported, forcibly transferred, and displaced from Ukrainian territory, and fewer than 400 of those children have actually been returned. And so that's why, for me, I'm so proud of our government for launching the International Coalition for the Return of Ukrainian Children. It's a joint effort with our Ukrainian friends and allies to coordinate efforts to address the illegal transfer of children to Russia. I'm proud that this is one of the key areas that we are investing in, that we are supporting, that we are taking leadership in, and I do believe that we will have great success in returning those children to Ukraine. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Calgary Heritage.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's an honor to rise in the chamber today on the issue of our strategic partnership with Ukraine. As you may know, I have been sanctioned by Russia 3 times. I've also had the honor of visiting Ukraine multiple times, pre-Maidan, during Maidan, post-Maidan, and several times thereafter, just before the war. I think it's important as we get into this debate to take a step back and consider the environment that we're in right now. When America withdrew from Afghanistan, they signaled 2 things. First, they signaled the end of Pax Americana, of a peace that had structured the world in the aftermath of the Cold War and created the greatest period of peace humanity had known. The second thing they signaled was a retreat for NATO from Afghanistan from a legitimate war it waged after an Article 5 attack on New York on September 11, 2001. In the aftermath of that moment, Mr. Speaker, we have watched all of our Cold War arrangements unfurl and the rule of law undermined. We saw in Hong Kong the end of a deal negotiated by Margaret Thatcher and Deng Xiaoping, a deal that was supposed to last for 50 years, but ended at its halfway mark with the imposition of the national security law on the people of Hong Kong. And what was the Western response? It was muted. In the aftermath of that, Russia turned up its invasion of Ukraine nearly 100-fold. They dispatched battalions of soldiers, arrogantly driving to Kiev with the purpose of conquest. And the Western response? President Zelensky, we have a plane for you, not the guns you need to fight and win the war. You know, it's interesting to me that President Putin and Xi Jinping sat at the Beijing Olympics prior to that invasion to map out their unlimited ambition around the world. And part of that ambition included not just the borders of Ukraine and the rest of the world in the Middle East and Asia, it also included ambition on our northern borders, our Arctic sovereignty. Only a few months ago, part of this constellation of authoritarians around the world, with their interoperable cybersecurity effects, with their interoperable drone warfare, dispatched Iran and their constellation of proxies in the region to wage war on the Western Alliance yet again. They did it in Iran on the horrific attacks of October 7th, which claimed over 1,000 Israeli lives, and they did it in the northern part of Israel through rockets launched from Hezbollah fighters, rockets that were Iranian-built, Iranian-designed, with technologies from Russia and from China. And in the ensuing aftermath of the chaos we have seen, including the conflict in Gaza, which has claimed so many lives, we also see a disruption to our global trade supply chains across the Red Sea region. Attacks from Iranian-backed Houthis on shipping conglomerates that drive up the costs of everything everywhere, creating chaos and disorder in international markets, compelling a response from the West to make the authoritarian stop. Only weeks ago, Mr. Speaker, this same network cut data cables in the Red Sea region that supply 25% of data from the Indo-Pacific region into Europe. These are massive attacks across our Western alliance. And as the West comes under attack, it is time for us as a country to grow up and join an alliance of democracies around the world that reclaim policies of peace through strength instead of experimenting with various versions of appeasement. So, Mr. Speaker, in this discussion, in this take-note debate today, I'm encouraged by the strategic partnership with Ukraine and Canada that has been proposed and agreed to. What's more important is implementing three particular parts of it, which will define Canadian leadership and help change the course of history for the better. First, Ukraine must win the war. President Zelensky rose in this chamber and asked for one thing. He said, end Russia's weaponization of energy. Why would he say that? Well, he understood Canada is a sole NATO ally with the potential to backfill European energy demand with $3 trillion worth of natural resource strength, the fourth largest oil reserves in the world, NATO's third largest reserves of natural gas, and the capacity to scale nuclear and agricultural products and technologies for the world. Putin today mimics Stalin nearly a century ago, bent on creating famine by weaponizing the food supply, disrupting international energy supply chains, burning and blockading grain supplies for the developing world so that it cannot reach fragile markets. Vladimir Putin had spent years choreographing Germany's dependencies on Russian oil, having exploited that to shake down Europe. He intervened in Syria and Libya to subvert pipelines that would supply Europe and amplified misinformation against our own Canadian energy. It ensured a steady stream of revenue for Russia's war machine, nearly $1 billion a day, $250 million a day from Germany alone to fund his war machine. And when Germany finally realized the cost of this, Chancellor Scholz and subsequently President Vladimir Zelensky came knocking on our door for Canadian energy, and both times we turned them away. Russia and Iran scale production today, evade sanctions, provide discounted prices to Beijing to wage their wars in Europe and the Middle East. Qatar, host to Hamas, inked a 3.5 million ton gas deal with France just this week. If NDP Liberals truly care about trading relationships that support Ukraine, then they can do the one game-changing thing that the world has been demanding, which is to end Russia's weaponization of energy and let Canadian resources be what fuels, feeds, and secures the world. Second, Mr. Speaker, defense production. In our inventories as a country, we can provide Ukrainians the CR-V7 missiles they require, mobile hospitals that were purchased but not delivered. We can provide 155mm shells of ammunition and the light armored vehicles they require to push back against the Russian tide. This is a request that came directly from Ukraine as well. It was the Ukrainian ambassador that took to our mainstream press, sat on our network cables, demanding that this government come to negotiate defense production and defense supply. I'm encouraged to see it as part of the strategic partnership laid out here today, but I believe it's a conservative government that would deliver the inventory and the defense production partnerships Ukraine requires. Finally, compensation for Ukrainians as they pursue the difficult task of rebuilding their economy. We know that Russia has $300 billion of frozen assets across the Western world, of which $200 billion reside in Europe, $4 billion in the United States. The requirement Ukraine will have to rebuild its economy is nearly $600 billion. Repurposing these assets for losses, injuries, and damages caused by Russian aggression in Ukraine is a critical requirement. We're at the halfway mark of that. But wouldn't it be wonderful to think of Canada as a center of investment, of infrastructure, and of the partnerships that are required to rebuild the Ukrainian economy and the world thereafter? We have all the know-how, the skills, and the expertise across our cities and our people to be a critical part of rebuilding this vital democracy. So let me close with this. The democratic world needs to arrive to a shared understanding of the rivals we must now confront. Rivals to our Atlantic alliances, most fiercely met by Ukrainian soldiers in the borders that they are fighting so hard to defend. Rivals across the Middle East, with our partners there, with borders that they deserve to maintain, and with terrorist extremists that deserve to be defeated. And rivals that are threatening the order of the Indo-Pacific region, rivals that require deterrence, to know that the resolve of the world is against their ambition to reorganize the world, and that Canada would be a fierce and vital part of that partnership. So thank you for the opportunity to provide some views on this debate. We support this strategic partnership with Ukraine as an important step forward, and we believe that our conservative future government will deliver the energy, the munitions and material, and the compensation for investment and infrastructure that Ukraine requires. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, it's interesting. I'm going to make a comment in regards to the tail end of the member's statement. The Deputy Prime Minister, someone of very strong and passionate person of Ukrainian heritage herself, has been a very strong advocate in terms of ensuring that the Russian assets and how it is that the world can actually work in terms of the allied countries in terms of building back Ukraine after we win the war. And it is only a question of time, and I do believe that that will, in fact, happen. And the question that I have is that in the trade agreement, there was actually a bit of a framework that assisted the building up of infrastructure. I'm wondering if the member is familiar with that aspect of the trade agreement, and if so, if he could provide his comments as to whether he thought that was a good part of the trade agreement.
Honourable Member for Calgary Heritage.
You know, it's not taxes on the infrastructure that is required for the concrete and steel, Mr. Speaker, to rebuild Ukraine that will be the solution. Any drag on the kind of development Ukraine requires to succeed is going to inhibit its ability, however small it is today or increased through European designs in the future through tax plans or carbon pricing schemes. In the good faith that the Honourable Member asked the question, the reconstruction plans that are beginning to be laid out by our Deputy Prime Minister are an encouraging first step, but they fall short in their capacity to be executed. Partners around the world on investment, whether it's the IFC, the World Bank, the major funds of New York, our pension funds, sovereign funds across capitals that have literacy in gas and agricultural development projects from early stage to later stage, disruptive technologies that can help Ukraine leapfrog forward in its development for a European future it deserves and demands, are all available to them. And so I think that much of that project has become a focus of distraction for the Deputy Prime Minister through pandering to domestic politics in this country. It'd be good for us to bring this country's consensus back on track toward the development of Ukraine and to succeed at a conversation around a concrete plan to rebuild Ukraine.
Here. Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for his intervention today. You know, he spoke about the terrible decision made by this current government on the sanctions waiver for the turbine. You know, for me, that was a horrible decision that was made by this government. And in fact, it was me that called for the emergency debate during the summer so that that we could actually look at that issue and examine that quite closely. And that was something that the government of Ukraine had asked for. Of course, the government of Ukraine, President Zelensky, has also asked for the Parliament of Canada to pass the free trade agreement. Now, we just heard his answer on the free trade agreement, but during his speech, he also talked about the need to rebuild Ukraine. And one of my deep worries that I have right now is this government has cut development assistance and the money that we use to help our allies when, around the world. They have indicated that they will be cutting further. So the implications on Ukraine are quite dire, but the implications for other countries around the world are also dire. And I know he knows an awful lot about international development. Does he agree with his leader, who has made it quite clear that he wants to cut foreign aid even further, and in fact with other members of his cabinet or of his party who have said that they'd like to take this the government of Canada out of the United Nations? Like, these are not serious foreign policy places to be, and as a member of the opposition who wants to be the government, I'm quite concerned when I hear things like that from their leader.
The honourable member for Calgary Heritage.
I stand by every syllable of my leader's requirement to ensure that not a single Canadian dollar goes to terrorists, to useless multinational organizations, and to dictators. All projects that the honourable member across the way seems to be obsessed with funding in Gaza. So in terms of reversing bad schemes that don't work for the development of the most impoverished, I stand 100% foursquare behind the Leader of His Majesty's official opposition. It's actually a fact, a sad fact, that under NDP Liberals, official development assistance declined 10%. Not just that, Mr. Speaker. At the beginning of the war in Ukraine, the increased war in Ukraine, what we saw is that the NDP Liberal government dismantled the wide-ranging development assistance that Canada had been providing to Ukrainian civil society, the Ukrainian capital budgets, its defense production, its training of its armed forces through Operation Unifier. The Liberals intentionally walked much of that back, dismantled it, and weakened Ukraine just at the time in which it needed to strengthen Ukraine for the oncoming anticipated offensive by Russia. So I appreciate the perspectives the member has offered in this debate, but I'm very proud to say that our party, our opposition, has exactly the right plan to help Ukraine win the war.
Tiens et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member. There you go. The honourable member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his excellent speech and certainly for the wealth of wisdom and experience that he brings to the House. I'd like to ask him, based on his knowledge and expertise, what the best way to isolate the Russian regime is, and to hold the Russian regime accountable for the crimes that they've perpetrated. We've seen crimes committed in terms of the abduction of children, systematic sexual violence, and the crime of aggression in general. What steps does he see as necessary to hold the Russian regime accountable?
The honourable member for Calgary Heritage.
At present, this government is still slow to sanction all aspects of Russian energy production and supply chains around the world. We are seeing Russian oil refineries being attacked, appropriately so, as a means to starve its capacity to fund its war machine. We see Russia today searching for parts, specialized parts, to rebuild these energy resources for themselves, and they're suffering under the yoke of that. Enhancing that is a critical part of ensuring that Russia is incapable of accessing the resources that they require. So I thank the honourable member for the question on how that can be done. 20,000 plus Ukrainian children have been spirited into Russia to be reprogrammed in what must be amounting to a cultural genocide of the Ukrainian people. One of the things that can be done is that for all of the Russian families that are participating in this unjust, horrific conquest of Ukrainian lives, they could also be added to sanctions list, to Magnitsky sanctions. These are all areas where forensic work can be done until these children are repatriated to their families. And finally, supply chains that are being provided to Russia by the People's Republic of China and other bad actors should be sanctioned as well. We should be building an economic blockade against the kind of encroachment that Russia and China and others can provide, that Russia and China are pursuing in their conquest of the Western world and of Ukraine. And so I think that there are many ways in which imagination can come to choke the Russian regime from its capacity to wage this war.
Time for one more question. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Speaker, and I have a very short question actually for the member. You know, he just talked about how much he's deeply worried about the children who have been stolen and who've been taken by Russia, and I understand that because for me that is one of the things that makes it very clear that there is a genocide happening against the Ukrainian people. I wonder for him though why he's not able to see the 13 innocent children who have been killed in Gaza or children that have died in other places around the world matter just as much. For me, a child is a child is a child. I look at every single child and I think about their human rights and why they deserve to be reunited with their family, why they deserve to live, why they deserve to thrive. I wonder why he feels that Palestinian children are Hamas instead of, in fact, just children.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Heritage.
These beautiful Palestinian children and babies that have been murdered in these last months deserve better than to be a political project for domestic pandering by that honourable member. Those children are being offered up by Hamas as human shields rather than being sheltered in tunnel networks that Hamas has built to support their terrorism that are multiple times the size of the New York subway or the London Underground. The honourable member's focus is an obsession with the democratic state of Israel, who are trying to liberate not just the babies and hostages held by Hamas today in Israel, but also liberate Palestinians from the yoke of tyranny that Hamas and its Iranian sponsors have been putting Palestinians through. So rest assured, Mr. Speaker, that our commitment to every child everywhere in this world is steadfast and strong today.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Centre.
Thank you, Speaker, and I'll be sharing my time with the member for Vaughan Woodbridge. Speaker, as we speak, the Ukrainian people are risking everything and sacrificing their lives to defend themselves against Russia's genocidal war. And despite being outmanned and outgunned, the Ukrainian people have shown great courage and resolve in defending their homeland and fighting for all of us. But notwithstanding that courage and resolve, the situation in Ukraine is more dire by the day, and the consequences for us and globally are more dire by the day. Russia's committing war crimes and genocide every day. Hundreds of millions of people in the global south are facing food shortages and famine because of Russia's attacks on Ukraine's agriculture sector. The war is one of the primary causes of food and energy inflation here in Canada and around the world that Canadians and others face when they fill up at the pump or they buy food at the grocery store. And the war poses an existential threat to Canada's security and to global security. Now, our government has said that Canada will stand with the Ukrainian people until they win, that victory is the only option. Victory is the only option for Ukraine, but it's also the only option for Canada. Victory is the only option for Canada because Ukraine's victory is vital to Canada's security. If Russia wins, it won't stop at Ukraine. If Russia wins, Canada, Europe, the US will be the next to defend ourselves against Russian aggression. So every Ukrainian soldier on the front lines today is one less Canadian who will have to fight in the future. Every dollar we spend to Ukraine today is millions of dollars less that we will have to spend in the future. Our government understands this, and that is one of the reasons that Canada has been a global leader in supporting Ukraine. And Canada has provided approximately $13 billion in support of various kinds, whether that's financial aid, military aid, immigration assistance, humanitarian aid. We're leading on the seizure of Russian assets globally, leading on the initiative with Ukraine to bring the deported children back to Ukraine from Russia. We just yesterday we passed the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement, and there's many more things. And these are important contributions, important steps. But it won't be enough until Ukraine decisively wins this war. If we want to stop the global food shortages and the inflation, and we want to secure our own security, we need to ensure that Ukraine achieves a decisive victory. This means that Ukraine wins the war by recapturing every inch of its territory, but it also means that Ukraine must win the peace. which includes many things, but to me it includes that Ukraine is secure as part of NATO, that there's justice for Russian war crimes, that we help Ukraine rebuild, and that Russia pays for that rebuild. Now, as my colleagues will know, and I see some colleagues here who work with me on the Canada-Ukraine Parliamentary Friendship Group, I've worked very, very hard to advocate for these measures. But I've also worked very hard to ensure that our support for Ukraine extends across all parties in the House of Commons. And it used to. It really used to. But that has changed. Under this Conservative leader, this party, the Conservative Party, has abandoned Ukraine. And I'm not concerned about the members in this House as much. I'm concerned about their leader. Because what he doesn't say and how he forces those members to vote when it matters. As another member mentioned a moment ago, it's not even the word that concern me as much, it's the actions. Them voting three...
I believe we have a point of order from the honourable member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The member is violating the rules. He knows that it's unparliamentary to make implications about the presence or absence of members in the chamber, and that was a clear violation of those rules, and I hope you'll call him to order.
I really don't recall him actually saying whether he was here or not. Okay. Okay. Well, I would say that we should be judicious in what we're saying and make sure that we cannot say whether someone's here or not. The honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
I never mentioned anybody's presence or absence, Mr. Speaker. What I talked about was the position of the leader of the Conservative Party. Required his members, MPs, to vote 3 times against the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement, against military aid for Ukraine. They wanted to stop. They voted to cut Operation Unifier. They voted against funding for Ukrainian immigrants settling here in Canada. Yesterday, I personally went to the Senate and watched Conservative senators unanimously vote against the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement. And the leader of the Conservative Party won't say whether he'll support this the security agreement with Ukraine that Canada signed. What's happened to the Conservative Party of Brian Mulroney or John Diefenbaker? What's happened to that party? Well, let me say, in summary, there's a far-right movement in Canada, just like there is in the U.S., that's taken over the Republican Party, that believes the pro-Putin propaganda and doesn't support Ukraine. There's a Putin wing in the Conservative Party, and the leader of the Conservative Party is seeking to earn their support. The Putin wing has taken over the Conservative Party. The second thing that's happened is he's trying to consolidate the PPC vote, and the PPC has always been pro-Putin and anti-Ukraine. So he's pandering to the PPC vote, and he's given in to his Putin wing of the Conservative Party. That's what's happened with the Conservative Party. We need to make sure we stand with Ukraine until it wins, and for that to happen, that party, that Conservative Party, and specifically that leader needs to step up and start voting in favor of Ukraine, and he needs to make sure his members need to step up and make sure they start voting for Ukraine. That's how we're going to make sure Ukraine wins. That's how we're going to make sure we all win. Thank you, Speaker. Slava Ukraini.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know what's absolutely disgraceful? That member there sitting here spewing mistruths in this chamber and sowing disinformation. But frankly, I don't expect anything different from that member. Frankly, what Ukraine needs right now is light armored vehicles. What they need right now is rockets. What they need right now...
From the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, all members are honourable members in the chamber, and I think many of the words that she was using were borderline unparliamentary, and I just suggest... yes, I did hear what the member opposite said, and I've also been listening in terms of what his colleague...
Okay, no, we'll just take a break here. Okay, on the same point of order, the honourable member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Mr. Chair, members have been called to account before, many times, on various sides, for suggesting that members of this House have sympathy with foreign authoritarian regimes. Now, the member who just spoke, made an outrageous and verifiably false claim, an unparliamentary claim, accusing members of being part of a so-called pro-Putin wing. He was not called to order by you, and and now this Liberal member is trying to continue to cast aspersions, and frankly, it's disgusting to see what Liberals are doing here. They're trying to foment division on an issue where we should be trying to work together. And I ask you, Speaker, to call these members to account for their unparliamentary language and their disgraceful conduct during this debate tonight.
The Speaker has ruled on this one and has mentioned it on a number of occasions when to be judicious in how we're being recognized here in Canada, because what we're doing here is actually being seen across the world. And by saying one is a part of a certain group is incorrect, and I would suggest unparliamentary in this particular case. So I would ask maybe for the honourable member to maybe bring back the rhetoric just a little bit and maybe rephrase how he's tried to phrase that and try to stay away from that, as the Speaker has already ruled on this one on a couple of occasions already. The honourable member for Etobicoke Centre. Well, the same point of order, the honourable member, parliamentary secretary.
I think that we have to be very careful that we don't start saying that you cannot say that a political entity in the House is affiliated with another type of organization, because that is often referenced in many different ways, Mr. Speaker. So I'm just raising that. I don't believe the member has to apologize.
No, I'm going to try to continue to finish this one off. Is that when someone in this House is saying that someone is standing with Putin, I would suggest that's probably a little too far on that edge, as the Speaker has ruled in this House. So the honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
On this point of order, Mr. Speaker. So I think if you check the Hansard, what you will find is that what I said, I did not speak about the individual members. I said that there's a pro-Putin wing in the Conservative Party. There's a Putin wing in the Conservative Party, and that is not.
Well, I think that's exactly what that's being brought up here.
For saying exactly the same thing about the NDP.
Exactly.
You have to apologize.
I know the microphone's not on that, but the member for Miramichi Grand Lake was asked to apologize for saying something very, very, very similar. I think it was to the honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona in that particular case. So I would just suggest that the honourable member should maybe retract that. And apologize for it, and then we can go on and ask the questions, because the list of speakers is very, very short tonight, so I know that the staff at some point would like to get home. The honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
Speaker, what I spoke was fact. What I spoke was not in breach of the Speaker's ruling.
All right. I've asked you to retract it, so please retract it and apologize, or your evening is going to come to an end. The honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
I will not apologize for speaking the truth.
Honourable member, could you... Once the member won't. We'll make this easy. That the honourable member won't be recognized until he does apologize, because it just solves a couple of the problems, and we'll go on to the next speaker. The honourable member for l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Jonquière. I'd just like some clarification, Mr. Chair, because it could create a bad precedent. If someone here tells the NDP that they are pro-Palestinian, does that mean that member would have to abstain from taking part in the debate? And will they be accused of using unparliamentary language? If we tell another member that they are pro-Palestinian, are they going to be thrown out of the House? Because when it comes to ideologies and questionable positions, there are perhaps members of the Conservative Party who have questionable positions. We could say that in the Conservative Party there are some people who are pro-life and others who are pro-choice. So it can set a very dangerous precedent, because there are elected representatives that make speeches that are ideological. Answer. The decision has already been made by the Speaker of the House, is that when it comes to the member of Miramichi Grand Lake, when he said that the leader of the NDP supports Hamas, and that is very close to what the honourable member said tonight. So I would hope that the honourable member would withdraw his words. But if not, I will continue with this speaker's list.
I just want to illustrate, though, that when the Conservatives accused members of this House of supporting Hamas, that was a very different thing, because Hamas is an illegal terrorist organization. And when a member of this House, we actually don't have that designation right now. We maybe should for the Russian Federation, but we do not. And we certainly don't for the People's Party, which I think we can say that the Conservatives, many members of the Conservative Party have shown that they are much closer in values to the PPP than they are to perhaps a progressive conservative movement. And I think it is fair for the member to say that. When there is a member who calls somebody out for being associated with an illegal terrorist organization, that is a very different thing.
Ultimately, it is this. When something is causing disorder in the House, we have to find a mechanism in which to put that disorder to aside so that we can continue the debate that is scheduled for this evening. The statement was causing tremendous disorder, just like when the honourable member for Miramichi Grand Lake did something very, very similar. So the Honourable Deputy Drummond.
The honourable member for Drummond. Mr. Chair, this is an interesting and concerning debate because you're talking about words that are spoken by a member that cause disorder in the House. But there are words that can cause disorder whether we agree with them or not. Is the chair or the speaker going to intervene every time there's disorder? The other point is that there is a conflict between Russia and Ukraine. Russia conducted a massive invasion of Ukraine, and we support Ukraine, and I think that all of the House supports Ukraine. But that doesn't mean that it's illegal or unthinkable to have a different opinion. People can completely legitimately to be pro-Russian and support Putin. I don't agree. I don't support that. And I can understand that the Conservatives are outraged by being accused of being pro-Russian by the member for Etobicoke, but it's not the same thing as a non-parliamentary language. So the member for Jonquière said it earlier. There's a very thin line here, and it can cause create a dangerous precedent. There is an issue here of freedom of expression and freedom of opinion, and I think that there is a need to be cautious in rulings on this matter.
Mr. Speaker, just to be very clear about the precedent that was set by the Speaker's decision with respect to the member for Miramichi Grand Lakes, it's that when there are regimes that are clearly deplored by all parliamentarians, by all Canadians, that are subject in some way to sanctions by the Government of Canada, that casting the kind of aspersions to say that members in this House are affiliated with or supportive of those regimes, that has been deemed to be unparliamentary. Of course, it's the sort of thing that someone has the freedom to say outside the House, in the same way that someone has the freedom to call another member a liar outside the House. But members do not have unlimited ability to say whatever they want while still being within the parameters of what is allowable under parliamentary procedure. The Speaker ruled, and the Speaker has in similar cases ruled, that making the direct claim that members of this House are affiliated with or supportive of, the clearly false claim that members of this House are affiliated with or supportive of regimes that are deplored by all parliamentarians and all Canadians, such as the Putin regime, such as Hamas, that those are deemed unparliamentary. And the Deputy Speaker is now applying the precedent that was set by requiring the member for Etobicoke Centre, who claims to care about partisan unity on this issue, but clearly doesn't, is clearly trying to drive a partisan agenda for electoral purposes, not for principled reasons. Mr. Speaker, that is unparliamentary. The member for Etobicoke Centre has rightly been called to order, and he should rethink the approach he's taken if he actually cares about advancing the cause of Ukraine.
The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
I certainly don't want to repeat what's already been said, but I do want to raise my concern as well on this. Of course, that there is a bit of a precedent here that we do have to be worried about. There's a lot of big feelings in this House, but the problem is that it shouldn't be those who scream the loudest or light their hair on fire that get the most attention. And when you're in a grocery store and a kid's on the floor and they're kicking and screaming, you don't feed that fire. So I would ask that we be more cautious, absolutely, in terms of the words that we use, but it shouldn't be those who kick and scream the loudest that get their way all the time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'm going to do this. I'm just going to simply go on to the next speaker. Is that okay with everyone? No? L'honorable député de Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Yes, if I may make a last intervention, because I think we all are eager to go to bed tonight. But I do think that it is important to remember that when it is a question of international issues, and I heard some worrying things. I heard that if all parliamentarians had one opinion, and if all the Canadians had one opinion, then there should be no dissent. But I think that when it comes to international issues and national issues, there's a conflict right now between Russia and Ukraine and Israel and Palestine. But I don't think that any opinions in this House should be refused. It should be judged non-parliamentarian when it comes to international conflicts. We have to be judicious.
And how we're talking, especially when we're talking about things that are so important to the world at the moment. So I just want to make sure that we're giving the respect to the debate that we're having tonight. So that's what I'm really trying to accomplish this evening. And we will move on to the next speaker, the honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's great to follow my honourable colleague from the wonderful city of Etobicoke and from his riding of Etobicoke Lakeshore. I know that the honourable member from Etobicoke Lakeshore is a proud Ukrainian Canadian. I know he represents the Ukrainian community not only in Etobicoke but across Canada with everything in his heart and everything in his soul, and he believes in the cause of defeating the Russian aggression that we've seen over the last 2 years, but not only for the last 2 years, but for several years, including the invasion of Russia into Crimea several years earlier. And I am proud to stand with my honourable colleague and be his colleague, the honourable colleague from Etobicoke Lakeshore. I've known him for many years. He is an esteemed and learned member, not only here in this House, but also served in provincial Parliament as well. And he's a good person and means well and believes in what he says. And I know he's also the chair of the Canada-Ukraine Friendship Group and has done a lot of work there. Mr. Speaker, I rise tonight to speak as both a person, an individual who supports the Ukrainian Canadian community, all 1 million plus of them, but also as in my role for the last few years as the chair of the Canada-Europe Parliamentary Association. And as in that role, we get to participate in the Council of Europe meetings at the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe in Strasbourg, France, where we hold a number of bilateral meetings with delegations, including the Ukraine delegation. And I will say, I believe the current Ukrainian defense minister was actually a member of that delegation, and we had several meetings with the delegation. And to Maria and Yogo and all the Eliana, and all the members of the PACE delegation from Ukraine, who I will see shortly in the month of April. I wish you Godspeed, and I know how hard you are working to ensure that the brave Ukrainian men and women fighting this unjustified, barbaric invasion by Russia are going to prevail. Mr. Speaker, I was actually going to say I was watching this debate earlier on this evening, and it was great to see the non-partisan nature of what was going on. But unfortunately, I think one of the members from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, decided to make it a little more partisan than should be. And then on our side, there was some banter back and forth. But let's be serious. Everyone in this House, all 338 of us, we all know that Russia needs to be defeated. As Mario Draghi said, there is no Europe if Russia wins.
And unfortunately, when the leader of the official opposition says something that is going on in a faraway land, and that's fact. That is fact, gentlemen. Okay? That is something going in a faraway land. That was an inappropriate remark to make, in my humble view. And we are all held to account in terms of what we state in our words and our deeds in this House and as parliamentarians. I see the honourable member from, I forget his right, Interlake Easton, I think it is, Selkirk Interlake Easton, who I've spoken to before. I know, much like the honourable member from Etobicoke Lakeshore, he is a staunch, proud Ukrainian Canadian. He wants nothing more than to see the full sovereignty, territorial integrity of the Ukraine for Ukrainian people and its full sovereignty and the freedom of those brave men and women in Ukraine. Because I will say, 2 years ago, there were not many folks in this world that believe Ukraine would stand up to Russia the way they have, but they did for many reasons, including the participation of the Canadian Armed Forces through Project Unifier, which have trained over 40,000 Ukrainian troops, continue to provide resources. There are 300 Canadian Armed Forces troops in Europe right now, in Poland, UK, and Latvia, helping out. You know, it's interesting, I was doing some note-taking because I don't sit on the Defense Committee or Foreign Affairs Committee. I have other responsibilities. And I was looking at how Canada's participation, you know, we're on the Ukraine Defense Contact Group, we're on the Air Force Capability Coalition, we are on the Armor Capability Coalition, we're on the Drone Capability Coalition. Since February 2022, Canada's committed over $13.3 billion in funding support to Ukraine, including in 2024, where we'll commit an additional $3.02 billion in spending. And I will say, Mr. Speaker, that when I hear feedback from my constituents, they tend to be far-right individuals who do not believe in supporting Ukraine. It's a fact. Much like in the United States, there is an element on the political right that does not support countries aiding Ukraine. Okay? And that is a fact. And it's unfortunate, and I try to tell them, I try to speak to them calmly to say we need to stand up for Ukrainians. And I also want to say a big shout out to the president of Czechia. I
hate to shut it because I know we are out of time. It was 5 minutes, and 5 minutes flies by pretty quick. So what I'll do is I'll get someone to ask you a question, the honourable member a question, and then maybe in his answer he can sort of finish off the speech. The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his kind words towards me. I do appreciate that, and that you know, this is an issue that there is all-party support in supporting this new security strategic agreement between Canada and Ukraine. And I wasn't going to ask him a question, but he did raise up the misinformation out there. And all the research that's been done, both in Ukraine, by NATO itself through their Estonia Cybersecurity and Misinformation Center of Excellence, which I had a chance of visiting this past summer, as well as the research that's been done in Canada here, is everybody always wants to talk about the far right, and there's no doubt the far right, the Tucker Carlsons of the world, the PPC types out there are actually out there promoting all the Kremlin propaganda. But there's also a growing mountain of evidence to show that the far left, the alt-left, is also the Antifa types out there. They're saying that Russia is also justified in their attacks on Ukraine, that Ukraine doesn't actually exist. It's all the same revisionist history that's pushed out by Putin and his troll farm in St. Petersburg. So I just want to ask the Parliamentary Secretary if he recognizes that fact, that there is the extremes on both sides of the political equation that are squeezing all of us that are supporters of Ukraine, that require us to fight back even harder on the misinformation, the disinformation, and unite Canada and the world, including our American cousins, in their support for Ukraine.
The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
From Selkirk Interlake Eastman, I thank you for providing me a promotion this evening, but just to make that correction. But I will say that I do agree there is an element of the far left, and you do see it in some of the European political parties that are not as supportive as they should be, and it's quite unfortunately. I see that, say, in my heritage country of Italy, there's some far-right parties and far-left parties that are not supportive. What I will say is one thing that on the Canada Free Trade, the free trade agreement with Ukraine, which I believe was originally negotiated by the official opposition. I understand their dislike of carbon pricing, of dislike of taking action on climate change, and stuff like that. But I really believed that was one measure, one policy, and I know it received royal assent last night, that all parties should have came together to support. I really do believe that. I was very disappointed in the official opposition that did not support that, because at the end of the day, it was something that the Ukrainian people, Ukrainian Canadians, and President Zelensky asked for and wanted, and we should have came together as 338 parliamentarians to support Ukraine. Our Canadian Armed Forces are doing it. We should have done it as well, and we should continue to do it as parliamentarians going forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Drummond.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. We are talking about rebuilding Ukraine and the support that Canada should provide, and I'd like to ask my Liberal colleague, right now, after having heard all of the things that were said tonight, particularly by my colleagues in the Bloc and my colleague from Montarville, who made a very specific speech on the percentage of aid that has been promised by Canada and that gets delivered to Ukraine or not, I would like to know whether he is happy with the Canadian government's support for Ukraine right now, and whether he thinks, as I do, that we must do more. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge. I would like to thank my colleague for his very important question. I will support Ukraine.
We know that even this innovative agreement with Czechia, learn how to pronounce that name when I leave this house in a second. Thank you, sir. That we need to be doing everything we can to support Ukraine. And we will always try to do more as much as possible, whether it's munitions, whether it's sanctions. And I believe all of us in this House, if not almost all of us, are actually sanctioned by the Russian government to not enter there. We need to keep sanctioning Russian officials. We need to also, that $300 billion of U.S. foreign assets that are out there that are frozen right now, we need to make sure that we reconstruct Ukraine. And Canada is at the forefront of that, and that we will rebuild that country, because it's a beautiful place. It's a breadbasket of Europe. They're innovative, hardworking people, and we are going to be with them today, tomorrow, and in the future.
Reprise. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot. Dear colleagues, I have the task of closing this debate. I think I'm the last speaker tonight, so I will try to be rather brief. We are meeting tonight to discuss the partnership between Canada and Ukraine, an agreement that aspires to embody the values of solidarity, democracy, and freedom. By signing the Canada-Ukraine Strategic Security Partnership, Canada pledges to support Ukraine in its struggle to preserve its territorial integrity and sovereignty. Russia's attack, we recently marked the second anniversary of it, is indeed a war, despite Moscow's description of it as a special military operation. This attack is unacceptable and unjustifiable, regardless of the reasons given by Moscow, whether legitimate or not. This war is a tragedy. Was it an avoidable tragedy? Well, one day we'll have to take stock of the whole affair and make sure that history doesn't repeat itself. The Japanese Zen Buddhist master Shunryu Suzuki said that the cause of a conflict was a fixed idea or a one-sided idea. War is clearly a sign of the failure of dialogue and diplomacy. Yet it is dialogue and diplomacy which, despite their initial failure, can put an end to a war. Let us hope that a lasting peace will emerge from a proper negotiation process. This unjust war is all the more of a tragedy because Russia was born in Ukraine. Historically, Russia was born in Ukraine. Its rich culture, the rich Russian culture, with its fascinating heritage and grandiose history, owe an enormous debt to Ukraine. Let us hope that Moscow heeds the principles of Lao Tzu, the father of the great Taoist philosophy. A great country that bows down to a smaller country draws it to itself. A great country desires only to gather men together and feed them. A small country desires only to ally itself and serve the great. Of course, both get what they want, but the big country has to humble itself. Lao Tzu. This war has radically deepened the rift between Russia and the West, much to the delight of China, which has literally thrown itself on the Russian economy and geopolitics. This war also accelerates Ukraine's integration into the West. We must be vigilant to ensure that the world of tomorrow is not one in which new blocs are in a state of permanent confrontation, latent but permanent. Such a world would be extremely dangerous. Let us remain vigilant. Arrogance leads nowhere, neither in domestic nor in international politics. The agreement before us, as far as we know, aspires to greater cooperation and mutual support. It should reflect a commitment to a safer, more just future for all. It should reinforce Canada's determination to defend the fundamental principles that guide democratic societies. Ukraine, a courageous and resilient country, has faced immense challenges. Since the conflict began in 2014, the Ukrainian people have shown unwavering determination to defend their freedom and right to self-determination. This agreement aims to go beyond mere military cooperation. It includes measures to strengthen Ukraine's security, stability, and prosperity. Ottawa pledges to support Ukraine to help rebuild the country and strengthen Ukraine's defense capabilities. Post-war commitments are explicitly mentioned, allowing us to dream of a time not so far in the future when the combatants will have laid down their arms and picked up a pen. Industrial cooperation is important, and the agreement contains a section on this. However, most of the problems are known, but Canada is still slow to act. Canada's lack of ammunition production capacity is well known. It's a problem decried by the defense staff, and Canada has still not increased its artillery shell production capacity of 155 millimeters after 2 years of conflict. The cuts announced by the Liberals are also a source of concern within national defense. Canada won't always be able to count on the United States to have its back, especially when it demonstrates its complete lack of rigor on a host of geopolitical issues. This agreement is also about fighting corruption, promoting the rule of law, and defending human rights. We firmly believe that these values are essential to guaranteeing a better future for all Ukrainians. It shows that Ukraine is serious about fighting these real scourges that have plagued the country for too long. Of course, we've condemned the Russian attack from the beginning, but it should not blind us to the scale of Ukraine's challenge in terms of the corruption that has plagued it and the treatment of significant minorities within the country. We must not be blind to that. The situation and the record are far from rosy on this front. We need to be serious and demand real guarantees. By mentioning these issues head-on in this agreement, Kyiv is demonstrating that it is in no way neglecting these issues. We need to be pleased about this. To conclude, in his monumental novel War and Peace, published in serial form between 1865 and 1869, Russian writer Leo Tolstoy put forward a fatalistic vision of history, attaching little importance to free will and insisting on the inevitable historical determinism that governs all events. Human will is, in the end, a very small part of the equation. That's probably right, but we have a duty to do what we have to do. To conclude, I would like to thank the Ukrainian people for their resilience and courage in the face of adversity. Together, we can build a better future for all, a future with peace. We can defend freedom and peace. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Wellington Halton Hills. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was pleased to listen to this speech by my honourable colleague. He began his speech with a comment on civilization, Russian civilization, on their rich culture. Canada is a Western country, a country like other democracies, founded on Enlightenment principles. And I think principles like democracy, freedom, and the rule of law are the three most important principles from the Enlightenment. Could my colleague comment on this fact of all democracies and on the fact that Russia is not following those three principles now? The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. It goes without saying that there's dialogue that could have been possible when the USSR imploded at the end of the communist regime. It was maybe then that we should have been able to hold out our hand and reach something, but those were catastrophic years. Aggressive neoliberalism was imposed on Russia, and the country came close to disappearing. Its production fell, the mafia took control, oligarchs as well. It's maybe then that there was an anti-West reaction. I think we'll have to take stock of things later and be able to accept that in this fracture, the West may have some responsibility to bear. Historically, we see that Russia is a country, even though 3/4 of its land is in Asia, there was Westernization at some points. There's tension between Western and Asian culture. There's a number of different streams. There's rich literature as well. There were intellectuals close to the Enlightenment as well in that country. And I think that dialogue will need to be rebuilt at the right time. And we need to have the courage to look at ourselves. Probably we've made mistakes during crucial years, and now Russia holds that against us.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I like the tail end of the member's speech when he did something in which I wish I would have done, and that is to acknowledge the Ukrainian heroes. Those that are on the front line and actually doing not only for Ukraine but for the allied forces and democratic countries that believe in rule of law and freedoms and so forth, and just to acknowledge that, and that's what this strategy is really all about. As one of many countries recognizing the need to be there, not only in the short term, in the long term, we owe it to our Ukrainian heroes, and to just provide a last thought in regards to our Ukrainian heritage community and how Ukrainian people around the world have come together in solidarity to ensure that parliaments around the world respond positively and provide the type of support, for example, like what we saw earlier, Mr. Speaker, with I think it was a $30 million commitment to try to enhance artillery shells for those frontline heroes.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Listen, I'll admit there were a number of threads in that comment. I don't know which one to pick up. He was saying that he was disappointed by the end of my speech. There's the whataboutism. He was disappointed that I didn't mention war heroes. I'll do it. I will honor war heroes, those on the front lines. But I will write my own speeches. If he wants to do them for me, that would save some time for me. I have one tomorrow morning if he wants to write it for me. Perhaps I'd rewrite a few things because we might not agree on all points. But if he wants to write a first draft for me, that'd be great. Tomorrow at 11. So I will await his first draft. I think something was lost in translation there. Questions and comments?
For Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
Merci beaucoup, monsieur.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'd like to thank my colleague from Saint-Hyacinthe Bagot for his speech. I think he highlighted the role of Ukrainians well in their fight for democracy. But one thing that's very interesting and important to note is that Vladimir Putin clearly is not working alone in his attack on Ukraine and the illegal invasion of Ukraine. Do you think that we should hold the Russian allies responsible, like Iran and other countries that are helping Russia in invading Ukraine? Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe Bagot. Thank you. Thank you to my colleague for the question. And I'd like to note that while my colleague explained his point, I understand him better. I had misunderstood. So I understand that he will not be drafting my speech after all. We've resolved that. But to answer my colleague's question, it goes without saying that this is a complicated geopolitical game. We saw the European Union decided to stop buying Russian oil and gas, but it bought it from India, which was selling Russian oil and gas. So India was making a profit on the same oil and gas. So it becomes rather complicated. It's like in this global game, whether this or anything else, the origin becomes complicated. Do we need to improve mechanisms? Yes. But ultimately, let's be careful to not arrive at a new world with blocs that are always rivals. That could be a powder keg. That could be rather dangerous. I value dialogue. We are in a war now. We've chosen our side. We need to put an end to this as quickly as possible, and the peaceful route is the best one. Diplomacy will be the only solution, surely. But at the right time, let us take the time to reflect on our view of the world, so that rivalries that we believed at a certain point, that we left behind us, we don't want them to come back. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Port Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the discussion that's happening in particular that was raised by my colleague from Fort McMurray is very important. The global context we're in is one of a kind of new global Cold War, where there are two different blocs. There's the bloc of democratic nation and a kind of anti-democratic bloc increasingly working together. I don't, of course, relish this reality. This is a tragic reality, but I think it is a reality and one that requires us to fortify our will, be strong, and stand up to the opponents of democracy everywhere. And in particular, we see how the Burmese regime has been working with and assisting the Russian regime, and this government has left a massive hole in our sanctions on the Burmese regime, an area where we're inconsistent with the Americans, and is allowing the Burmese oil and gas sector to continue to fund the junta. We've seen failures by this government as well to hold the Iranian regime accountable. Drone technology from Iran is being used by Russia in the context of their invasion of Ukraine. So we see these various other actors, North Korea, the People's Republic of China, Burma, Iran, that are engaged in supporting the Putin regime. And so I would add my voice to those who are saying we need to strengthen our sanctions regime and hold anti-democratic actors accountable while fortifying our own strength in order to support the people of Ukraine.
For the last comment, the Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe Bagot. Excuse me, Mr. Chair, I forgot to tell you at the beginning that I was sharing my time with my colleague. I forgot I asked. No, just kidding. I would respond that the position we've chosen to take to be in the Western Democratic side doesn't bind all of the nations of the planet. Diplomacy is still important. And if a country doesn't have the same position as us, I don't think that's a reason to interrupt diplomacy with them. We need to continue doing trade, dialogue. We need to have cultural, intellectual exchanges. We need to have relations with countries that don't have the same position as us on this conflict. That goes without saying. And that can only lead us to convincing them at the right time than with a hostile approach.
Merci.
Thank you to all.
Say to the honourable member for Etobicoke Centre that I'm not reporting this back to things. So the honourable member, even though it became invisible to me for a few moments, will be fully seen tomorrow during the session of the House.
Chair, point of order.
Yep. The honourable the member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Chair, what you just said is not consistent with what you had previously said, nor is it consistent with the precedent set by the previous speaker regarding the member for Miramichi Grand Lakes. So I'm not sure why you are saying now that you are reversing your previous decision in defiance of precedent set by the speaker. I would ask you to apply the precedent to hold the member for Etobicoke Centre accountable for his unparliamentary language and insist that he apologize before being recognized. That was what you said, and that was the ruling of the Speaker in regards to a Conservative member. I would expect you or any chair occupant to treat all parties equally in this place, to not give special allowances to the government on matters of amendment or on matters of the statements they make in this House. I ask you to apply the rules and the precedents of the House and defend the privileges of all members equally and fairly.
I will be bringing it to the attention of the Speaker tomorrow morning. It being, what time is it now? 11:20, pursuant to order made on Monday, March 18, 2024, the committee will now rise.
Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.